Chapter 270. Guanfeng liked to cook his own food, so there were a couple of kitchens in his house. But judging from the state of the kitchens, all the machines had stopped working. The housework robot stood quietly in a corner and didn't react to Silen's arrival at all. Not even its indicator light flashed. He turned on one of the baking machines and found a half-baked Guan family special biscuit inside. The furnishings in the other places were all fine, just as he remembered. There was no mess, no traces of fighting. Silin went upstairs to take a look. Guanfeng's bedroom, study, and so on were all tightly shut, and there was a password set in place that prevented anyone from opening them. There were no signs of someone breaking in, either. It was almost as if Guanfeng had vanished into thin air. When he returned to the living room downstairs, Huimao was jumping out of the fish tank with a fish in his mouth. He stepped on the fish's body with his claws and tore it open from head to tail. There was no flesh or blood. It was a mechanical fish. You want to fool me? No way. Huimao swallowed the entire mechanical fish and looked at Silin. Where's Guanfeng? Silin shook his head. I don't see him. His gaze fell to the sofa. There was a projector on the table in front of the sofa with a flickering indicator light. Silin pressed a button, and the lights in the living room were turned off. The curtains on the windows were drawn shut on their own. The living room was plunged into darkness. A human figure appeared on the sofa. It was an ordinary-looking person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd, but Silin knew that it was a robot. As for why he could tell it was a robot from a projection, Silin could only say that it was intuition. Dear visitor, we are sorry that the owner of this place is unable to receive you. Our boss only invited him over to reminisce about old times. We do not know when he will return. If you are in a hurry, you may come to this place. A gigantic star map appeared behind the voice. The planets around it were lined up neatly, and it was possible to see the 20 or so star regions of the Empire clearly. Among these planets, there was one that shone especially brightly, and that was the planet the robot was talking about. However, if Silin remembered correctly, this planet wasn't part of the star map he had obtained before. The star chart lasted for 5 seconds before disappearing. The robot sitting on the sofa also disappeared. The curtains opened again, the lights turned on, and the living room returned to its original state. Although the star chart had only appeared for 5 seconds, Silin had already memorized it. After the preset projector was turned off, Silin dimmed the lights in the living room once more and took out the star chart in his hand. Comparing it with the star map provided by the robot, it could be seen that the star map in Silin's hands did not contain the one that had just been marked. There were a few other planets and a star in the area that weren't on the star map. However, all the other planets were pretty much the same. From the star map, it could be seen that gravity was pulling all the planets in the area toward the spot where the star had disappeared. This meant that there was probably a star there. The gravity image was still there, but the planets at the center of the area had disappeared. This area was just an inconspicuous corner of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. No one paid attention to it, and no one bothered to look into its secrets. Of course, it was possible that someone had discovered it but failed to find the answer, or that the planet had disappeared while they were searching for the answer. Most of the people in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire who possessed a star map of the entire empire had the exact same star map as the one in Silin's possession. There was no planet marked on the map at all. This meant that someone had erased all the records and star map traces of this planet and every planet around it. Only the Mist Bodhisattva Empire's upper echelons were capable of such a thing. But who was it? Why would they do such a thing? Was it Black Viper's spy? Silin didn't know, and he couldn't guess. He knew too little about the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Right now, Silin wasn't involved in the games between the upper echelons and the secret squabbles, and he didn't want to get involved either. However, Guanfeng's incident had given Silin another idea. Silin sat on the sofa and thought quietly. Huimao didn't disturb him, so he strolled around the living room out of boredom before sneaking into Guanfeng's kitchen to eat some biscuits. Not long later, oh my meow, Silin's thoughts were interrupted by a strange, muffled sound that sounded like a cat being locked in a jar. What's wrong with you now? Exasperated, Silin got up and went to the kitchen. The first thing he saw when he entered was a furry but wagging its tail. Hui Mao had stuck his head into a biscuit-making machine and was trying his best to pull it out. "You're stuck." Sillin walked over and helped him pull it out. "Hey, wait, don't pull it, I'm stuck." Hui Mao yelled from inside. "Can't you transform into another form?" Just as Sillin was speaking, he was stopped by a click that came from inside. Then, a few more clicks followed. After a couple more cracking sounds, Hui Mao finally came out with a face full of green biscuit crumbs and a round cylinder. "This is the best I can take out. There's another box inside, so I can't take it out." Hui Mao licked his paws and wiped his face. There was another world under the biscuit-making machine. Hui Mao had discovered that there was something under the biscuit-making machine while he was eating, so he bit through the biscuit-making machine and tried to take out what was inside. Who knew that it would be so hard to take out? Sillin held the small cylinder and gave a look. He didn't know what was inside, and it would take some effort to open the cylinder. Right now, Sillin didn't deal with the cylinder immediately. Instead, he looked through the broken bottom of the biscuit machine and looked at the box he hadn't taken out yet. Although it wasn't good to destroy something like this without Guanfeng's permission, they were in a critical situation right now. Sillin took out his tools and dismantled the composite kitchenware. Then he took out the box inside. Just like the cylinder, the box was protected with a password and couldn't be opened immediately. "What's inside?" Sillin looked at Hui Mao. "I don't know. The outer shell is made of special material, so I can't see what's inside." Hui Mao bit into another biscuit. "You might get diarrhea if you eat these half-raw biscuits." "I won't. It's not like I haven't eaten them before." "Up to you. Come over and decipher the password when you're full." Sillin picked up his tools again and reassembled the disassembled kitchenware. After eating the biscuit, Hui Mao cooperated with him and started deciphering the two items' passwords. He deciphered the cylinder first, and when he was done, the front of the cylinder opened up to reveal a blueprint. It was the blueprint of the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. "I think I've seen something secret." Sillin could more or less guess what was inside the box after he stuffed the blueprint back into the cylinder. Just as Sillin expected, the box contained the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. The white body of the spear made people feel a sense of coldness, pure and cold. The muzzle of the gun was hexagonal. Sillin thinks that it was a snowflake. There was a Purgatory Thunder Snake insignia and an S symbol on the gun. Guanfeng actually designed it in such a short time. Guanfeng was the only person who could put such a precious gun under the biscuit machine in the kitchen. Of course, no one would have thought that Guanfeng would leave the priceless Purgatory Thunder Snake S in a place like this. However, this also made Sillin realize a problem. Guanfeng didn't even take the Purgatory Thunder Snake S with him. Did he leave in a hurry? Or did he not have a chance? Or did he not want Black Viper to know about this at all? Sillin put away the cylinder and box and sat down on the sofa in the living room. What should he do next? Hui Mao rubbed his belly on the sofa and yawned in boredom. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he looked outside the door. Beep! The door opened and a person walked in. It was a familiar face. Sillin had seen him not long ago. White Knight. Sillin looked at White Knight in puzzlement. Guanfeng must have set up an entry requirement for this place. Sillin was allowed in because he was Guanfeng's student, but what about White Knight? How did he get in? White Knight wasn't surprised to see Sillin here. He looked around before staying on top of the fish tank. One of the fish was missing. There was a mechanical fish inside. "It's been taken care of," Sillin explained. "I know. I've been here before, but I didn't take care of it." White Knight walked over to the sofa and sat down. Snow Wolf Rubu followed him into the room. The wolf and cat immediately faced off against each other the moment they entered the room. Hui Mao had just rubbed his belly on the sofa, leaving only the small sofa on the opposite side untouched. White Knight had already sat down on the small sofa. Rubu wanted to lie down on the sofa, but the cat smell irritated him the moment he smelled it. It was as if this place already belonged to someone. Hui Mao didn't feel embarrassed at all. He didn't move away from the sofa and looked provocatively at Rubu while wagging his tail. Rubu bared his teeth. Hui Mao flicked his ears and ignored him. "Have you read the information inside?" Sillin pointed at the projector on the table and asked White Knight. "Yep." Sillin raised an eyebrow. He's this calm. Right now, Sillin was really suspicious. Just who was this for? Was it for Sillin himself or for White Knight? What are you going to do? White Knight asked. Sillin knocked his forehead. I guess I'll go take a look. What about you? I'll go. Because of Guan Feng. Because I'm bored. Sillin. It was true that Sillin wouldn't be able to handle Black Viper alone, but Sillin didn't want to ask the Jin family for help right now. Sillin didn't want to get too close to the Jin family other than Jinya, and if you were to ask someone to go with him, would it be this guy? It was at this moment White Knight's communicator rang. What is it? White Knight answered the call and asked, Did you find him? I need money urgently. Sadia yelled from the other side. No, but I've got news. Sillin looked at White Knight. Was he going to leak Guan Feng's whereabouts? Where is he? Is Teacher Guan hiding somewhere? He can't owe us our wages, even if he's Teacher Guan. Come here first. Tell Chi Lafong and Nikki to come with me. We have work to do. Wait here, I'll be right there. After White Knight ended the call, Sillin asked him, Are you going to announce it to the public? No, it's just that it's suicide to go to Black Viper's place with just the two of us. Sillin thought for a moment and agreed that it was fine. White Knight and the others weren't too deeply involved with the other forces of the Empire anyway. They were on the free side, and it would be convenient for them to act this way without triggering a chain reaction. Sadia and the others showed up very quickly. It was probably because they didn't get their money back due to Guan Feng's disappearance that they were full of resentment. You're the cat that made our cry? The armadillo lizard armadillo stared at Hui Mao, who was lying on the sofa and wagging his tail lazily. Who are you? Hui Mao countered with a question. Armadillo crawled over with a chuckle and introduced himself and the snow wolf Ruble. Ruble ignored Hui Mao just as arrogantly as before. Hui Mao couldn't be bothered to deal with the big dog either. His attention was drawn to something else. Hui Mao twitched his nose and looked at Sadia, who was sitting carelessly on the sofa next to him. What are you looking at? Sadia tried to pinch Hui Mao's ear, but Hui Mao scratched him away. You smell like fish. Fish? Sadia sniffed again. No, I didn't eat fish today. Hui Mao wagged his tail. I know, you're a mutant from the sea. This time, White Knight and the others were surprised as well. They didn't expect this cat to be able to sniff out something like that. Sadia's teeth had turned into rows of sharp fangs when he grinned. I'm a mutant from the sea. What do you want from me? Hui Mao yawned. What's so special about that? Stop being so cocky. Sadia. Hui Mao jumped on his Sillin's shoulder. Are these guys coming with us to find Guan Feng, Sillin? Sadia started yelling before Sillin could answer. What's wrong with Guan Feng? Does he owe you his salary as well? White Knight briefly explained the situation to Sadia before turning off the projector and replaying the scene. I see. I happen to be a bit free lately, so I could take a look around. I'll have to ask Guan Feng for a raise. Sigh, White Knight, if Guan Feng goes back on his word, you'll have to pay him instead. He's your teacher after all, Sadia said. Guan Feng is White Knight's teacher? Direct teacher? Sillin really didn't know about this, so it made sense that White Knight was able to enter Guan Feng's house. In fact, Pastura had to call White Knight's senior brother in front of him. That being said, White Knight didn't demand that of Sillin. He didn't care if he called him that or not, and he didn't even care about Goryo. The preset projector on the table had played it once when White Knight had arrived, and then played it a second time when Sillin had come in. After the third time, the preset projector was completely destroyed, and all the records inside were destroyed. Moreover, the star map image on it could not be copied at all. Interesting. I didn't expect Black Viper to be hiding in such a small corner. Chi Lafong, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly spoke up. White Knight didn't answer. He looked at Sillin instead. We'll be going together. What's your plan? Do you want to join us? Of course. I'd be courting death if I went alone, Sillin said. Hui Mao rose to his feet. Me too. I'm going to teach those trash robots a lesson this time. Sillin could tell that White Knight and the others worked together quite often, and they knew a lot about the Empire. It would be a lot safer for Sillin to go with them. We'll kick you out any time if you're a burden, Nikki said. No problem. White Knight and Sillin opened Guan Feng's warehouse with their IDs and took out some equipment and resources. At the same time, they brought out a high-quality flying machine. Sillin guessed that White Knight had been doing this for a long time, judging from how familiar he looked with the place. Speaking of which, it seemed that all of Guan Feng's direct students were more or less the same. They took Guan Feng's things with ease. Since they were going to Black Viper's territory, it was only natural that they would be away for a longer period of time. During this time, one of Silen's courses was going to be tested. If he didn't take the test, he would fail the course. Guanfeng would never allow something like that to happen, and Silen couldn't bring himself to fail the very first course. Therefore, he had to talk to the instructor before he left. Silen had read through the reference materials Guanfeng had given him several times already, and there was no way he would fail the course if he took the test. Therefore, Silen was going to apply to take the test early. The instructor was quite old, and it was rumored that he was as experienced as Guanfeng in the affiliated schools. His hair was white, and although his face was covered in wrinkles, they weren't as deep as a normal old man's. Maybe it was because he often attended classes, but his voice was loud and full of energy. The old man was very angry when he heard that Silen was going to take the test early. I don't care how many things you have to do or what your background is. You're a student first and foremost, and a student should prioritize their studies. Students of AF1 shouldn't compete with those good-for-nothings of AF3 in terms of who lives a leisurely life. Silen couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the instructor's words, as expected of an experienced teacher who had taught for so many years. He didn't even pause when he started talking, and his words were righteous. As an experienced educator and one of the few academicians of the Royal Academy of Sciences who had given more than 100 lectures, he never ran out of things to say. After enduring the old teacher's scolding that lasted for 2 hours without a single pause or repetition, Silen finally got his wish to take the early test. The old teacher supervised the entire process to prevent Silen from committing any fraud. Moreover, the difficulty of the pre-test questions was on the high side, but it was still acceptable to Silen. He completed the questions without a hitch, and only one extended question took up a bit of time. The old instructor gave Silen a mental score every time he tried to answer a question. When Silen was done with the question, his total score was out as well. He didn't give Silen any face at all. After a snort, he waved his hand and dismissed Silen. He passed the test, didn't he? Silen left the old instructor's place after he was done with this big problem. After Silen left, the discontent on the old instructor's face turned into helplessness. What a troublesome matter. What the hell are you guys doing? There's nothing we can do about it. A young man walked out of one of the rooms in the old instructor's house. Do whatever you want. I'm too old to get involved. The old instructor walked toward the study with Silen's test questions in hand. When he passed by the young man, he paused for a moment and said, "Don't go too far. I know, don't worry." Chapter 271. Silen and White Knight departed immediately after they were done with the business at AF1. They didn't tell Jinya about this because it would drag the Jin family into this mess. Right now, Silen had no idea how many people were involved in this mess or how many higher-ups were involved in this mess. Silen didn't know how many higher-ups of the Empire were involved in this mess at all. It was as if a drop of ink had fallen into a pool of water and melted into it. Although the water didn't look much different from before, the drop of ink did exist in the water. Although the star map inside the projector in Guanfeng's living room couldn't be duplicated and the projector had self-destructed on its own, everyone had a good memory. They were able to recreate a new star map after the projector had self-destructed. Is there really such a place? Inside the spaceplane's control room, Sadia asked Silen while staring at the partial star map projection in his hand. There should be. Even if there aren't any of those planets, there must be other planets in that place, Silen said. You're right. I never noticed this place on my previous star map. How mysterious it is. Sadia poked at the marked spot with his finger. I wonder what's waiting for us there. Chi Lafong twirled his sun hat with his finger. Whatever it is, it's going to be troublesome. All right, I heard that Black Viper has a lot of robots. I wonder what level they're at right now. I'd be very disappointed if they're still the same as the scrap metal we ran into a while ago. Nikki, who was playing a game, shot him a sideways glance. Even if you're a pile of scrap metal, 1,000 of them will be able to turn you into a sieve with a single shot, not to mention that you're in Black Viper's headquarters. Ride a wolf first, and when the time comes, divide up your remaining assets. Qi Lafong paused in twirling his sun hat and chuckled. I'm not willing to throw my life away for the unspent assets I haven't spent yet. Then be serious and don't screw up when the time comes. A man who can fall asleep in shooting class is seriously suspicious. Also, don't think I don't know that Armadillo was the one who completed most of the last mission. Shooting class is so boring, it would be strange if I didn't fall asleep. Secondly, you can't deny the fruits of my labor. I've also fought robots before. Nikki ignored Qi Lafong's nonsense and continued playing her game. Armadillo wagged his tail. This wasn't the first time Qi Lafong had fallen asleep during a battle. Hey, where are those two? Qi Lafong kicked Armadillo. Armadillo pointed at the door with his tail. They're patrolling their territory. Ever since they boarded the aircraft, Hui Mao and Ruble, the two guys who love to enclose territories, started to fight for territory. The spaceplane wouldn't allow them to spray their metabolites anywhere they wanted, so he's habitually rubbed its own scent everywhere. Ruble the Snow Wolf did the same, and the two fellows immediately started fighting over territory the moment they boarded the spaceplane. They nearly broke into a fight. In the end, Hui Mao came out on top and seized more territory. Ruble was afraid that the cat would cheat him, so every time Hui Mao went out to patrol his territory, Ruble would go out and supervise him to prevent the cat from taking over his territory. As they were talking, Hui Mao walked in with his tail up, followed by Ruble, who had an ugly expression on his face. Yo, are you done patrolling? Armadillo greeted them. Ruble was annoyed at the mention of this. If this cat wasn't a team member's pet, I would have bitten it to death. Hui Mao jumped on his Silin's shoulder and was licking his paws. When he heard Ruble's words, he raised his paw and pointed at Ruble. You know how many times I've eaten trash like you when I was a kid? Silin smiled as he recalled the first time he met Hui Mao. This guy had indeed eaten a lot of wolves. He flicked Hui Mao's ear. All right, don't argue. We're all teammates this time. Hui Mao snorted. We're both canines, but this guy is annoying no matter how I look at him. Chiefing is better. Ruble bared his teeth. If the cat said one more word, he would go over and bite off the cat's ear. Just as Hui Mao was about to say something, an alarm interrupted him. What's wrong? The sleepy Qi Lafong woke up with a start. Nothing. I just received a message. Nikki put down the game console and converted the received signal into characters. After decoding it, it was a message. If you want to find Black Viper, come here first, or you'll regret it. The people in the control room looked at the message in silence. Nikki continued to decode the message. Along with the message was a simple star map with a planet indicated on it. It wasn't the area that had disappeared, but a place slightly further away from that area. However, the similarity between all of them was that they hadn't forgotten about that planet. Even though everyone could find that planet on their star maps, no one paid attention to it. Moreover, there was very little information about that planet. In short, it could be summed up in one word: poor. After a while, Silin asked White Knight, "Has our whereabouts been leaked?" White Knight shook his head. No one knows where we're going except for the few of us. If it wasn't Black Viper, and no information had been leaked, then who had sent this encrypted message? There is no doubt that the person who had sent this message was very familiar with Silin's group's whereabouts and goals. However, none of them could think of anyone who would do such a thing. What do we do? Are we going? Sadia looked at everyone. Same old rules. Let's vote. Nikki moved her finger, and a screen appeared in front of everyone. There were 3 choices on it: go, no, and forfeit. The final choice was go. Looks like we all have the same idea. That's a good thing. Sadia smiled. Since they had decided to go, they adjusted their flight path and flew toward that planet. Everyone had been searching for information about that planet before they arrived. But the strange thing was that the results were all the same. However, the information was also quite limited, which made it even stranger. Even with their capabilities, they could only find so little information, and they weren't even sure if this information was real or not. Even the poorest planet, even if it's so barren that it can't support itself, the database should have records about it. However, there's just too little information. It's as if someone has erased all the other information, Nikki said. Her young face, which looked like she was 7 or 8 years old, was filled with a serious and contradictory expression. If Sillin didn't already know that she was in her 30s, he would have thought that she had the same special experience as Tang Qiuqiu. No matter what, we need to be careful. Bring your equipment. While everyone was discussing a strategy, Rubu and Armadillo also joined in the discussion with serious expressions on their faces. Huimao was the most relaxed in the control room. It didn't care about the strangeness of that planet at all. To it, this was just a hunting game. Not only was it not nervous, but it was also looking forward to it. It would be best if there was some fresh food to satisfy its hungry stomach. Sillin and Blueskin had already divided up all the sea beast eggs they had collected, and now they were very hungry. Sillin and the others found their destination planet based on the coordinates given by the message. The planet wasn't big, and the environment wasn't good. Although humans could survive on the planet, it definitely wasn't a good life. According to the scanning area of the probe, this was indeed a relatively barren planet. There weren't even any surveillance satellites or defense networks on the planet's periphery. It was obvious that the development of this planet wasn't good. What's the situation on the planet? Armadillo asked. Very poor. He was as poor as a doornail. Apart from the metal content in the city areas, the other places have pitifully little metal content. The soil is gray, and gray soil is lacking in many elements. There are very few plants that can survive in this kind of soil. There are less than 100 species of plants that have evolved to adapt to the soil, but each of them is very strong. It's survival of the fittest, Nikki explained. Looking at the planet from space, most of it was gray, and it looked very depressed and lifeless. From the image shown on the monitor, they could see what was happening on the bright side of the planet. The reason why almost all the metals on the planet were concentrated in the cities was that they were almost metal cities made of steel. Rather than calling them cities, it was better to call them large fortresses, as if they were guarding against something. Finally, they saw what the cities were guarding against. Not far from the cities, there were many black shadows moving very quickly. They were the animals that had adapted to the planet. They were about 3 meters tall and had long claws that could dig through the gray soil to find small animals hiding underground. They could also use their sharp claws to attack humans. Humans were also part of their diet. There were many places on the planet that had these black monsters moving very quickly. Say, what do you think that mysterious person wants us to do here? Help clear out the monsters? Chi Lafong said as he lay on the chair with his arms crossed, looking at the image on the screen. I didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Nikki and asked, Is there anything else besides that message in the star map? Nikki shook her head. Nothing else. That's what I'm curious about. Just then, the receiver received another message, and Nikki quickly decoded it. Welcome to this place. Sadia read out the decoded message and looked at Nikki in confusion. And then, there's nothing else. Nikki was also very helpless. Was the other party messing with them with just this bit of information? Nikki rubbed her ears. She liked to rub her ears whenever she was annoyed. She continued, Since that person has the technology to send us this message, the situation on this planet shouldn't be like this. Indeed, the backwardness of this planet is too far away from the technology that person possesses. Can't find the source of the message? Bai asked Nikki. No, that person is very cunning. Almost every city on this planet has traces of his signal. So he's an expert. Is he really not from the Black Viper? Chi Lafong said as he rubbed his chin. His eyes were so narrow that it was impossible to see the expression in them. They didn't say anything, and neither did they immediately land on the planet. Instead, they waited outside the planet. Sillin looked at Huimao on his shoulder. Even though the cat was trying its best to act as if nothing had happened, Sillin could tell from the frequency at which its whiskers were twitching and the curve of its tail that it was wagging. What was it proud of? There was only one answer. You know where the source is? Sillin pinched Huimao's ears. Huimao's ears twitched and flicked Sillin's hand away, but it didn't say anything. Did that mean it was tacit agreement? Everyone in the control room and the animals looked at Huimao. This time, Mao couldn't keep up his act any longer, and his mouth opened uncontrollably. How did it know? Rub was very reluctant to believe it. White Knight unfurled the scanned map of the planet and placed it in front of Mao. You know where he is? Mao raised a paw and pointed at one of the cities proudly. I only know that he's in this city, but I don't know which corner of the city he's in. But if he emits one more time, I'll be able to find him and catch this hidden rat. White Knight looked at Sillin, and Sillin nodded, indicating that he was trustworthy. Go to that city, White Knight said to Nikki. Okay. Nikki piloted the aircraft and flew in that direction. Rub's eyes widened. You believe it just like that? You believe this cat? There was a metal electric fence in the sky above the city to prevent dangerous birds from entering. There were also people who would keep an eye on them. From time to time, a few simple flying cars would fly out. These cars were very cumbersome, but they were very practical in this kind of environment. Although they weren't very agile, they had good defense and could withstand the attacks of some flying birds. There were also a few teams of people who drove armored land vehicles out to hunt. There was a lack of meat in the city. Man and beast, this was a two-way process of hunting. Both sides were on the other's menu. The people in the metal cities were generally stronger. Be it men or women or even children, they all had a murderous look in their eyes. Different places nurtured different people. Their living environment shaped these people's personalities. Just like Tang Xianxia, these children have been armed with guns and knives since they were young. They learned how to fight against monsters from their elders, and it was a necessary lesson for them in life. Sillin's group didn't want to be too high profile. They didn't want to expose too much before they figured out the situation. However, every metal city was an independent entity, and they all rejected outsiders. In the end, they didn't go straight into the city. Instead, they found a place to settle down and figure out the situation on this planet. Otherwise, they would be caught like turtles in a jar if they recklessly entered the city. At night, the aircraft quietly landed at the predetermined location. The place was covered by a hill, and the aircraft landed in stealth mode, so no one noticed them. Although no one noticed them, the monsters were unusually perceptive. Those guys outside are pretty fast, Sadia said as he looked at the scene on the screen. I'm going to look for food. Mao jumped off Sillin's shoulder and ran out. I'm going too. Rub didn't want to be left behind and ran out. I'm going out too. I'm hungry. Armadillo wagged his tail and followed. Chapter 272. Armadillo wasn't really hungry, but he was worried that the two of them would fight after they got out. If both of them got injured, it would be fine. After all, the two of them had strong regenerative abilities. The most important thing was that they couldn't expose themselves. They hadn't figured out who the person who sent the message was, and if there were any traps, so they couldn't be too reckless. The sky gradually brightened. On the hillside, the whole mountain looked gray. Some of the plants that grew on it had a depressing hue. There were also some white plants, but not many of them. Next to the gray forest, Rubu was tearing a clawed beast apart. It didn't have to do this, but Rubu was in a bad mood, so this prey that he just caught became his target to vent his anger. From a hillside, a few black dots could be seen moving on the ground in the distance, and these black dots were decreasing rapidly. Those black dots were the common black-clawed beasts on this planet, and the reason why they were decreasing was simple. A cat was eating them to fill its stomach. The gray cat and the gray land didn't look conspicuous at all. It was like a natural camouflage, so it didn't stand out from afar. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see what was happening without the help of tools, but Rubel and Armadillo weren't humans. Their vision was very good, and even without tools, they could see everything clearly without missing a single detail. It was a small cat, but when the black-clawed beasts pounced on it, its mouth suddenly widened and swallowed the black-clawed beasts. Then, the second one, the third one, these clawed beasts were also intelligent. They knew that this inconspicuous animal was not easy to deal with, so they started to run away. Mao chased after them, and with its speed, only a few clawed beasts could escape. No wonder Dar cried when he was bitten by that cat. If that cat really ate as much as it wanted, Dar's little crocodile would easily become its meal. But how big is that cat's stomach? Armadillo slowly crawled over and looked at Hui Mao and said to Rubu. Armadillo could tell from Hui Mao's movements that Hui Mao was quite strong. Not to mention its speed, just its hunting speed was something that Armadillo could not achieve. He didn't even need to bite the cat and directly swallowed it. He wasn't like Bonner, the big snake. Besides, this cat was swallowed whole. If it were to be compared to the group of beasts in AF1, it would definitely be ranked among them. Rubu gnawed on the bones of the sharp-clawed beast and said impatiently, "Who knows? Aren't you afraid of bursting from eating so fast?" As soon as Rubu finished speaking, Hui Mao stopped chasing the clawed beasts. The remaining clawed beasts took this opportunity to escape. What happened to it? Armadillo saw that Hui Mao had suddenly stopped moving and was squatting in the distance, doing something unknown. Only his ears twitched from time to time, and his hooked tail wagged quite a bit, as if he had discovered something new. When Rubu heard Armadillo's words, he stopped chewing and looked at Hui Mao. Hui Mao maintained his squatting position for a while. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a black, sharp-clawed beast that he had just swallowed. Armadillo and Rubu were speechless. Disgusting. Not long after the black-clawed beasts were swallowed, they went in alive. By the time they were spat out, a layer of them had been digested. Even the claws of the clawed beasts had been dissolved, becoming shorter and softer. They were not as sharp as before. The sharp-clawed beast that was half-digested looked like a waste product. It was no longer as ferocious and murderous as before. Does that cat have a habit of chewing itself? Armadillo asked. Rubu turned its head away. Disgusting. Felines are indeed eccentric animals. It knew there were a few big cats in AF1 that liked to play with their prey until they were crippled before eating them. In comparison, the cat in front of it was even crazier. It was chewing itself. Because of Hui Mao's disgusting behavior, Rubu lost its appetite. It lifted its paw and kicked the remaining sharp-clawed beast into the woods. There were some small animals waiting to collect the leftovers. The remaining sharp-clawed beast was quickly surrounded by some small rodents that broke out from the ground. Not long after, not even its bones were left. Hey, something is wrong with that cat. Is it food poisoning? Armadillo wagged his tail and poked Rubu, who was lying on the ground with its eyes closed. Rubu immediately became energetic when he heard the word food poisoning. He had just eaten half of a sharp-clawed beast, so it should not be poisonous. It could even smell poisonous meat. Of course, there might be some special circumstances. A lizard and a wolf stared at Hui Mao. Hui Mao was jumping around the half-digested sharp-clawed beast. After jumping for a while, Hui Mao stretched out its paw. Its short paw grew longer, and it started to cut open the stomach of the sharp-clawed beast. Armadillo and Rubu were speechless. Why didn't they know that cats had such a weird habit? It was understandable if Hui Mao wanted to eat the internal organs, but the problem was that it was really dissecting the cat. Can you imagine a cat that was excited to find food spitting out the food it swallowed and dissecting it? What a scam. In fact, Rubu and Armadillo couldn't feel Hui Mao's current mood. Hui Mao was very excited at the moment because it keenly discovered something fun. It hadn't played with this thing for a long time, and Silin also hadn't played with it for a long time. When it was digesting the sharp-clawed beast, Hui Mao discovered that there was another kind of animal living in the sharp-clawed beast's body. If it was right, it was the parasite that Silin mentioned. Every time he found a new parasite with great potential, Silin would always make something to play with. Compared to those big guys, Hui Mao preferred to play with these small things. It used its claws to cut open the half-digested skin of the sharp-clawed beast, and then cut open its stomach. There was a worm in the stomach that looked like a small scorpion, and it was only the size of an adult's thumb. It clung tightly to the wall of the sharp-clawed beast's stomach, and the stomach wall of the sharp-clawed beast was much thinner. The worms attached to the sharp-clawed beast's stomach wall would steal the energy of the food, and a part of the food that the sharp-clawed beast swallowed would be digested by these worms. When the sharp-clawed beast's stomach was cut open, the worms realized that they were in danger and wanted to escape. They used their claws to tear open the already thinned stomach wall and tried to escape. However, their speed was still not as fast as Hui Mao. Hui Mao stretched out its claws and pulled the worms back, then ran and pulled them back. On the hillside, Rubel and Amadiro were stunned by what they saw. "What is that thing?" Rubu asked. "I don't know. It seems to be from the sharp-clawed beast's stomach." "Rubu, did you eat the sharp-clawed beast's stomach?" Armadillo asked worriedly. Before it knew what was going on, it wasn't sure if the worms would affect them or not. Armadillo shivered when he thought of the worms in their stomach, and the scales on his body stood up. "No, I was disgusted by that thing before I had the chance to eat it." Rubu was glad that it didn't continue to chew on the sharp-clawed beast, otherwise it might have eaten the whole thing. Rubu and Armadillo didn't pay attention to this when they ate before, but after witnessing Wheeze's actions today, they were probably going to be traumatized for a long time to come. They had to make sure that there were no strange insects in their meat before they ate. "Huh." Armadillo raised its tail and swung Rubu, who was trying to check its stomach, and pointed in a direction with its chin. Rubu looked in the direction that Armadillo pointed. About 300 meters away from where Huimao was, there was a human teenager hiding behind a few big rocks. Judging from the teenager's attire, he should be a hunter from the city. He had a gun and a crossbow in his hand, and he was carefully hiding behind the rocks, staring at Huimao's direction. He looked very nervous, but he tried to stay calm. All in all, he was a pretty good hunter. "Should we remind the cat?" Armadillo asked. "Remind it what?" Ruba didn't care. "Remind it not to eat people randomly." Ruba was speechless. This was indeed a problem. As usual, Dan too joined the hunting team in the morning to hunt croc beasts. However, he saw an injured croc beast on the way, and he didn't want to give it up. After all, a croc beast could be exchanged for more resources, and it was much better than those small croc beasts. Moreover, this croc beast was injured. Dan too thought this was a good opportunity, so he informed the team leader. The team leader gave him 30 minutes, and if he couldn't come back within 30 minutes, they would not wait for him. A lone hunter would most likely be eaten by the croc beasts, no matter how strong the hunter was. After all, the area outside the city was the croc beast territory. When the communicator was switched on, the magnetic field would be very strong, and the croc beasts were very sensitive to magnetic fields. Therefore, all the hunters who came out to hunt would turn off their communicators, or they would be attacked by the croc beasts that followed the scent of blood. Dan too had learned a lot of skills from the experienced croc beasts since he was a child. He joined the hunting team when he was 10, and now he could be considered an experienced hunter. He knew how to hide and track. Dan too carefully chased after the injured croc beast, thinking about the best time to make his move. He couldn't afford to run into other croc beasts, or it would be difficult for Dan too alone. Finally, Dan too found an opportunity. However, just as he was about to make his move, the injured croc beast suddenly screamed and ran in another direction anxiously. Was he exposed? Dan too was about to continue chasing, but he suddenly sensed something coming, so he hid again. Not long after, two croc beasts ran past them, as if something terrifying was chasing them. This should be the reason why the injured croc beast was so anxious. Dan too looked in the direction the two croc beasts had come from. Just what was it that could make the two croc beasts so afraid? What did the croc beasts see? The croc beasts had always claimed to be the overlords of this gray land. The injured croc beast would not be able to catch up with them in such a short time, and there were only 15 minutes left. Go back. Dan too was reluctant. His mind was filled with questions. In the end, driven by curiosity, Dan too carefully sneaked in the direction the croc beast came from. Not long after, he saw a flat ground at the foot of a mountain. There was a cat squatting on the ground. There were no cats on this planet. He had only seen them in books, magazines, and on TV in the city. Those who hadn't read magazines or TV would not know that there was such an animal called a cat. Why was there a cat here? But what surprised Dan too even more was that, according to the book, a cat's attack power wasn't strong, but this small cat was standing in front of an unknown thing. Dan too studied it carefully for a long time before he realized that it was a croc beast. If it weren't for his understanding of the croc beast, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the croc beast that had been severely corroded. How did the croc beast become like this? Why was the cat squatting beside it in a daze? However, what happened next shocked Dan Tuesday. The cat's claws could instantly grow so long that it easily cut open the croc beast's skin and dissected it. When he saw the insects, Dan Tu's face turned pale, just like the first time he killed a croc beast. Fear. Dan Tu was now quite afraid. He regretted coming here out of curiosity. Wasn't this just courting death? Everything on TV and in books was fucking fake. How could a cat be a weak animal? Would a weak animal dissect a croc beast so easily? He was now absolutely sure that the croc beasts were afraid of this cat. This cat was not even as long as his forearm. He tried to calm his racing heart and think of a plan. He couldn't turn on the communicator. If he did, he would be discovered. He couldn't call for help, and no one would come to save him. It was best to retreat quietly. As soon as he turned his head, a voice came from beside him. "Yo, kid, where do you think you're going?" Dan Tu was startled. He reflexively prepared to shoot, but before he could do so, his vision went black and he lost consciousness. Hui Mao sniffed Dan Tu's body and looked at the gun and crossbow on Dan Tu with disgust. It was as Sillin had said, this place was really poor and backward. However, the young man's physique was quite good. He could be used to test the insects. There were only 3 insects left in the claw beast's stomach. Originally, he wanted to knock them out, but he didn't control his strength well and killed a few of them. A few of them were severely injured, and he didn't know if they could recover. However, it didn't matter if they couldn't recover. He could just catch a few more to see. Although not all claw beasts had these insects in their bodies, he would find them eventually. The gray cat didn't have anything to store the 3 fainted insects and the severely crippled insects. It just so happened that it found a hard leather bag on Dan Tu's body. It was a bag made from the skin of a claw beast that had been processed, so it should be able to store the insects temporarily. Armadillo and Ruble were walking over. They didn't want to let the cat eat people, and they wanted to bring the man back for interrogation. However, when they got close, they bumped into the bag that Hui Mao threw at them. "Hey, you two, come and help me with this." Hui Mao pointed at the bag that contained the insects and said. Armadillo and Ruble avoided the bag as if it was the plague. "You can take your own things. We could just drag this man back," Ruble said. "No, this is my experiment." After that, Weez ignored Armadillo and Rubu and tied the bag to Dan Tu's body. Then, it used the rope it found from Dan Tu's body to reinforce the bag a couple of times before dragging Dan Tu back to the space plane by the collar. It wasn't exactly dragging Dan Tu all the way back to the space plane, but Weez wasn't dragging him all the way back to the space plane. Armadillo and Ruble looked at each other, shook their heads, and followed closely. They didn't know what the cat would do when it returned. Experiment? What experiment? Put the insects into that man's body? Disgusting. On the aircraft, Nikki had already hacked into the city's network to get some basic information. The city's network was not well developed, and it could be said to be simple and crude. All the appliances looked like antiques to them. Sillin and the others were analyzing the information they had gathered, but they couldn't find the rat that Hui Mao mentioned. Where was the mysterious man hiding in this city? Just as they were discussing whether they should grab a local and interrogate them, the display showed the scene of the gray cat dragging a person into the spaceplane. Bai Yi and the others looked at Sillin at the same time. Sillin shrugged. "I didn't order him to do that." Sadia gave Sillin a thumbs up. "You've trained your pet well." Sillin curled his lips. There was no way that the cat dragging the man into the aircraft was the reason that they thought it was. As expected, after understanding the situation, they were very interested in the insects that Hui Mao mentioned. But they couldn't look at it here, so they went to the quarantine room. After putting down the partition, Bai Yi and the others didn't enter the quarantine room under Armadillo and Ruble's persuasion. Instead, they stood on the other side of the partition and looked at the scene inside. Sillin had worked with Hui Mao many times. He first used a device to simulate the environment of a stomach. The 3 parasites that had recovered and the ones that were severely injured by Hui Mao were very excited when they entered the environment. They attached themselves to the edge of the wall and stabilized their bodies. The edge of the wall where they attached themselves became much thinner, and they began to absorb the nutrients in the internal environment. The severely injured parasites gradually recovered, and their severed limbs began to grow back. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Hui Mao said proudly. "Not bad." Sillin locked the parasites in a small box that simulated the environment of a stomach. but it's not very practical right now. We're going up against robots, and robots don't have stomachs. Hui Mao's ears twitched, and he wasn't too happy about it. But you did a good job this time. You deserve to be praised. Sillin rubbed Hui Mao's head. That's more like it. Hui Mao narrowed his eyes, thinking about when he should catch a few more claw beasts to see if there were any other insects. It was born to stay here anyway. After studying the insects, everyone shifted their attention to the person that Hui Mao dragged back. He looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy, but judging from his physique, outfit, and the equipment he carried, this boy was also a tough character. When Dan Tu woke up, the first thing he felt when he opened his eyes was an unfamiliar environment. It wasn't the gray land, nor was it any city. It was so strange that it felt like he had come to another world. The next moment, Dan Tu's attention was focused on Hui Mao, who was squatting on the shoulder of a stranger. It was this cat that caused him to end up like this. Dan Tu didn't panic when he saw the strangers, unlike when he saw Hui Mao. After all, he felt safer facing a human than a beast that he couldn't understand at all. Moreover, Dan Tu didn't sense any ill will from these strangers. Of course, it could just be a facade. Hui Mao squatted on Sillin's shoulder and licked its paw. This action alone made the boy, who had just woken up, tremble and shrink back. Sillin flicked Hui Mao's ear. What did you do to him? The boy was scared out of his wits. Sadia looked at Hui Mao, then at Armadillo and Ruble, and sighed. These two ferocious-looking fellows couldn't even compare to a little kitten. Seeing that the boy was full of wariness, Nikki went straight into action. After all, a little girl who looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old was easier to get close to. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't move, we won't hurt you. We just want to ask you some questions, Nikki said. Dan Tu didn't say anything as he stared at the little girl in front of him, who gave off a strange vibe. Nikki asked a few more questions, but Dan Tu still didn't say anything. His entire body was on high alert. Chi Lafong pointed at his mouth. Language barrier? Nikki slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? The people here didn't speak the Empire's common tongue. The native language was too small, and the Empire didn't have any records of it. However, when Hui Mao and the others went out to hunt, Nikki had already gathered enough information about the language from various cities on the planet. After setting up the translation machine, she directly translated the language into Dan Tu's. So, after Nikki turned on the machine, she asked the same question again. Finally, Dan Tu spoke, his voice a little hoarse. What do you want to ask? Sillin handed him a glass of fruit juice. Fruit juice. It's not poisonous. Dan Tu hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Hui Mao on Sillin's shoulder. Seeing that the dog was lazily licking its paw and wasn't paying attention to them, he carefully took the glass of fruit juice from Sillin, took a small sip, paused, and then poured the entire contents into his mouth. After finishing, he licked the glass as if he hadn't had enough. Sillin handed him another glass. This time, Dan Tu didn't hesitate and drank it in large gulps. Dan Tu had never tasted something like this before. It was delicious, much better than the most expensive drink in the city. He wanted to bring this back for Grandpa and a drink. Grandpa was so old that he probably hadn't tasted this much fruit juice. However, he couldn't even protect himself right now. He didn't even know if he could go back and see Grandpa again. Dan Tu didn't lower his guard much after drinking the fruit juice, but his voice was no longer hoarse. He seemed to have calmed down as well. This was a good sign. After calming down, Dan Tu answered all of Nikki's basic questions. He told Sillin and the others his name, as well as the black-clawed beast that Hui Mao had eaten was called a croc beast. In the local language, it meant sharp claws. However, the croc beast was a general term for all kinds of black beasts with sharp claws. Very few of them were of a single species, and most of them were born in clusters. However, there were a few special breeds among the croc beasts. One of them was called Galas, a fierce beast that was several times larger than ordinary croc beasts. Its attack power was much stronger, but they were relatively few in number. Nikki asked Dan Tu if he had any way to bring them into the city. Dan Tu shook his head. Apart from the guards and hunting squads, no one else is allowed to enter or leave the city without the permission of the city lord. City Lord? What rank is that? Nikki asked. Although they had learned some information through the city's communication network, it was still limited. The network here was too backward, and people rarely communicated with each other through the network. This was the system of social relations in a special technological environment. The City Lord is the highest-ranking official in our city. Dan Tu paused for a moment before asking, "You're not from this planet, are you?" Nikki didn't deny it. The answer was obvious, so there was no need to deny it. "Yes, we're from this planet." "Then it's even more impossible for us to let you into the city. We're very repulsed by aliens, especially the City Lord. There was once an alien who entered our planet due to a malfunctioning spaceship and never returned. Although that didn't happen in our city, I've heard people say that something similar happened in our city before." "Are you threatening us?" Nikki sneered. "No, just a reminder." Dan Tu lowered his head and didn't say anything else. No one could tell what he was thinking. At this moment, Hui Mao spoke up. "I think this kid isn't telling the truth. Why don't we try using that bug?" Rubu and Armadillo, who were standing behind them, thought at the same time, cats really are evil creatures. Hearing Hui Mao's words, Dan Tu suddenly raised his head. A flash of fear flashed across his eyes, and he reached for his gun and hunting knife out of habit. Only when he touched empty air did he remember that everything on him had been confiscated. Fight? Although he wasn't tied up, Dan Tu knew that he was no match for them. Not to mention that he had this cat with him. Sillin flicked Hui Mao. "Don't scare, kid." Hui Mao snorted twice. "It was just a scare, it was too boring." Nikki asked a few more questions, but she didn't get the answer she wanted. It was impossible to let Dan Tu go, so they could only lock him up here for now. If there was any new information, they could ask him for reference. They arranged a small room for Dan Tuesday. Although the room looked simple to Sillin and the others, it was an unimaginable luxury for Dan Tuesday. There was also juice and other food that he hadn't eaten yet. Although he didn't have to worry about food, Dan Tu's nerves were challenged. If this continued for a few days, he would probably have a nervous breakdown. That was because the cat would come here every now and then. It didn't say anything and just crouched there, licking its paws. Whenever Dan Tu saw the cat's paws, he would think of the croc's belly being cut open. Hui Mao, on the other hand, was delighted. There were actually people who were afraid of cats. Chapter 273. When dusk approached, Dan Tu was brought to the control room once more. When he saw Sillin and the others again, Dan Tu was no longer as fearful and surprised as before. Other than looking at Hui Mao a little cautiously, he was much calmer than before. It had to be said that this young man's mental fortitude was quite good. Perhaps it was due to the environment he lived in, but he was much calmer and more mature than his peers from other peaceful planets. However, Dan Tu's calmness crumbled when he saw the projection in the center of the control room. There was a table in the center of the control room, and on it was a projection of the entire city that Nikki had sent out when a patrol team was returning to the city. After entering the city, the miniature detector split into several smaller parts and scanned the entire metal city from different directions. After scanning, the information would be transmitted to the flying craft to form a comprehensive map. The metal city's outdated defense system would not be able to detect any external detectors sneaking in and transmitting information to the outside world. Even after living in this city for more than 10 years, Dan Tu had never seen the entirety of it. But now, he was seeing it in front of an alien. Even if the city's landmarks were shrunk several times, Dan Tu would still be able to recognize them at a glance. Dan Tu was afraid that Sillin and the others would really harm the people in the city. The difference in technology between the two sides was too great. If a battle were to break out, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price. Those who would become cannon fodder would definitely be the isolated people living at the bottom of society. Like Dan Tu and the lonely old man next door, Grandpa and Nikki saw Dan Tu's reaction and smiled. "We're not that interested in this city. We just want to find someone in it. This person is hiding in your city, and he has the same technology as us. He was the one who told us to come. Otherwise, we wouldn't have paid attention to a poor little planet in a corner of the empire." Dan Tu relaxed a little when he heard Nikki's words, but he was also very curious about the person Nikki was talking about. Just what kind of person would hide in their city and do something like this? At the same time, Dan2 also had some understanding of Nikki's goal. I don't know the person you're talking about, and I've never heard of anyone in the city with high-level technology, Dan2 said. I don't expect you to know. Nikki pointed at the projection on the table. We'll look for him ourselves, but I hope you can help us with something. What is it? We need to borrow your place. Nikki stopped the rotating projection and moved it in front of Dan Tuesday. Dan, too, pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he looked at the people around him. Will you hurt the people in the city? Sadia chuckled when he heard that. We're not begging you, kid. We can find another solution even without your help, but that might hurt other people in the city. You don't want your compatriots to be hurt, do you? Hurry up. We don't have that much patience. There's a cunning fox in the city waiting for us to catch it. We Shan too, and we is. Chi Lafong purposely emphasized on killing the innocent. If the people they ran into weren't innocent, then they couldn't be blamed. They had no choice but to be cautious when it came to Black Viper, or else they would be the ones to die. Dan2 hesitated for a moment before walking forward and pointing at his place on the projection. It was a poor area of the city, and most of the residents were widows and widows. Dan2 lived in a 6-story metal building. The area of each house was very small. The largest was only about 30 square meters. Dan2's living area was only about 10 square meters. It was not even 1/3 of the size of their control room. Rent was a big problem. Dan2 and the others could only afford the rent there. Buildings of higher quality, sturdier, and better security would cost them an astronomical sum. Dan2 told them the exact location of his place, and the surveillance device hidden in the city quietly flew in that direction. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the building Dan2 had mentioned, and the situation of the entire building was clearly displayed. The neighbor to the left of Dan2's place was drying dried meat and talking to a few other people standing in the hallway. Their conversation could be heard clearly. As for the neighbor on the right side of Dan2's house, the door was closed, and Sillin didn't know what kind of person he was. However, he could tell from Dan2's eyes that the person who lived there was very important to him. Dan2 didn't seem to care about the other people who appeared in the image, but the moment the image was displayed, the first thing Dan2 looked at wasn't his house, but the neighbor's house on the right. Fortunately, there weren't many patrols there. Since it was a poor area, patrols didn't often appear there. Most of them were around the high-class residential areas to ensure the safety of the people living there and prevent flying beasts from attacking them. Nikki stopped asking Dan2 questions after she was done with her investigation. Instead, she watched as Chi Lafong and Sadia studied the so-called high-class residential areas in the city. They would have to wait until the sky was completely dark before they moved out. Because of the environment, most people in the city wouldn't go out at night. Only the patrols would roam the city. No one paid attention to Dan2, but he didn't run away either. It was because he knew that he had no chance of escaping from these people. Whoosh! A flying car model flew into the room, and there was a cat standing on top of it. The cat was holding a box in its mouth. Dan2 wanted to dodge out of reflex when he saw Hui Mao, but he was attracted by the flying car model again. The difference in technology made Dan2 very curious about flying objects like this. Hui Mao flew the flying car model to Sillin and put down the box. Assemble this too, Sillin. Inside the box was one of Sillin's prizes from the flying car race. It was one of the 2 flying car models Fleeka had made based on Veg Fritter, and the other one was in Naimi's possession. Although it couldn't have Veg Fritter's complicated and diverse internal structure, it was still quite extravagant for a toy model. A small toy model like this was enough to buy a flying car that was about the same size. Of course, luxurious flying cars and racing cars were an exception. There was still some time before the operation anyway. So, Sillin took the box, sat down, and started assembling the flying car model. Hui Mao lay on top of the flying car model and watched it with his tail wagging. From time to time, he would shoot a smug glance at Ruble and Armadillo who were lying on the other side of the control room. Ruble and Armadillo were so angry that they gritted their teeth and thought, "So what if you have a toy?" Dan2 was very curious about the flying car model. It was probably the flying car they were talking about on TV. It looked a little different, but they were all similar. He didn't expect to see such a small toy. Dan too wanted to get closer to see Silen's assembly, but he was very wary of Hui Mao. After pacing back and forth for a while, his curiosity won over his fear, and he inched closer to Hui Mao. Hui Mao only glanced at him once and then ignored him. Dan too let out a sigh of relief. Silen's assembly speed wasn't fast, but it was rhythmic and practiced. Every part was assembled precisely. Dan too grew more and more fascinated by the round, pancake-shaped object that was slowly taking shape in Silen's hands. It felt like a whirlpool was sucking all of his attention into it, and he was more than happy to be sucked into it himself. "Do you have your own flying car?" Silen asked. His voice was low and slow. Dan too shook his head as he stared at the model in Silen's hands that was slowly taking shape. "I'm assembling a flying car model right now. This kind of flying car was despised by people for a long time, but after a race, everyone changed their opinion of it." Silen explained a few things while he was assembling the model. Then he asked, "What would you do if you had your own flying car?" Dan too looked very puzzled. Then he started thinking, "I would fly Grandpa around the city and show him how the city is doing. The city has doubled in size, and a lot of new places have been built." "Grandpa?" "Yes. Without Grandpa, I wouldn't have lived until now." Dan too's mother had passed away a long time ago, and his father had gone out to hunt when he was 7 and never returned. Less than a fifth of the hunting party had made it back to the city alive because they had encountered a Gala's beast, one of the strongest of the sharp-clawed beasts. Dan too had no ability to hunt alone, and the people around him did not help him because there were too many such examples in the city, so many that everyone was numb. When Dan too was about to starve to death, he rarely went out, and Grandpa, who was not familiar with everyone, gave him food. Grandpa's savings were left behind by his children, but after they passed away, the old man seemed to have become a lot quieter and rarely left the house. Because of his disability, he was always in a wheelchair with no one to take care of him. Everyone in the control room listened to Dan too's words. Chi Lafong and Sadia exchanged a glance. If their guess was correct, Silen had hypnotized Dan too. Why else would the vigilant little guy talk so much? Dan too's expression softened a lot when he talked about what happened after he met Grandpa, but when he mentioned that Silen and the others wanted to borrow Dan too's house in the city, Dan too's face contorted as if he was resisting something. Big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and Dan too abruptly raised his head to glare at Silen. The fury and madness in his eyes made Silen feel like the little guy was going to swing a knife at him the next moment. "What did you do to me?" Dan too huffed and puffed. His fingers curled into fists, but they were shaking uncontrollably. He had said too much just now, and he was bound to slip up. Silen smiled and assembled the last part. Then he passed it to Hui Mao and told it to play on the side. "Your willpower is not bad," Celine commented. You can't hurt Grandpa, and you can't." Dan too roared at Silen. "I didn't say I was going to hurt him." Silen stood up and patted his thighs. Then he walked out of the control room, but stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around and said to Dan too, "You smiled when you were telling me about your relationship with that Grandpa, and someone once told me that blinking when you smile means that you're truly thinking of something that makes you happy." Dan too loosened his clenched fists, then clenched them again. Indeed, there was a time when Dan too felt very happy. Although he was already an orphan at that time, he had Grandpa by his side. He was the old man who always sat in a wheelchair and told Dan too stories that he had never heard before. He taught him how to hunt and how to protect himself. Dan too's wish was that one day he could hunt enough things to exchange for enough currency in the city. Then he could pick up Grandpa from next door and live in a sturdier and more spacious building like a fortress and live a better life. Before it was completely dark, the last hunting team that left the city returned to the city. It was the hunting team that Dan too was in. The hunting team did not see Dan too within the allotted time, and Dan too's communicator could not be contacted. So, according to past experience, Dan too had either met with an accident or he was lost somewhere. Either way, it was the same result, because in both cases, the chance of surviving alone was close to 0. Moreover, Dan Tu was only a 15-year-old boy. Even though he had nearly 5 years of hunting experience, he was still lacking in many aspects. He could not compare to the experienced hunters. When they were about to return to the city, they still could not contact Dan Tuesday. Finally, the hunting team gave up and returned to the city with the results of today's hunt. However, when the hunting team entered the city gate, no one noticed that there was a person hiding in the pile of croc beast corpses. There was a small protrusion in an inconspicuous place on the armored vehicle. Very good. Sillin has successfully entered. Inside the aircraft, Nikki said as she looked at the image sent back by the transmitter on Sillin's body. Behind Nikki, Rubu and Armadillo were both in the control room. They did not go out like the others. Dan Tu sat quietly to the side, nervously watching the extraterrestrials' movements. Not far from the city, Sadia and Chi Lafong were lying in ambush. Only Sillin and Bai Yi had entered the city. Bai Yi and Sillin's group had entered the city. Bai Yi's target was the mayor's residence, while Sillin went to Dan Tu's residence first. Everyone split up. The equipment in the city was much less advanced, so they could not detect Bai Yi and Sillin at all. As for Hui Mao, they could not detect him at all. After Sillin entered the city, he found an opportunity to leave the hunting team and hide in a secluded place, waiting for night to fall. When the sky was completely dark and everyone was hiding in their houses, Sillin snuck towards Dan Tu's residence. Most of the hunters in the city were experienced hunters, and they were very sensitive to danger and changes in their surroundings. There were many things that could not be faked with technology. That was why both Sillin and Bai Yi were very cautious in the city. The layout of the entire city was deeply imprinted in Sillin's mind, so it did not take long for Sillin to arrive at the building where Dan Tu lived. With Celine's hearing, he could hear a few families talking about the Dan Tu. Today, the hunting team had brought news that Dan Tu had not returned to the city. In the eyes of these people, Dan Tu was definitely not coming back. However, from their tone, it was obvious that these people only treated the Dan Tu as a topic to kill time after a meal. They did not feel much sympathy or regret for him. Because they were numb, they were indifferent. The relationships between people here were just like the city, filled with the cold light of metal. In this special environment, no one would criticize others for being right or wrong. Here, the living were always right. Sillin arrived at the floor of Dan Tu's residence. There was no one outside the building now. There were always unknown dangers lurking in the dark. It was the safest place for the people here to hide in their homes at night. When he passed by Grandpa Ann's house that Dan Tu had mentioned, Sillin paused for a moment and shot a glance at the house whose door was tightly shut and completely devoid of light. It was only then that he stood in front of Dan Tu's house, took out the key that Dan Tu had given him, and opened the door. However, the moment he opened the door, Sillin sensed that there was someone inside the house. Inside the aircraft, the image on the screen in front of Nikki began to stutter and then completely cut off. The received signal had been jammed. Electromagnetic interference. How could there be electromagnetic interference at such a high level? That person was there. This was the first thing that came to Nikki's mind. She quickly contacted Bai Yi and Chi Lafong and Sadia, who were outside the city. Sillin went on high alert the moment he sensed that there was someone inside the house. He dodged the incoming wind and blocked the opponent's punches and kicks. Then, he leaned to the side and used the ground to bounce off the ground. His other hand unsheathed a long sword and pointed it at the opponent. The image that Sillin sent to the aircraft was only cut off for a moment. Hui Mao's interference was removed, and the image was restored. There was no light in the house, but Sillin could clearly see the person in front of him through the faint light that seeped in from the outside. The aircraft could also clearly see the person standing in front of Sillin through the night vision filter. After seeing this person, the person who reacted the most was not Nikki and the others, but Dan Tuesday. Dan Tu rose from his chair in agitation. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could it be her? Didn't she already? That woman looks a little familiar. Chi Lafong, who was somewhere outside the city, said after seeing the image that Nikki sent them. Nikki shook her head. I don't remember. I saw her not too long ago. Although we didn't talk, I I remember that she was one of the people who participated in the same race as that kid, Silin, Sadia said as he watched the image. Dan Tu's house. The person in front of Silin didn't continue to attack. In fact, she didn't show any killing intent just now. It was precisely because of this that Silin didn't kill her. Otherwise, he would have slashed her down a long time ago. Silin pointed the tip of his blade at the person in front of him. Truth be told, he didn't expect to see this person here. We meet again, Xianxia. Chapter 274. Xianxia wasn't nervous about being pointed at by Silin's blade. On the contrary, Xianxia was very calm, as if everything was within her expectations. The lights in the room weren't turned on, and the door wasn't closed. Huimao walked in from outside, glanced at the two people in the room, and then paid them no more attention. He believed that Silin could handle this. Dan Tu's residence was indeed very small, and the decorations were also very simple. Huimao walked around the room and then looked at a wall. Behind this wall was another house. The grandpa that Dan Tu had mentioned lived there. However, Huimao jumped up, and with a hook of his claws, he dug out a small device. This device could not only monitor everything in the room, but could also be used as an alarm and initial defense. However, this defense system had already been turned off when Xianxia arrived. Otherwise, Silin wouldn't have been able to enter with just a key, and he would also be electrocuted by the device as an enemy attack. Apart from this device, there was also a device next to the lights on the ceiling that looked similar to a light, but it was actually an intelligent laser emitter. Next, Huimao dug out a few other devices. These devices were mainly used for defense, and their main purpose was to protect the owner of the house, which was to protect Dan Tuesday. The level of technology used in these devices didn't match the development of this planet at all. Dan Tu, who was in the space plane, was dumbfounded. He didn't recognize these devices, and even after living here for so many years, he didn't know that there were so many unexpected things in such a small, run-down house. If Nikki hadn't explained the functions of these devices to him, even if Dan Tu saw them, he wouldn't have known what they were for and might even have thrown them away like garbage. Xianxia didn't say anything, and she didn't show any dissatisfaction with Huimao's behavior. Instead, she looked out the door. Not long after, a shadow appeared outside. It was Bai Yi. After receiving Nikki's notice, Bai Yi immediately rushed over from the city lord's residence. After all, the purpose of their trip was to find the person who sent the message, not to study the city lord. Seeing Bai Yi flash in, Xianxia said to Bai Yi and Silin, "Since the two of you are here, come with me." Xianxia ignored the knife pointed at her and walked out of the door. Silin sheathed his sword and gestured to Bai Yi. Then, the two of them followed Xianxia out. Although they were confused, it was necessary to be vigilant. As for Huimao, that guy just dug a hole and went next door. Just as Huimao and Silin had thought, Xianxia's destination was the house next door, which was Grandpa An's house that Dan Tu had mentioned. When Silin passed by the shop, he could feel the mechanical activity inside. It was a machine that surpassed the average level of technology in this place. Places with machines would have a special mechanical language for communication. This was the advantage that Silin and Huimao had over others. Since Huimao had suppressed the electromagnetic interference, the situation here could be seen for the aircraft. Dan Tu was the most agitated one. He hoped that things weren't as he thought, but as Silin and the others entered the room next door, Dan Tu's heart sank. Everything was fake. The house wasn't big, but compared to Dan Tu's, it was a little more spacious. As soon as he entered, Silin saw an old man in a wheelchair. The old man was holding a paper book in his hand. The solar lamp on the table next to him was dim, but for Silin and Bai Yi, it was enough for them to see everything in the house clearly. Huimao dug a hole next door and shook his hair. His enlarged pupils swept around the house, and then he jumped on Silin's shoulder. After Xianxia brought them in, she closed the door and stood behind the old man. Although the old solar lamp wasn't very bright, the processed image sent back to the aircraft was clear enough. Dan Tu looked at Xianxia on the image, his eyes full of doubt. "You know her?" Nikki asked. Dan Tu nodded, then shook his head. At first glance, she looks like her, but now that I look closer, there's some differences. Who does she look like? Nicky asked. Grandpa and's daughter. Dan too had seen that woman when he was young. He heard from his father that she was a very powerful female warrior, but after a hunt, she never came back. Everyone said that she was dead. And this girl on the screen, who looked about the same age as him, what was her relationship with Grandpa? Why did she look so much like that woman? Inside the house, the old man in the wheelchair closed the book, looked up at Sillin and Bai Yi, then looked at the cat on Sillin's shoulder, looking around, and smiled. You're finally here. As he spoke, the old man stood up from the wheelchair, walked 2 steps to the bookshelf, and placed the book on it. How is this possible? Isn't Grandpa and Dan Two's mind was a mess. This old man in the wheelchair wasn't a cripple. Nicky sneered. Who said that people in wheelchairs are cripples? Yes, who said that people in wheelchairs must be cripples? Dan too remembered that Grandpa and had always worn a long robe all these years, completely covering his feet, not letting anyone touch his legs. Even Dan Too had always thought that it was because of Grandpa and's pride, but now he knew that the truth was not what people thought it was. Who was Grandpa? How long had he been hiding in the city? Dan too didn't know that Grandpa had been like this for as long as he could remember. Perhaps no one in the entire building would have thought that such a lonely old man turned out to be an alien. Moreover, the so-called lonely and helpless pitiful people were also fake. What people saw and thought was the impression that the old man wanted to create, and everything was under the old man's control. After putting the book down, the old man walked back to the wheelchair and sat down. He looked in Sillin's direction, and his eyes were focused on the signal transmitter that Sillin was carrying. Dan too, you're over there, right? Dan too, don't worry, they won't hurt you. After saying that, the old man looked at Sillin. The signal has been cut, right? Some things are not good for others to hear. Okay. Sillin disconnected the signal transmitter, and Hui Mao on his shoulder cooperated and stopped blocking the electromagnetic interference signal. That way, no one outside would know what happened inside the room. Bai Yi also turned off the signal transmitter and quietly waited for the old man to continue. The old man was very satisfied with Sillin and Bai Yi's decisiveness in turning off the signal transmitter. The unknown messages that you received were sent by me. I mean no harm. I just want to remind you that if you go to Black Viper's place like this, you will suffer a great loss. The old man's voice was calm, and there was no emotion in it. It was like he was stating something that did not matter. Who are you? Bai Yi asked. Bai Yi had been in AF1 for many years, and he knew a lot of the more secretive information, but he did not know anything about this old man. Based on instinct, he felt that the old man before him was not as simple as he appeared. He was like a reclusive expert, sitting in the corner with a book in his hand, quietly observing the changes in the empire. Who am I? Hee. The old man chuckled softly. Even if I told you, you would not have heard of me. However, if I did not say it, you would not believe what I am about to say. The old man's white hair was not messy, and the 2 strands of hair on the sides covered half of his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Do you know who the leader of Black Viper is? The old man asked. Sillin frowned, but did not say anything. His knowledge was limited, and he only knew that the current leader of Black Viper had inherited the position of the previous leader. The son took over his father's position, and their surname was the same, Christie. If anyone said Black Viper's Christie, they must be referring to the current leader of Black Viper. Bai Yi was silent for a moment, and then answered, Phone Onlang, Christie Onlang phone. Onlang phone, yes, Christie Onlang phone. The old man repeated in a low voice, and then looked at Sillin and Bai Yi. Everyone thinks that Onlang phone is a person's name, but that is not the case. Onlang phone is the name of 3 people. Sillin's eyelids twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. The old man looked straight at Sillin and Bai Yi. My name is Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an, there was an N in his name. The person working for Black Viper right now is Christie Onlang. As for Feng, you all know him. Sillin sighed inwardly. As expected, Guan Feng Gu Chang'an, Christie Onlang. Feng Onlang, the leader of Black Viper. No one would have thought that there were 3 leaders of Black Viper, right? What on earth was Guanfeng trying to do? The old man waved his hand, and a floating projector flew over. The image of a planet was displayed on top of it. Xiao Su turned off the light. The image was enlarged, and Sillin and Bai Yi could see the general situation of the planet. The terrain, the environment, the layout. "This is the planet you're going to," the old man said. "This isn't Black Viper's headquarters," Sillin said with certainty. "This isn't, but it is the place you're going to. If Guanfeng is also one of Black Viper's leaders, why do we need to find him?" Sillin asked. "Because the 2 of you are the people Guanfeng recommended." "Recommended what?" Gu Chang'an didn't answer directly. Instead, he said something that surprised both Sillin and Bai Yi. "It's time for Black Viper to be replaced." Replaced? Replace what? Black Viper was the Empire's biggest dark power. Why would they need to replace them? Hee, you'll have to find the answer yourselves. Don't turn me down, it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing? Openly opposing the Empire wasn't a bad thing? You need to get an answer from Guanfeng, don't you? Isn't that right? Gu Chang'an looked very happy. Both Sillin and Bai Yi fell silent. Guanfeng's personal information was as follows. Imperial tutor, teacher of many royals and royals, one of the giants of AF1, senior academician of the Royal Academy of Sciences, director of a military research project. Every student of his is a famous figure in the Empire, and Guanfeng's personal influence is among the top few in the Empire. But he's actually one of the leaders of Black Viper. Go. You'll know the answer when you get there. Of course, you'll need to be strong enough to survive. After all, you're just 2 of the recommended people. Gu Chang'an switched images while saying this. This is the most basic information. You can use it as a reference. There were some species similar to the croc beasts on this gray planet, but they were much faster, had tough skin, and had quick reflexes. They were highly intelligent species. Other than that, there was also a new robot army and bio-soldiers. Sillin had seen a lot of bio-soldiers in the past, and none of them had an absolute weakness. Some of them might be in the head, some in the heart, and some in other parts of the body. Their weaknesses could be determined by the distribution of their nerves after they mutated. On the other hand, when facing a bio-soldier on the battlefield, one would not have the time to judge the distribution of the bio-soldier's nerves. Huimao on Sillin's shoulder wasn't looking at the monsters and bio-soldiers at all. His attention was completely drawn to a couple of inconspicuous robots among the robot army. Why does it feel so familiar? These are just a few of the things you'll encounter. Here's a piece of advice. Familiarize yourself with the terrain. As long as you're familiar with the terrain, you'll have a life-saving trump card no matter what kind of opponent you run into. Neither Sillin nor White Knight asked why they should trust him. Gu Chang'an was definitely telling the truth, but he was hiding a lot of things. It was exactly because of this that Sillin and White Knight were caught between a rock and a hard place. If they didn't know so many secrets and Guanfeng's identity, they might be able to pretend that nothing had happened and continue their lives as if nothing had happened. But the problem was that they knew everything now. Therefore, there were only 2 paths in front of them. One was to betray Guanfeng, and the other was to betray the Empire. However, Sillin also thought of another possibility. Without enough evidence, he couldn't say these speculations out loud. If he did, he would die. This wasn't the League of Stars, but the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Under this kind of system, Sillin would face endless pursuit and assassination if he went public. No force would dare to accept him, and even Xianxia would become a sacrifice. Go, find out the answer. Huimao desperately wanted Sillin to go, but he didn't tell Sillin about this. This place made him very uncomfortable, and the old man in front of him smiled like a fox. If you wanted to beat a fox, you had to be more cunning. Huimao admitted that he didn't have the intelligence to do so. Humans were a strange species, and their greatest success lay in their lies. That was the peak that Huimao couldn't learn even if he wanted to. If we're recommended by Teacher Guan, then what about you? Who did you recommend? Sillin asked Gu Chang'an. Me? I'll leave my post in peace. Gu Chang'an accepted the cup Xiao Su handed him and took 2 sips. Then, he waved his hands. Go. Don't disturb this old man's peaceful life any longer. Sillin and White Knight exchanged a glance with each other and decided to leave. Before leaving, Sillin asked Gu Chang'an, "When is the deadline?" "There's no deadline, but it's best to prepare as soon as possible. The longer you drag things out, the more passive you'll be. Also, a word of advice, don't look at Black Viper the same way you used to." After Sillin and White Knight left, Gu Chang'an looked at Xiao Su, who was standing next to him. "Do you blame me? Why didn't I recommend you for such a good opportunity?" "No, Grandpa. I'm the one who doesn't have the strength," Xiao Su replied calmly. Gu Chang'an let out a long sigh. "You should give up when you need to. Don't ever hope for a position that doesn't belong to you." He then smiled and said, "You should go with your parents when the time comes. The people in this term are pretty good." "Will that person come too?" "Of course. They're choosing a blade for him." Chapter 275. Sillin and White Knight didn't linger in the city for long. Instead, they found an opportunity to sneak out. They ran into Qi Lafeng and Sadia, who were anxiously waiting outside. Sillin and White Knight didn't say a word no matter how much they asked. The more Qi Lafeng and the others knew, the more danger they would be in. After returning to the space plane, Sillin and White Knight had a private discussion. Qi Lafeng and the others had no idea what Sillin and White Knight were talking about, but they came to an agreement after White Knight came out. Sillin and White Knight would head to that planet, while the others would wait on another planet. They wouldn't go with Sillin and White Knight. Qi Lafeng and the others didn't agree to this agreement at first. After all, they'd always worked together and worked well together before. Why couldn't they work together again this time? Wasn't it just Black Viper? What was there to be afraid of? But under Sillin and White Knight's insistence, Nikki was the first to nod, and the agreement was finally reached. Dan 2 was released back to the city the next day. They flew away from the gray planet and landed on a planet with decent development. Then they split up. Sillin, White Knight, and Hui Mao piloted a space plane to their destination planet, while Nikki and the others waited on the same planet. Sillin and White Knight specifically told them to be careful. After all, there was no telling if Black Viper spies were spying on them from the shadows. It was better to be vigilant. After Sillin and White Knight left, Nikki and the others stayed in the spaceplane's control room to discuss what Sillin and White Knight had learned in the city. Why were they so adamant about not revealing anything? Although they didn't know the reason, they knew that it had to be a big secret. Otherwise, Sillin and White Knight wouldn't have been so tight-lipped. "What's the reason?" Sadia swung his legs in his chair, a conflicted look on his face. "What I don't understand the most is why only Sillin and White Knight are allowed to go. Why can't the rest of us go?" Qi Lafeng asked. "Because you weren't recommended," a voice said. It wasn't the voice of any human or beast. It was slightly immature and completely unfamiliar. "Who?" Nikki's group, the lizard, and the wolf all went on high alert, but they couldn't find anyone. Their detectors didn't react at all. There was no warning, no strange activity. At this time, all the screens in the control room, be it the analysis screen or the imaging screen, had the same image on them. It was a crawling viper covered in eye-catching black stripes. On the other side, Sillin and White Knight piloted the spaceship toward their destination planet. According to the markings on the star map, they had already entered an unrecorded area. Many of the planets were unfamiliar to them, and many of them were non-habitable. The environmental conditions on them did not allow humans to live naturally. They continued flying and finally found the planet. From space, the planet looked similar to the image Gu Chang'an had shown them. Gu Chang'an had not lied to them about this. There were some orbiting satellites around the planet, as well as some small microarrays for monitoring and defense deployment. Sillin's aircraft flew closer and closer. Just as Sillin was wondering if they would be intercepted by the satellite array, Hui Mao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the aircraft's display screen. In the next moment, a message appeared on the screen. "Welcome." Along with the message, there was also a flight path for Sillin and White Knight to follow it. Sillin and White Knight piloted the spaceplane and landed at a port on the planet according to the given flight path. The port was huge, but there was basically no one in sight. There was no human sound other than the sound of machinery. More than 99% of the equipment here was mechanized. A navigation robot flew over and led the way for Sillin and White Knight. Please come with me. Someone is already waiting for you. Someone is waiting for us. Who? After exiting the port, Sillin saw a flying car parked there. The window of the car rolled down, and he finally saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. It really was Guanfeng. When he saw Sillin and White Knight, Guanfeng waved at them and said with a smile, "Come on up, kids." Both Sillin and White Knight felt a sense of helplessness in their hearts at the same time. They had come all the way here and gotten themselves covered in mud. But not only was the culprit unharmed, he looked like he was in a very good mood. "Are you messing with us, Coach Guan?" Sillin said after they got into the car. "Hee if you say so. However, this is a rare opportunity for you. I believe you won't disappoint me." Guanfeng started the car and left the port. The flying car was on autopilot, and the windows were specially made so that neither Sillin nor White Knight could see what was going on outside. Guanfeng turned around and looked at the silent Sillin and White Knight with a warm smile on his face. But to Sillin and White Knight, he looked like a fox no matter how they looked at him. "You've met Gu Chang'an, haven't you?" Guanfeng asked. It was a question, but his tone was certain. Sillin and White Knight nodded. "Then I'm sure you already know some things. My background is pretty complicated, but don't overthink it. This is Black Viper's territory, but don't look at it the same way you used to." This was the second time Sillin had heard this. Gu Chang'an had told them this before, and Guanfeng was saying the same thing now. If they didn't look at Black Viper the same way they used to, then what kind of attitude should they use? Guanfeng didn't mind Sillin and White Knight's silence. He continued, "I know you're angry, but there are some things I don't have a choice in. I only feel at ease when I find someone suitable and trustworthy." "What does Gu Chang'an mean by recommendation and succession?" Sillin asked. "About that." Guanfeng tapped a finger on his knee. "Recommendation is exactly what you think it is. I have a recommendation, and I'm recommending the two of you. As for succession, it's literally what it means. Some people in Black Viper are about to step down. They're old, and they may have the will, but they don't have the strength. Also, I need to give the younger generation more opportunities." "We're changing leaders?" "That's right, 3 leaders. We 3 old fellows have occupied this position for long enough." Sillin fell silent for a moment before asking, "What is the relationship between Black Viper and the Mist Bodhisattva royal family?" Guanfeng wasn't surprised by Sillin's question. "All I can tell you right now is that Black Viper was a gift from the previous emperor to his youngest son. However, even the emperor didn't expect this small gift to grow to such a shocking degree. It was as I thought. It was no wonder that the royal family had only announced Black Viper as a dark force and not a rebel force. If the Mist Bodhisattva royal family really wanted to clean up a faction, how could they have achieved so little after so many years? They were just using the excuse of cleaning up to get rid of some nobles. Are you relieved now? You don't have to worry about being labeled a traitor, Guanfeng said with a smile. Guanfeng looked very natural and relaxed in this place. Moreover, Sillin could sense that Guanfeng felt a sense of belonging to this place, or more accurately, to Black Viper. It was because this was Black Viper's territory that he acted so relaxed. He looked like a man who had just returned home, and he didn't need to disguise himself like he did outside. What on earth made Guanfeng feel this way towards Black Viper? Sillin didn't understand. The outside world's impression of Black Viper was mostly negative. As expected, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Since Black Viper was related to the imperial family, it meant that this kind of behavior was allowed. He just didn't know if they would be forced to erase their memories after this incident. Guanfeng smiled as if he saw through Sillin's thoughts. "Don't worry, we won't erase your memories as long as you come out alive." "What if we don't?" "I believe you can come out alive." Guanfeng wasn't worried about Sillin and White Knight's survival. "I'm more worried about whether you can take over that position." Sillin didn't say anything. Guanfeng patted Sillin and White Knight's head softly. "Don't think too much. This is a good thing, and we'll get our answer soon enough." Guanfeng led Sillin and White Knight to a building. It wasn't tall, but it took up a lot of space. Unlike the desolation at the airport, there were a lot more people here, and they could hear a lot of people walking around. Everyone saluted and greeted Guanfeng when they saw him. Chief Wind. Greetings, Chief Wind. Many of these people weren't physically strong, probably because their main job was to work with their brains. However, they gave Sillin a very strange feeling. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. White Knight didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered a little when he looked at the people around him. He seemed to understand something. Even though there were more people here, most of them were still robots. They moved among the crowd in human form and didn't look aggressive at all. Guanfeng led Sillin and White Knight straight into a warehouse. It was an armory. Take whatever you need. There's no food, though, so you'll have to deal with it yourselves. This is like a survival test in the wild, but this is all I can offer you, Guanfeng said. Sillin and White Knight had learned a bit about the planet's terrain from Gu Chang'an, so it was easier for them to choose which tools and weapons to bring with them. Guanfeng's Purgatory Thunder Snake was also on the weapon rack, but there was no Purgatory Thunder Snake S. "Oh right, I found this in your kitchen, Coach Guan." Sillin took out the cylinder and the kid and passed them to Guanfeng. "Yeah, I didn't think you'd actually find it. Keep it, but don't use it. This gun isn't finished yet, so it could easily kill itself." It was true that Guanfeng had purposely left the gun in the kitchen, and he had done something to it. Some of the parts were assembled incorrectly, and the deflection wasn't right either. It didn't look like much, but there was no way that the gun would hit its target, and it could even kill itself. When Sillin was choosing his weapons, he didn't look for some cool-looking gun with compound functions. Instead, he looked for tools. Guanfeng was very satisfied with Sillin and White Knight's performance. The time limit is 30 days. If you can stay there for 30 days and survive, then you'll have completed the mission. Someone will come to pick you up when the time comes. Do your best and don't embarrass me. I made a bet with someone before. Guanfeng sighed when he saw Sillin's expression. Don't look so reluctant. Just think of this as a semester test. If you pass it, I'll give you all A's in AF1 semester test. Sillin didn't care about the semester test. He was sure that he could pass it, but getting all A's was a bit tempting. After all, getting all A's was a good thing. I know. You're my tutor after all. If he didn't listen to his tutor, he might not even be able to graduate. Goryo had told Sillin this before. After they were done choosing, Guanfeng brought Sillin and White Knight to the rooftop. There were 2 airplanes parked there. Guanfeng and Sillin went up to one of them first. Do your best and don't embarrass me. If you pass, forget the semester test and the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. I'll support you even if you want to marry every girl in the school. Sillin leaned back in his seat and shot Guanfeng a sideways glance. You're talking a lot today, old man. Guanfeng chuckled and patted Sillin's head. Go and have some fun with the people inside. Sillin didn't know who the people Guanfeng was talking about were, but it couldn't be anything good. After Sillin left, Guanfeng looked at White Knight. Do you know why I sent you here? I kind of understand. I told you a long time ago that you're not an anomaly. You're not isolated. Guanfeng glanced at the people rushing back and forth downstairs and continued. You didn't join the army, you didn't join any noble force, you didn't join the Imperial Guard, and you even rejected Wing's invitation. Isn't it all because you want a suitable position? Now you have one, but whether or not you can get it depends on your own ability. I know. White Knight's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like he was determined to get it. After White Knight left, a small old man in work clothes walked up to them. Are these the 2 you were talking about? The white-haired one is fine, but the black-haired one doesn't seem too willing. You're forcing a duck onto a perch. What can I do? These are the only 2 trump cards I can bring out. The other students aren't cut out for this at all. The small old man curled his lips. It's good enough that you even have one, not to mention that you're taking out 2 slots at once. Look at Gu Chang'an. He can't even take out one. At this point, the old man suddenly looked at Guanfeng. That white-haired kid, are you hoping that he can take over Gu Chang'an's seat? Guanfeng smiled, but didn't say anything. This time, the small old man was surprised. That white-haired kid is that kind of person? He doesn't say anything, but I can't tell what kind of person he is. It looks like you've spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. Guanfeng looked in the direction where the plane disappeared. I was hoping for one, but I didn't expect to run into another one. I'm very satisfied with him in all aspects. Is that black-haired kid really that good? I really can tell that you want him to take over your position. But you should also know that since he is not that kind of person, his requirements for this position are much higher. The little old man pointed at his own head as he emphasized the word here. This position of yours is the most difficult to pick. That being said, there's really no one who can compete with that black-haired kid this time. As long as he's alive in 30 days, he'll definitely take over. Even if he's unwilling, that person will find a way to trick him into taking over. I hope so. The plane Sillin was on autopilot, and it would let Sillin off once it reached its destination. Huimao didn't make a sound along the way. He looked very quiet with his eyes closed, but Sillin knew that Huimao was doing his best to gather information. If it was just because of Guanfeng, Sillin wouldn't have come here to participate in this bullshit test so easily. What did Black Viper succession have to do with him? Sillin wasn't in the mood to care, even if it was a fight for the throne. The reason he came here was to figure out one thing. What was the connection between Sigma's master and Black Viper? Gu Chang'an had shown them a couple of robots that looked similar to Sigma, and that was why Sillin decided to come here. Sigma's master had mastered intergalactic technology, so Sillin hoped that he could return to the League of Stars if he had the chance. While Sillin was deep in thought, an announcement came from inside the plane. Coordinates have arrived. Please get ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. As the last sound faded, Celine's feet left the ground, and she fell out of the plane. However, Sillin was prepared for this. He took out the buffering device and activated it, slowing down his fall. When he was close to the ground, Sillin turned off the device, jumped into the bushes, and dodged a couple of attacks in quick succession. When Sillin was landing, there was a flying beast staring at him from a tree branch not far away. If Sillin's jumping speed had been a beat slower, he would have been caught by the beast that flew past him at high speed. Dodging into the bushes, using the low bushes and dense branches, the dire beast finally gave up and left. Although the beast had left, it didn't mean that he was temporarily safe. Sillin withdrew his aura, held his breath, and hid behind a tree branch to observe his surroundings. Huimao crouched on a nearby tree and pressed his ears to the back of his head. His pupils were dilated. The bird in front of him seemed to taste pretty good. However, in order to cooperate with Sillin, Huimao refrained from attacking the bird that was pecking its claws. Footsteps approached him. They were very even, but each step was heavier than the last. Bio-soldier. Sillin quietly watched the bio-soldier, but he didn't make a move. Bio-soldiers had very developed hearing and hearing nerves, but their pain nerves were the opposite. So, even if you cut off their arms, they wouldn't feel any pain. Camouflage didn't have much effect on them. Bio-soldiers' retinas were different from ordinary people's. They could find their targets without camouflage. However, that was only if they were exposed. Sillin was hiding very well, so the bio-soldier didn't find him. The flying beast didn't attack the bio-soldier. It probably knew how powerful it was, so it didn't bother itself. The beasts here were all intelligent. Many times, they would even set traps to lure their prey. So, Sillin couldn't underestimate them. As long as he was careful and didn't make too much noise, he could smoothly pass the time. However, he still had to solve the problem of food. There were compressed rations in Sillin's ring, but he didn't want to use them. The bio-soldier walked further and further away, but Sillin's eyes stayed on it. He observed the changes in the muscles and the pulsation of the meridians with every step it took. This would allow Sillin to find the bio-soldier's weakness. No, he didn't have enough information. Sillin pondered on the spot for a moment. After the flying beast had left, he found a place and quickly made some arrangements. Then he found a hidden spot to hide himself. He waited quietly. Huimao lay on a branch and wagged its tail. It was so boring. Suddenly, Weeze's ears twitched and it looked up to the sky. Through the tree branches, it saw another flying beast flying in their direction. Moreover, it was perched on a tree not far away from them. It was holding some unknown animal meat in its claws, and it was tearing and eating it. Huimao licked its lips and looked at Sillin. Sillin also noticed Huimao's thoughts. It just so happened that he also had an idea. On the branch, the 2-meter-tall flying beast was eating the meat. But when it ate, It would also pay attention to its surroundings to prevent others of its kind from stealing its food. However, this was a flying beast. It was completely unaware that a cat was crouching its body as it came over to this side silently. When this flying beast tore off a piece of meat and was about to swallow it, a gray shadow flashed by. Huimao bit the flying beast's neck so that it couldn't make a sound. However, its wings were flapping, and its claws broke the branches, but it still couldn't escape from the cat's mouth. The two bio-soldiers in the distance were attracted by the noise and walked over. Seeing that the bio-soldiers were coming over, Huimao jumped down the tree with the big bird in its mouth. Feeling that the big bird was too much, Huimao bit its neck and swung it against the tree stump a few times. Finally, it was much more obedient, and its wings didn't flap as hard as before. At this time, the two bio-soldiers were already running over. Although their steps were heavy, they weren't slow. Having achieved his goal, Huimao dragged the prey toward the trap that Silin had set up. He lured the two bio-soldiers there, and he controlled his speed well. The two bio-soldiers wouldn't lose track of him, nor would they be caught. When they reached the edge of the trap, Huimao jumped. Even with a big prey in his mouth, he could easily jump over the trap. The sudden appearance of thick vines tripped them, and as soon as they got up, whoosh, 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 when they got up, some sharpened wooden arrows were shot at the two bio-soldiers. The range of the wooden arrows covered the front, back, left, and right of the bio-soldiers. The wooden arrows didn't cause any real damage to the two bio-soldiers. They didn't even break their skin. The bio-soldiers' brown skin was very thick, which gave them a very good defense. While the two bio-soldiers were busy dealing with the trap, Huimao opened its mouth wide and swallowed the big bird whole. Then, it lay on a branch not far from the trap and looked down at the scene below. It couldn't tell how to find a weakness, but Silin could. When dealing with bio-soldiers like this, it would either tear them apart or swallow them. Bio-soldiers don't taste good. I'll tear them apart the next time I see them. After the two bio-soldiers were attacked by the hard wooden arrows, some rocks came hurtling down from the surrounding trees. Most of the rocks were smashed into powder by the bio-soldiers' fists. Only a small portion of the rocks managed to hit the bio-soldiers. Similarly, they didn't break their skin. Be it the bioweapons or the wild beasts, most of them were very sensitive to heat and electromagnetic waves. That was why Silin preferred to use more primitive tools. Before he actually took action, Silin thought that he had to find a way to quickly determine the bio-soldiers' weaknesses. Sharpening a knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Silin was sharpening his knife. If he wanted to take out his prey with less effort, he needed to understand them well enough. Because there were too many things to deal with, the bio-soldiers' movements became more complicated. The movement of their muscles, the bulging of their veins, the changes in their breathing rate, the changes in their pupils. Silin noticed everything and started analyzing them as reference data. Finally, Silin decided to take action. He took out a small, sleeve-shaped crossbow he got from Guanfeng. It might be small, but the damage it fired was definitely comparable to that of a gun. Whoosh! An arrow accurately hit one of the bio-soldiers 7 centimeters below its ribs. The movement of the bio-soldier that was shot by the arrow became slower and slower until it finally stopped. Silin knocked another arrow and shot it at the remaining bio-soldier's abdomen. Just like the previous bio-soldier, after being shot, the bio-soldier's movements became slower and slower before coming to a complete stop. The arrow sank into the bio-soldier's body, and brown blood flowed down the arrow. Noticing that more bio-soldiers were coming their way, Silin waved his hand and signaled Huimao to get ready to escape. Before they left, Silin touched a bit of the bio-soldier's blood with a tree branch and wrapped it with leaves to prevent the smell of the blood from attracting other wild beasts. 6 or 7 bio-soldiers passed by after Silin and Huimao left. However, they only shot a curious glance at the 2 frozen bio-soldiers before leaving. After all the bio-soldiers had left, a figure emerged from the forest. It was a young girl. Although she looked very cute, her face was expressionless and expressionless. When her gaze fell on the 2 frozen bio-soldiers, a hint of curiosity finally appeared on her expressionless face. The girl walked over to them. She made almost no sound when she moved. The two bio soldiers were completely dead, and brown blood was still dripping from their bodies. The girl looked at the two bio soldiers for a moment before circling them once. Then, she stopped and took out a thin scalpel. 2 minutes later, the two bio soldiers who were shot dead by Sillin were still standing. It was hard to tell from their backs, but if someone walked up to them, they would definitely vomit if they didn't have good control over their bodies. The two bio soldiers were dissected, and even their veins were peeled off one by one. The girl had already left, and it wasn't long before a scavenging wild beast smelled blood and came over to clean up the mess. In the end, everything returned to normal. All that was left was the wooden arrow that had been trampled into pieces and a puddle of brown blood. Chapter 276. Sillin and Huimao stayed in the forest for 3 days, and they had a general understanding of the rules of survival in the forest. Bio-soldiers and dire beasts divided the world, but there were different classifications among them. There were a few levels of bio-soldiers. The ones that Sillin had encountered before were all beginner-level bio-soldiers. The higher the level of the bio-soldier, the darker the color of their skin. During the past 3 days, Sillin had encountered a high-level bio-soldier. His skin color was very dark, and he could clearly sense that his skin was incredibly tough. The same arrow could completely sink into a beginner-level bio-soldier, but could only break a layer of skin on a high-level bio-soldier. It couldn't do any real damage. So, after Sillin encountered the high-level bio-soldier, he began to think of ways to modify the crossbow. As for food, Sillin ate some fruits and plants. Just like Huimao, he ate raw meat. Sillin had experienced this a long time ago, and he didn't have any psychological or physical resistance to it. The slightest heat could attract a lot of insects and beasts. Those things were like moths, and when they saw a source of heat, they would rush toward it. It was true that many of the machines in the forest had hidden dangers. So, during the 3 days that Sillin had been here, he hadn't seen any signs of gun attacks. He believed that the people who came here like him didn't use guns often, either. Sillin, a few beginner-level bio-soldiers are coming. Huimao, who was lying on a tree, contacted Sillin. Sillin looked over and saw a few brown shadows in the distance, but they weren't coming this way. Sillin was still quietly waiting. But the crossbow was ready, and the arrowhead was coated with some poison. Sillin had obtained the poison from some plants in the forest. Sillin had been experimenting for the past 3 days. He tested the poisons he obtained from the plants on the bio-soldiers and some dire beasts. But most of the poisons that were fatal to ordinary people didn't have much of an effect on these creatures. In the end, only 2 poisons had any effect on them. These 2 types of toxins were the same as the other types of toxins. They belonged to the category of neurotoxins, but the difference was that these 2 types of toxins had different methods of action. In reality, most of the poisons Sillin had tried were not very effective against the wild beasts. The main reason was that most of the plants in the forest contained toxins, and the wild beasts would sometimes eat the fruits of these plants. As a result, they gradually developed a resistance to the toxins. As for the bio-soldiers, they were the same. However, it was not that they had developed resistance, but that it was a matter of genetics. The 2 poisons that were effective could inhibit their polysynaptic reflex arcs, interfere with neuromuscular conduction, and cause their muscles to relax. The bio-soldiers had very developed muscles, and their explosive power was very strong. Although this kind of poison could not directly make the bio-soldiers lose their ability to fight, it could serve as a buffer and buy more time for Sillin to deal with it. Suddenly, Huimao's ears twitched. A large number of bio-soldiers are coming. There are even high-level ones among them. Sillin frowned. Why had so many bio-soldiers suddenly appeared? These bio-soldiers did not have group consciousness like normal people. Most of the time, they were more scattered, and sometimes they would even kill each other. But what was going on now? Sillin could also hear the commotion, and they were moving very quickly, as if they were chasing something. The steps of the bio-soldiers were relatively heavy to begin with, and this was especially obvious when they ran. If one was like this, then a dozen or so of them gathered together, the commotion would be very loud. Moreover, there were also other wandering bio-soldiers joining them, so the group grew larger and larger, and the commotion became louder and louder. The bio-soldiers that Sillin saw had clearly heard the commotion, and they were looking for the source of the commotion. Finally, Sillin found the culprit who had caused this commotion. In front of nearly 20 bio-soldiers, there was a person who looked rather thin and weak, running as fast as he could. He was moving very quickly, or else he would have been caught by the bio-soldiers. And in front of the group of nearly 20 bio-soldiers, there were 2 bio-soldiers whose skin color was clearly much darker. They were high-level bio-soldiers. Sillin was puzzled. How did this person get involved with so many bio-soldiers? And he had provoked more than one high-level bio-soldier. The person running in front of the group of bio-soldiers seemed to be in a very bad shape, but he seemed to be in good spirits. Sillin could not help but admire this. Although he did not know how long he had been running, it seemed like he could continue for a long time. Because of this group of bio-soldiers, there was no need to worry about the dire beasts. When the dire beasts saw the large group of bio-soldiers, they would obediently avoid them. The person and the bio-soldiers were getting closer and closer, but according to their original route, they would miss the place where Sillin was hiding. At the closest, they were about 20 meters away. Sillin did not choose to run away. Based on his understanding of the bio-soldiers over the past few days, the bio-soldiers would not be able to discover him. If he left rashly and caused some commotion, he would definitely be implicated. Sillin did not want to provoke so many bio-soldiers, not to mention that there were 2 high-level bio-soldiers among them. Just as Sillin was wondering what this person had done to the bio-soldiers to trigger such a large group of people to chase after him, the group of people was less than 50 meters away from Sillin. Suddenly, the person made a sharp turn and ran directly towards Sillin. Sillin's eyelid twitched, and he had a bad feeling. The person had clearly noticed Sillin as he ran. Trying to drag me down with him? Sillin quickly packed up his things and gestured to Hui Mao to get ready to run. Now was not the time to deal with that person. The person ran like the wind, and when he got close to Sillin, he looked at Sillin with a look of exasperation and said in a low voice, "Do you want to die? Hurry up and run." Sillin, if it were not for the fact that this person's eyes did not contain any malice, and instead were clearly filled with worry, Sillin would definitely have strangled this guy to death. If it weren't for this bastard, would they have been discovered by those bio-soldiers? Hurry up, follow me." Before the person could finish, he realized that Sillin was running a bit faster than him. "Don't run into the dense forest," the person yelled anxiously. Sillin curled his lips. "Do you think I don't know?" Thus, the number of people chasing after the bio-soldiers increased from 1 to 2. Sillin had already memorized the terrain of this place, and Sillin had even set up traps in a few places, just in case. However, he had only set up those traps for a day, and this would have had come. Sillin ran in front, and the person saw that Sillin was not running in the direction of the dense forest, so he followed. When they reached the side of the hill, Sillin ran in an arc, and then made a small turn. The person following Sillin also ran in the same direction as Sillin. As the person ran, there were banging sounds coming from behind. The person did not look back, but Sillin did not stop, so he did not stop either. With the delay from the traps, Sillin left the bio-soldiers further and further behind. Finally, after confirming that he had completely shaken off the bio-soldiers, Sillin stopped in a small hidden cave. This cave was found by Sillin on the first day. At night, Sillin and Hui Mao rested here. The stone around the cave was very hard. As long as the main entrance was blocked, the dire beasts would not be able to enter easily. To be on the safe side, Sillin set up a lot of camouflage around the cave, and he also used several kinds of tree branches to cover up his smell. He also cut out 2 exits in the cave, which could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Even if the large dire beasts found these 2 exits, they would not be able to enter. As for the bio-soldiers, their muscles were so developed that they were directly enlarged, so it was difficult for them to enter. The person followed Sillin here, and as soon as he arrived, he rolled on the hay. "Tired? I'm so tired." Sillin originally planned to use the knife to interrogate the person, but it seemed that the person did not feel Silen's hostility. He just rolled on the hay that Silen had used as a temporary bed, and then fell asleep. Looking at the person, Silen had no idea what he was thinking. Even when Silen placed the knife next to the person's neck artery, the person did not react. Heartbeat, blood flow, pulse, everything indicated that if this person was not an experienced sly fox who was skilled in psychological tactics, then he was an idiot. Silen believed that it was the latter. Huimao walked around the person and sniffed. Other than the smell of some plants, there is no other smell. Besides, there is nothing on him except for a dagger. He also knows how to use the smell of plants to cover up his smell. But what kind of person is this guy? Logically speaking, the people who were recommended for the test should not be at this level. Silen took the dagger that the person was carrying. The quality of the dagger was very good. It was sharp, light, and resistant to corrosion. It was very suitable for this person. Should I kick him out? Huimao asked. Ignore him for now. Let's take a break. Silen did not feel any malice from this person. Silen had always believed in his intuition, but this person gave Silen a feeling of helplessness. There were always some people who thought that they had done a good deed, but they did not know that the effect was the opposite. This person looked very simple and did not have many thoughts. Like Huimao, he did not know how to lie. Moreover, in addition to running fast, his physical strength was not good. In terms of combat power, it was estimated that he was trash. And what puzzled Silen was that from the person's clothes, he had at least stayed in the forest for more than 10 days. In other words, he came earlier than Silen. There were many scratches on his clothes. Some were from plants, and some were from animals, but this person was still alive. The dark circles under his eyes were very heavy. It was likely that he had not slept well. That was why he could sleep so soundly after running in a sorry state. Finally, after sleeping for 2 hours, the man finally woke up. He was still a little groggy after waking up. He stared at Silen and Huimao for a moment before letting out an ah. It looked like he remembered who he was. Who are you? Silen asked. The person combed through his messy hair before answering Silen. My name is Neo. Neo was very angry when he saw that Silen was holding his dagger. I saved you, but you stole my dagger. If you hadn't rushed over, those bio soldiers wouldn't have noticed me at all. Silen had no intention of returning the dagger to Neo. Seeing that Silen's tone was serious and his expression did not look like he was lying, Neo's eyebrows knitted together. Is that so? But at that time, I really wanted to warn you, so I ran over. Silen put on a doubtful expression. You don't believe me? Look at my face, and you will find the answer. Dark circles under your eyes? No, it's sincerity, Neo said seriously. Your sincerity is so deep that all I can see is the shallow, dark circles under your eyes. That's your problem. Let me tell you, the truth can often be seen on our faces. You can see a lot from a single expression, a single look in our eyes, and even the contraction of our pupils. Neo began his explanation and gave an example to prove it. Take you, for example. You look a little angry right now, and you even seem to be a little violent. But what I don't understand is why you're angry. Is it because of a misunderstanding? Also, let me give you a reminder. According to our investigations, workplace violence is closely related to domestic violence. This isn't a workplace, Silen interrupted him. To me, this is... Why did you follow me here? Silen asked. In fact, I think that following you will give me a better guarantee of safety. Based on the situation and your reaction at the time, I compared the safety probability of following you and running away on my own. The safety probability of following you is 12, 26% higher than running away on my own. You're very conceited, Silen said. No, it's confidence. I've done a test and I'm 1792 times more intelligent than the Empire's average. What test? The frequency at which your ears twitch? Silen looked at Neo's ears, which had been twitching ever since he woke up. No, it's an IQ test. Celine, is a reference for an IQ test a pig? All right, Mr. Neo with high IQ, may I ask why you were chased by those bio soldiers? Silen asked. It's a long story. Neo looked very depressed when he said this. You know, in this almost primitive environment, money is just a worldly possession. It's easy for knowledge to lag behind and need to be updated frequently. Only the food you eat belongs to you. You mean it's for food? Yes. I was looking for a kind of fruit. Unfortunately, I was discovered by those bio-soldiers with rock-like IQs. Then, Mr. Neo, with high IQ, may I ask if you're willing to tell me about the fruit you were looking for and how you were chased by those rock-like bio-soldiers? Of course, Neo answered honestly without any awkwardness. Chapter 277. Neo wasn't lying when he said that this was a workplace for him. Neo was a Black Viper. In his own words, he was born and raised in Black Viper. He had been in Black Viper for as long as he could remember, but he didn't know what kind of organization Black Viper was and how many important figures of the Empire were in it. The only thing he cared about was his own research. Neo didn't have a fixed research project. He acted completely on his own interest. Whenever he was interested in a certain problem, he would dive into it wholeheartedly. For example, this time, he wanted to find a drug that could deal with cyborgs. After trying many different drugs, Neo finally set his sights on a certain plant. This plant was a type of mutated plant that couldn't be found on many planets. There were no records of it either. Neo found it by chance. In fact, Neo had used both plant toxins to deal with the cyborgs before, but they didn't fit his ideal target. The plant he was looking for bore fruit all year round, and its fruits were a mix of red, black, and yellow. It was incredibly colorful, and it gave off an intoxicating sweet scent that attracted the attention of nearby birds and beasts. When the birds and beasts ate the fruit, they would immediately go limp and die quickly. The dead animals would become fertilizer for the plant. The plant's roots would secrete some special substances that changed the composition of the soil and allowed microorganisms to live in the surroundings. The existence of these microorganisms would make the dead animals rot faster. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. For other animals, it was a double kill. I named this plant tricolored bean. However, tricolored beans are very difficult to find. I've only found 2 of them so far. One of them has been used up, and the other one was discovered by the bioweapons before I could pluck it. Neo was a little depressed when he mentioned this. He was so close. His hand was less than 10 centimeters away from the tricolored bean at the time. What a pity. Since he attributed the whole thing to a low-probability event, Neo didn't feel that he had made a mistake. As for the so-called low-probability event, it was actually a pile of bird poop that fell from the sky at a critical moment. It hit the leaves around Neo and attracted the attention of the bioweapons nearby. That was why there were no absolutes in this world. Even if Neo had planned everything out perfectly, he wouldn't have expected a pile of bird shit to fall on him at a critical moment. For the bio-soldiers whose vision and hearing were more developed, the pah sound was already loud enough. Sillin thinks for a moment. The fruit Neo mentioned contained poison that was similar to the 2 he had, but it was obvious that the tricolored bean was much more potent. Where's the fruit you were talking about? Sillin asked. If he could get his hands on the tricolored beans, he would be able to easily deal with a squad of bio-soldiers. Neo thought for a moment before replying, It's a bit far. I ran for one. 13 hours before I met you. In that case, if they walked on foot, they might not be able to reach the other side in half a day. Sillin looked at the sky. It was almost nighttime, and it was not advisable to move around at night. The temperature outside was relatively low at night, and when the ambient temperature was low, the human body's heat source would be more obvious. For the beasts, this was like a red-hot target swaying around. Sillin and Hui Mao could adjust their body temperatures, but Neo couldn't. Growl. Neo rubbed his stomach and said, My poor stomach is starting to complain. Do you have any food? Sillin took out a fruit from a corner and tossed it to Neo. Eat it first. Oh, this is disgusting. Neo looked at the fruit in his hand and said disdainfully. He hated sweet food. You're going to starve if you don't eat it. Fine. Replenishing energy is the most important thing. In fact, this fruit is very nutritious and contains a lot of sugar. Neo seemed to be saying this to himself so that he could better accept the fruit in front of him. Neo's face contorted as he took small bites of the fruit like it was poison. He would take a bite to calm himself down before continuing. Sillin put a hand to his forehead. Why is there someone like this here? Are black vipers only freaks other than robots? Not long after, Aya, Neo suddenly cried out. What's wrong? Sillin and Hui Mao turned to look at him. Neo rolled around on a pile of hay while clutching his stomach. Then, he said with difficulty, I don't feel good. My heart rate is abnormal, my stomach hurts, and I have a strong urge to defecate. In other words, he had diarrhea. Sillin covered his face with his hands. I'd be a fool to believe you. Therefore, to prevent Neo from polluting the cave by defecating, Sillin quickly dragged him to a relatively safe place further away from the cave. 15 minutes later, Sillin dragged the exhausted Neo back into the cave after he had solved his problem. Based on the thinness, shape, color, and smell of the excrement, I eliminated parasites, indigestion, bile duct obstruction, intestinal infection, and other causes. There is a 42% chance that the excrement was caused by a disrupted digestive system. In other words, the culprit is that fruit of yours. Sillin, he really wanted to kick this guy out of the cave. Before the sky turned dark, Sillin went to look for some nuts so that he could smoothly carry out his plan the next day. While searching for nuts, Sillin and Huimao both solved their own food problems. Sillin ate a small wild beast raw. He wasn't going to bring this raw food back to the cave for that idiot with a weak stomach. That would be asking for trouble. That being said, Neo knew this area very well. Moreover, he had a foothold somewhere in the area. Black Viper's footholds were all very safe, and they were well fortified enough to keep out the wild beasts and bio-soldiers. Moreover, Sillin was hoping to obtain some equipment from Neo. If it wasn't for that, Sillin would have knocked that guy out a long time ago and left him there. This planet's magnetic field was a little strange, and Black Viper had covered this area with an interference field that increased the instability of subspace items. Therefore, even though the Jin family's identity ring was a little special, Sillin didn't use it as much as possible. He always carried his crossbow and gun with him. He didn't store his food in the ring either. After all, Neo's ability to adapt to nuts was pretty good. After eating the nuts Sillin brought back, his stamina and mental state were much better than before. He no longer spouted infuriating words in a half-dead tone, like he had just had diarrhea. Night had fallen. Sillin blocked the cave entrance, camouflaged the cave entrance, and laid down to rest. He looked out from the small crack in the cave. His surroundings were pitch black, and the sky was bright with starlight. However, the land under the starlight was filled with murderous intent. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were waiting for prey to appear in the darkness. After resting during the day, the nocturnal animals were now full of energy. They bared their fangs and claws and fought in the dark. He could hear heavy footsteps and strange beast roars from time to time. Sillin withdrew his gaze. Using the faint starlight that shone through the cave ceiling, Sillin saw Neo sleeping on a pile of grass and Huimao curled up in a circle. The two had one thing in common, and that was that their ears were moving. Neo said that his ears could detect danger, but the danger he was referring to was limited to strangers, wild beasts, bio-soldiers, and so on. Back when Sillin had pressed a knife against his neck while he was asleep, the guy didn't react at all. It was probably because he had categorized Sillin as someone he knew, and he deemed Sillin to be harmless. As for how he thought that, Sillin didn't know. The next day, Neo was full of energy after a good night's sleep. He actually started doing aerobics in the cave. Save your stamina. I won't help you if you get chased by bio-soldiers or wild beasts again, Sillin said. Don't worry, I understand. Sillin looked at him suspiciously. He didn't know if this guy meant the same thing when he said he understood. They cleaned up the cave and concealed themselves well. Although they didn't know if they would come back after circling around, they absolutely had to keep this place a secret. They couldn't let others discover it and occupy it. Neo might be a bit of an idiot sometimes, but he was a pretty experienced man when it came to surviving in this place. Both Sillin and Neo avoided the bio-soldiers and wild beasts on their way to the place Neo told them about. However, Sillin suddenly saw 3 dead bio-soldiers when they passed through a certain area. These 3 bio-soldiers hadn't been dead for long, so when Sillin discovered them, there were only a few small beasts chewing on their prey. When they saw Sillin and Neo, the small beasts let out a few threatening roars and scattered. They probably knew that the people in front of them weren't to be trifled with. The 3 bio-soldiers had been shot in the head, and all of them had been shot in the same place. There was a bullet hole between their eyebrows. However, it was obvious that this bullet hole wasn't the direct cause of death. There were more bullet holes in other places, and they were visible from the back of the bio-soldiers' bodies. These bullet holes should be the real cause of their death. After they died, they were dissected. The person who dissected them was very skillful. He must have been an experienced veteran. Huali, Neo said, "Who are you talking about?" Sillin looked at Neo. Judging from the situation, there's a 68% chance that Huali is the culprit. However, she normally doesn't kill bio-soldiers herself. She prefers to analyze the cause of death more than anything else. She probably dissected these 3 bio-soldiers after they were killed by someone, Neo said. "Is this Huali of Black Viper too?" "Of course. We grew up together, but I didn't know that she was here. I wasn't with her when I arrived." Neo seemed to be used to this situation by now. Huali's dissection skills are top-notch. She can dissect a person in less than a minute with a tiny scalpel. Not only that, she can dissect every muscle and meridian in one piece. While Neo was talking about the strange woman who had a fetish for dissecting people, a strange thought suddenly rose in Sillin's mind. Could Black Viper really have an endless supply of freaks other than the robots? Let's get out of here. A large scavenging beast is coming our way very soon. Sillin grabbed Neo, who was still observing the bioweapons meridians. Today's operation was relatively smooth. They didn't run into a lot of bioweapons or beasts, at least not along the path Neo pointed out. This made Sillin suspect that someone had taken care of part of the problem. That was why they were able to move so easily. Also, who was the culprit who killed the 3 bio-soldiers? Did they work for Black Viper, or were they sent here to be tested like Sillin and White Knight? Half a day later, Sillin finally arrived at the place where Neo said the tricolored bean was growing. The tricolored bean was a little different from what Sillin had imagined. There was only one tricolor bean, and it wasn't tall at all. It was about the same height as the shrubs not far away from him, but there was a circular empty space with a radius of around 10 meters around the plant. There was no grass or other small plants in the area, only this one tricolor bean. Sillin also noticed that the ground around the plant was soft and loose. It looked like a layer of fine sand, but this fine sand was a little sticky and moist. These were the microorganisms that lived in a symbiotic relationship with the tricolored bean. They formed a colony of bacteria that squeezed together to form this scene. Sillin was about to test the microorganisms with his finger when Neo slapped his hand away in shock. "Are you looking to die? These microorganisms are poisonous." Sillin thought, "Of course I know they're poisonous." But because of his unique constitution, Sillin wasn't afraid of them at all. Seeing that Neo was about to preach and analyze again, Sillin straightened the colorful tricolored bean and said, "Let's get down to business. Otherwise, we won't have a chance to deal with the bio-soldiers and the wild beasts." After weighing the pros and cons, Neo decisively gave up on preaching and went to deal with the tricolored bean. Hui Mao was lying on a tree branch as a lookout. A wild beast passed by in the distance, but it wouldn't pass by here. This place was relatively safe. Neo took out a pair of gloves from the inside pocket of his tattered clothes, then took out a plastic bag and put the tricolored beans inside. There were a total of 12 tricolored beans, and Neo put them away like they were treasures. While Neo was dealing with the tricolored beans, Sillin used his finger to touch the bacterial colony on the ground and the tricolor bean plant when Neo wasn't paying attention. The moment his finger touched the plant, Sillin learned a lot of information about the plant and the bacterial colony on the ground. The poison contained inside the plant was far more potent than the 2 poisons Sillin had obtained earlier. Most of the toxins that worked against the bio-soldiers were concentrated inside the fruit, so the poison extracted from the fruit should be very effective against the bio-soldiers. According to the plan, the duo would go to Neo's temporary workplace after finding the tricolored beans. Half a day later, Sillin finally arrived at Neo's place. This place looked like a tree growing on a cliff. A tree? Yes. However, this tree was only a door. Neo opened a certain part of the tree and checked his identity. The tree's trunk opened up to form a 1.8-meter-tall door. Someone was here, Neo said with a frown. After entering the tree, the door closed again. However, sunlight could still shine in from the outside. It was just that the people outside couldn't see what was inside. There was also an emergency light source here, and the walls were made of special materials. No one outside could detect the heat signature of this place, so it was possible to use thermal weapons or electrical equipment here. The elevator inside the tree sent Sillin, Huimao, and Neo underground. To be more precise, this was the inside of the cliff. Black Viper's people had built a workshop inside the cliff. While they were inside the elevator, Neo brought up the image and displayed the people who had entered during the time Neo was gone. There was a man and a woman. The man looked about the same age as Sillin. His skin was dark, and his hair was tied into a ponytail. He was muscular and looked like a fierce beast. However, the image showed that he wasn't in good condition. He swayed uncontrollably when he stood up. The woman looked like she was about 13 or 14 years old. She was pretty and cute, but the image showed that she was crying all the time. She was crying so much that she was hiccuping. Her crying seemed to annoy the man. He yelled at her several times, but she didn't stop crying. "Your friend?" Sillin pointed at the woman and asked Neo. "You can say that. What a pain in the ass. Wasn't she a fast runner? How did she get caught? Her intelligence is pitiful." Sillin thought that it was better not to dwell on the issue of intelligence. Neo jumped behind Sillin when the elevator was about to reach their destination. According to his calculations, hiding behind Sillin was 13 times safer than hiding behind Sillin. Sillin took out his dagger and readied his gun. He didn't know why the other party was here, so it was better to be careful. The elevator door opened, and a hall appeared in front of them. There was no one inside the hall, but there was an empty cup inside. Sillin also smelled an unfamiliar scent. Sillin nudged Neo and looked at a tightly shut room at the back of the hall. "Over there," Neo said soundlessly. Sillin nodded. Now that he knew that the stranger was inside the room, Neo wasn't afraid at all. This was his territory after all. He set the settings on the light screen on the wall and locked the door. Neo entered his lab and carefully put away the tricolored beans. Then he jumped out and rolled around on the sofa in the hall. "I'm finally back. Ah ha ha ha. Sillin, did you forget that there's someone in the room, and the hostage is someone you know?" Neo happily introduced the place to Sillin with obvious pride. He even took out some of the food he made. Although Sillin didn't think the food tasted good, both Neo and Huimao ate it with relish. Maybe it was because the people in the living room were too reckless, but the person hiding in the room finally couldn't hold back anymore. There were communication devices installed in the living room and the room. While Sillin and the other two were eating, the communication device rang, and a broken, hiccuping voice said, "Neo, ugh. There's a bad guy, ugh." Even Sillin was tired of hearing the person burping 3 times with every sentence. Neo was obviously not a compassionate person. He wiped his mouth and pulled up the surveillance footage of the room. When he saw the man pointing a gun at the little girl who was crying and burping nonstop, he said, "Who told you to bring him in?" "Ugh. He said he'd kill me if I didn't bring him in, ugh." Neo stared at the person on the screen. Nausea, elevated body temperature, irregular heart rate, muscle spasms, and retinal bleeding. "Are you poisoned?" "Actually, I suggest that if you want to eat those wild beasts, it's best to roast them before eating them, and they have to be well done too. Most of the wild beasts living here contain toxins in their bodies, and high temperature will break them down. This is common sense." "Common sense, my ass." Sillin and everyone else in the room had the same thought at the same time. "I really want to strangle this bastard who doesn't even know how to speak." Of course, you don't have to worry about heat and energy when you live here, but it's very easy to get yourself killed outside. It was obvious that the person inside the room knew that he was poisoned, but he couldn't find any medicine at all. He couldn't enter the rooms where the medicine was stored or Neo slept, so this bedroom was the only place he could enter. Although this person appeared to be a bit fierce, he did not really have the intention to kill the little girl. If he really had evil intentions, would he give the little girl a pillow so that she could comfortably lean on it and not have a backache? It looked like the man was annoyed by the little girl's incessant crying, and he was even feeling a little guilty. Logically speaking, the man wouldn't be so obvious under normal circumstances, but he wasn't in a good state right now. Even though he tried his best to control his emotions, a few of his thoughts were still exposed. When Sillin saw that the man didn't have any killing intent and only wanted to use the little girl to threaten Neo, he said, "You're here to take the test too, aren't you? Come out, we're all the same. You don't want to hurt the little girl, and if you don't get treatment soon, you'll die in half an hour at most." "It's 27 minutes and 46 seconds, Neo corrected him. Sillin shot him a sideways glance. Neo curled his lips. He wasn't the slightest bit self-conscious about his stubbornness. In the end, the man agreed to Sillin's suggestion. He moved the gun away from the girl and tossed it to the side. His breathing was starting to become labored. His brain was running out of blood. His vision was starting to blur, and his muscles were twitching so much that he could only lean against the wall like the little girl. Just pointing the gun at the girl took a lot of energy out of him. Sillin motioned for Neo to remove the lock on the room. After removing the lock on the room, Neo carefully opened the door and hid to the side the moment he opened it. He didn't want to accidentally injure himself during the fight. The man didn't look like he was in a good condition, but Neo had a feeling that he still had the strength to fight for his life. After opening the door, the little girl was still sitting there crying. She kept burping and burping. Seeing that there wasn't any fighting going on outside, Neo poked his head out and said to the girl, "Asho, come here quickly." "Ugh, my leg's in a mug." "Neo." Sillin glanced at the unconscious man on the ground and yelled at Neo, "Give me the medicine." Neo disappeared for a while. When he reappeared, he was already tossing the medicine at Qin Lai. "I don't know if it's effective. After all, I don't know what kind of vicious beast meat he ate to be poisoned. However, this medicine has a wide range of effects. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll just toss him out." Sillin and the person on the ground. Sillin let out a sigh. "You're on your own now." Sillin opened the bottle of medicine and revealed the syringe inside. He injected the medicine into the man. The man didn't resist or refuse, but Sillin knew that if Sillin had tried to kill him just now, the man would have fought with his life on the line. It was a kind of conditioned reflex. If Sillin's guess was correct, this man was from the military. After the medicine was injected, the man closed his eyes and his body temperature was still rising. Outside the door, Neo had already started recording the man's data and testing the medicine's effect from time to time. Neo looked at the display on the device in his hand. It's working. Although his body temperature is still a bit high, his heart rate is gradually stabilizing, and his physiological indicators are recovering quickly. Half an hour later, the little girl named Asho was drinking fruit juice on the living room sofa with red and swollen eyes. Although she had stopped crying, the hiccups didn't stop. She would hiccup every once in a while, but they were gradually calming down. The man who had recovered was wolfing down the food on his plate. There was an agreement next to his hand. It was the agreement Neo had asked him to sign. The man's name was Gu Xian. He didn't know if he was one of the people Sillin had told him to take the test. He had returned to his dorm room to rest after completing his mission, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this damned place. He had nothing on him except a gun and a dagger. Even now, Gu Xian was still clueless about what had happened. Neo had asked Gu Xian to help him search for some research plants under the guise of a savior, and Gu Xian had agreed. He was relatively safe here anyway, so he might as well help this psychopath find some plants before he figured out what had happened. Sillin drew a map of the surroundings and pointed at a place they had passed before. He asked Gu Xian, "You killed these 3 beginner bio soldiers, didn't you?" Gu Xian nodded. "Yes, I did. You killed each of them with 2 shots, one to the head and the other to their vitals. What I want to ask is, how did you know where their vitals were?" Sillin was very confused about this. Xian clearly didn't use the same method as Silin. Silin always killed the beginner bio-soldiers in one shot. Xian thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. At first, I shot them in the head, but I discovered that it didn't have much of an effect. Only 1 out of 10 of them died immediately after being shot in the head. Later, I noticed that the core of the bio-soldiers' vitals would issue a survival command after being shot in the head. It would allow them to continue moving, and this core is their vitals. So that's how it is. Silin nodded. All right, what is this place? Xian asked. Neo had talked too much earlier, and he didn't mention anything he wanted to know when he signed the agreement. Asho was crying and hiccuping, so Xian decided to ask Silin in the end. This is Black Viper's territory. After saying this, Silin left a shocked Xian behind and went to the lab to extract the toxin. Chapter 278. Silin didn't put much effort into the extraction of the tricolored beans toxins. He spent most of the time watching from the sidelines. Silin knew quite a bit about the process of extracting and purifying effective toxins from plants and repairing some of the defects in the molecules. Therefore, according to Silin's past experience, a job like this involved a lot of analysis and calculation, and it required a higher level of knowledge from the worker. If a person were to complete the entire process alone, it would take more than half a day to complete. However, Neo was already used to it. He completed all the work in just 2 hours and even perfected the toxins that were specifically targeted at a bio-human's constitution. Silin couldn't help but admire him for this. Silin was also able to complete all the work in this short period of time, but this was mainly because of Silin's own uniqueness. At the very least, up until now, Silin had never seen anyone who could complete so much work in such a short period of time. Even the affiliated schools were a bit lacking in this regard. In this regard, Neo was like a precise calculating machine. Moreover, he had an extraordinary nature and ability to predict his research targets. The moment he started working on a project, he had already planned out the next step, and even more steps and calculations in his mind. Of course, there were certain aspects of this machine that were not working normally. Neo could be called a genius. Just like Neo's obsessive-compulsive tendency to digitize his daily life, he was also very strict when it came to his experiments. Even the RAS thought that the precision of his data was too harsh. After 2 hours of forgetful work, Neo held a small bottle of orange-yellow liquid in his hand and shouted excitedly, "It's finally out." These toxins were slightly different from the natural toxins extracted from the tricolored bean, but theoretically speaking, these toxins were more effective against bio-soldiers. Here, use these to fight bio-soldiers. It's best if you do it around here. I can see and record the data from here and test the effects. Neo handed the 3 bottles in his hand to Silin and said. Silin was already used to Neo's self-centered way of speaking. Those who didn't know Neo well would misunderstand his commanding tone. This guy didn't seem to know how to be tactful. He was so direct that it made people want to slap him. It just so happened that Xian had pretty much recovered by now, and this was mainly because of Xian's physical constitution. According to Neo, Xian's physical constitution was pretty good. His body had developed a resistance to the poison, and he would be fine the next time he came into contact with the same type of poisonous meat. Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? Silin asked Neo. Even if the Black Viper's people had a safe place to stay and heat up their food, they couldn't guarantee that all the food was safe, right? How could a physique like Neo's and Asho's, whose eyes were red from crying and who was still hiccuping nonstop, possibly compare to Xian? Oh, about that. We were vaccinated before we came here, and we were also injected with the compound antiserum. We won't be as bad as you guys. Also, we were given antidotes and some backup drugs. Speaking of which, Asho, what are you doing here instead of staying at your own place? Neo was very displeased with Asho's behavior. Silin and Xian covered their faces. Asho, who had just stopped crying, was crying and hiccuping again. It was stolen by the bad guys, Asho's tears started flowing like floodgates. Asho had gone up the mountain to take in some fresh air and have some fun. Who would have thought that a bunch of strangers would enter her place when she returned? They wanted to capture Asho, but Asho slipped away like the wind. Unfortunately for her, she ran into a dangerous person like Gu Xian right after she left the tiger's den. Asho had to have a way to protect herself since she was able to make it here. Just like Neo, she was a fast runner, but Asho was even faster. Asho's physique was special. Her bones were a lot lighter than a normal person's, and her body was thin and delicate. But according to Neo, Asho could run as fast as a tornado, and Gu Xian had confirmed it himself. If he hadn't used some tricks, there was no way he could have caught Asho. Then why didn't you bring him to your place and let them fight each other? Neo said. Gu Xian looked at Neo, and then at the hiccuping and crying Asho. In the end, he still felt that Asho was the better choice. Asho paused for a moment when she heard Neo's words. Then, she cried even harder. He said, I'll take him to a safe, place, but my place is, not safe anymore. Neo said with a look of disdain, I seriously doubt your intelligence. Huimao, who was licking his claws next to Asho, flicked his ears and looked at Neo before continuing to lick his claws. Silin guessed that the bad guys Asho was talking about were people who were brought here to be tested just like him and Gu Xian. However, he didn't know who else was in this place other than the military. Gu Xian admitted that he was from the military, but he kept his mouth shut about which military unit he belonged to. Both he and Silin kept their background a secret, and Neo and Asho weren't interested in it either. Therefore, everyone got along fairly well with each other. The name Gu Xian was definitely his real name, but Gu Xian didn't seem to be afraid that someone would investigate this name. Silin guessed that if someone really did go to the military to investigate this name, they would definitely receive the news that this person is deceased. The people who were allowed to come here were definitely the special kind of people in the military, and their records have been altered a long time ago. All right, the two of you should go and try out my research results, Neo urged. Originally, he was planning to shoot through a couple of hidden windows on the cliff, but unfortunately, a flock of flying beasts had been passing through this place recently. For the sake of the 37% chance of being discovered, Neo gave up on that place and ordered Silin and Gu Xian to stand guard at the top of the tree. Silin and Gu Xian took the two modified guns Neo gave them and moved to the top of the tree. Each thick branch was just big enough to fit one person, so Silin and Gu Xian hid here and waited. Huimao volunteered to lure the bio soldiers away. Are braids allowed in the military? Silin asked Gu Xian. According to military rules, a small braid like this wasn't welcomed by the officers. It wasn't allowed at first, but it became allowed later on. Gu Xian didn't say much, but the moment he mentioned it, Gu Xian immediately recalled something from the past. He had grown used to having braids since he was young, but on his first day in the military, he was ordered to shave his head with a knife, and Gu Xian beat the crap out of that officer. Gu Xian was a troublemaker, and every officer who taught him loved and hated him at the same time. However, he couldn't keep his braids until he entered that special place. They're here. Silin and Gu Xian waited in the thick branches they had chosen, holding the guns Neo gave them. They watched the 5 bio soldiers running in the distance. Huimao was running in front of the 5 bio soldiers while shouting smugly. He was treating this as a game. The distance between the tree and the bio soldiers was about 3,000 meters, and the wind blew occasionally on this side of the cliff. Therefore, it was a bit difficult. Neo definitely wouldn't be able to hit the bio soldiers, and he would be able to graze the bio soldier's skin without moving. When the bio soldiers reached the spot Silin had predicted, Silin fired without hesitation. One of the running bio soldiers was shot in the abdomen. It collapsed limply to the ground and died 2 seconds later. This shot didn't hit a vital spot. It was only 5 centimeters away from where Silin had predicted it would be. However, this was also part of his and Neo's plan. The first shot was to test the effect of a non-vital spot. Very good. Shoot their heads again. Neo's excited voice came from the communicator. They were communicating through the communicator provided by Neo, so they wouldn't be detected by the flying beasts that occasionally flew by. Once again, a flying beast stood on the branch Silin was standing on and pecked at its fur. It didn't notice anything amiss. Xianxia fired the second shot, and it hit a bio soldier in the head. The effect was similar to the one Silin had killed. "All right, the next one is to shoot their vitals," Neo said. Silin's third shot hit a bio soldier's vitals, and the effect was obvious. The bio soldier died almost immediately. The bullets used in Neo's gun weren't very powerful. Even if a bio soldier was shot in a vitals, it wouldn't die immediately without the help of the drugs. It would struggle for 3 to 5 seconds. However, it was a different story after the drugs were combined. Xianxia raised an eyebrow when he saw Silin's shot, but he didn't say anything. He was surprised that Silin was able to find a bio soldier's vitals without firing a shot in the head first. "Have you collected all the data?" Silin asked Neo. If he hadn't, then he would shoot their vitals. Shoot another bio soldier's vitals to confirm it. "All right." Silin raised his gun and fired again. Another of the 2 remaining bio soldiers that were running in circles with Huimao collapsed. "Confirmation complete. Let's shoot the arm for the last one." Neo's tone was filled with joy. It looked like the effects of the drugs were pretty good. Xianxia was the one who fired the last shot. He hit the bio soldier's right arm. The bio soldier that was shot in the right arm died a few seconds longer than it should have, but the result was still pretty good. With this drug, they would have an extra layer of protection even if they ran into a group of bio soldiers in the forest. "Are these the only 5? Silin asked. "That's it for now. You guys can come back now." Silin summoned Huimao back to his side and returned to the safe zone under the tree. Neo had already gone into his lab to process the data. He ignored them because he had some compressed food in his locker. All he needed to do was decompress it. There was a display in the living room that displayed the situation outside. Silin and the others sat there and started eating after they decompressed the food. They watched the scene outside while they ate. Huimao crouched at the side and didn't eat. It had already eaten when it went out to play with the bio soldiers. While licking its paws, Huimao's attention was attracted by Xianxia's pigtail. It stuck out its butt and stretched its back. Then, it ran to the back of Xianxia's chair and played with Xianxia's pigtail with its paw. Xianxia blocked the cat's paw with the handle of his spoon. The next moment, the cat's paw came to play with his whip. Xianxia turned to look at Huimao and was rendered speechless by the cat's eyes that looked like it was looking at a toy. Suddenly, Asho, who was burping and drinking juice, shuddered. He scratched his arm and said in a soft voice, "It's going to hail." Silin and Xianxia turned to look at Asho. Asho shrunk his head and looked timidly at Silin and Xianxia. Then, he burped and said in a small voice, "There will be a hail in an hour." Both Silin and Xianxia were very puzzled. In fact, Xianxia didn't even mind that the gray cat was playing with his pigtails with its claws. It didn't sense anything out of the ordinary when they went out to shoot the bio soldiers. The weather was fine, and there were no signs of it happening. It's only been a while, and it's already going to hail? In this kind of weather? Based on past experience, there's a 99% chance that Asho's prediction will come true, Neo said after he finished processing the data. "Will this place be affected if it hails?" Silin asked. "No, the buildings here are very reliable. However, a hail usually lasts for more than 5 days. Also," Neo looked at Silin and Xianxia, "the food stored here doesn't include you two, so it'll be very difficult to get out if it hails. Therefore, it's best if you two go out and stock up on food before it starts." Silin and Xianxia exchanged a glance with each other before swiftly finishing the food on their plates. Then they put on their equipment. Before they left, Neo handed them a list of plants and food he needed like it was a matter of course. The corner of Silin's eyes twitched. "Let's see how it goes. I'll bring you some if we run into it." Of course. Neo nonchalantly went back to his room to sleep. "In the past, I would have beat him up for sure," Xianxia said after he came out. It was true that Neo's tone was very confusing, but he didn't feel like he had offended anyone in the slightest. The same sentence, even if it was a compliment, sounded very sarcastic when it came out of his mouth. Are all the black nightmares freaks like this? Gu Xin asked Silin. I don't know, but the two I've encountered are freaks. If the dissecting freak Hua Li was included, then all three of them were freaks. Both Silin and Gu Xion's targets were small beasts. After they processed the meat, they put it into a bag and heated it up when they returned. The duo's speed was very fast, and the recovered Gu Xian displayed his extraordinary strength. Small beasts were almost effortless to him. They ran into two large beasts along the way, but the duo swiftly took care of them together. Hui Mao went to look for Emoya's nuts. He had no interest in provoking any more beasts after he was full. Hui Mao's ears twitched while he was packing the nuts. He said to Silin and Gu Xian, "Someone's coming." Silin and Gu Xian swiftly hid themselves. The bag containing the beast meat had the ability to block out smell and camouflage. It was very difficult to be discovered if they used grass and branches to hide themselves. After Silin hid himself, he quietly waited for the person who was approaching from afar. The person was moving very fast. He looked like he was running away from something, and he was holding a bone knife in his hand. It was probably made from the bones of a large beast he had killed. The bone was very hard, and it was a good weapon against normal beasts. Gu Xian frowned when he saw the person's face. Why is it that guy? Seeing Gu Xian's reaction, Silin shot him a look. Do you know him? Gu Xian blinked once in confirmation. Still lying on a tree, Hui Mao looked into the distance. Something was coming from that direction again. A roar broke the silence in the forest. The person who heard the roar cursed in a low voice. He quickened his pace, looking for a place to hide as he ran. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the place where Silin and Gu Xian were hiding. It was indeed easier to hide there. Gu Xian gave Silin a look, indicating for him to take care of it. Silin agreed. The person who had quickened his pace suddenly stopped when he was close to the place, and a knife in his hand flew towards that direction. Gu Xian, who was already prepared, pushed his knife aside and made a sign language. Seeing this sign language, the person was stunned. Although he was still on guard, since there were people chasing after him, he put down the dispute in front of him and let Gu Xian lead him to hide in the bushes behind a slope. He had smeared some plant liquid on his body, which had the effect of covering up his smell. However, after a long time, the effect had somewhat diminished. Gu Xian sprayed some more liquid on his body. The person did not refuse, but he held the knife in his hand tightly, constantly on guard. As long as Gu Xian made the slightest movement, he would immediately kill him. He was clearly very tired, but when he hid, he adjusted his body's condition to be very suitable for hiding. Not long after, a 5-meter-tall, lizard-like thing crawled over. What was different from a lizard was that this fellow had 2 large pairs of pincers in front of it. There were erect spikes on its back all the way to its tail, and its body was covered in thick, bony scales. With one look, it was obvious that this ferocious fellow was not easy to deal with. The big fellow stopped in its tracks, and the 2 antennae above its head moved. It was using these sensitive antennae to search for a target. As soon as Silin saw the antennae above the big fellow's head, he knew that he might not be able to hide from this big fellow. He gave Hui Mao a look, and Hui Mao yawned. Just as the big fellow's antennae pointed in their direction and was about to come over, a cat's meow not only attracted the big fellow's attention, but also gave Gu Xian and the other person a fright. Anyone would be startled, and at this kind of tense moment, a strange cat's meow suddenly rang out from above. It would be strange if they didn't jump in fright. Hui Mao meowed as if demonstrating its strength, then spread its claws and jumped into the distance. Seeing that the big fellow was still hesitating, Hui Mao turned around and rushed towards the big fellow. Gu Xian's eyes widened, and he looked at Silin. Was he going to sacrifice his pet? But seeing Silin's calm expression, Gu Xian and the other person turned their gazes in that direction. Hui Mao ran over and suddenly sped up. They only saw a gray shadow flash, and then only one of the 2 antennae on the big fellow's head was left. Hui Mao, who had 1 antenna in its mouth, was still swinging its tail in front of them. Gu Xian and the other person. What a ferocious cat! With 1 antenna in its mouth, Hui Mao ran into the distance. As expected, the big fellow was angry. It let out a loud roar, and the sound waves shook some of the nuts off the tree. Now it was easier to collect the nuts. Sillin thinks. Once the big fellow was far away, Sillin and Wuxia ignored the other person and quickly went to collect the nuts. "It's about time, let's go back," Sillin said. They were only 10 minutes away from the hour that Asho said. Sillin didn't know what the hailstorm was like here, but it definitely wouldn't be pleasant. It was better to return to the safe zone before it happened. Wuxia nodded and then looked at the other person. "Erdi, want to go together?" Erdi looked at the person who knew his identity and the young man who was picking up the nuts not far away. He knew that these two people weren't simple, but the current situation wasn't looking good for him. After thinking for a while, Erdi was prepared to refuse. He didn't trust people easily. "There's going to be a hailstorm soon. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you keep going like this," Wuxia said before Erdi could refuse. Erdi looked at Wuxia, trying to discern the truth of his words. "Let's go." Sillin told Wuxia to hurry up and leave. It was up to Erdi whether to follow or not. Before Sillin and Wuxia could get far away, Erdi still decided to follow them. Huimao arrived at the tree earlier than Sillin and Wuxia. He was still holding the tentacle in his mouth and playing with it with his claws. Neo was very reluctant to see another stranger. "Why do you guys like to pick up baggage so much?" Bag. Erdi wanted to kill someone. He had never been called a baggage in his entire life. Looking at the skinny and listless Neo who had just woken up, Erdi felt like he could squash the bastard to death with just 2 fingers. Fortunately, Neo was still sleepy, so he went back to his room after a quick trip to the toilet. Inside the living room, Asho was hugging a glass of juice and curled up in a corner of the sofa. The hiccups that had just stopped were starting again when he saw another stranger with a murderous aura. Sillin pointed Erdi to a room with first aid supplies. Knowing Erdi's personality, he wouldn't trust anyone else to treat his wounds. Wuxia told Erdi who he was while Erdi was cleaning his wounds. Erdi was a celebrity in a certain circle in the 17th Star region. The former leader of one of the top underground forces in the 17th Star region, the Blood Orchid, had adopted Erdi as his son. Later, the Blood Orchid had an internal strife due to some external factors. The former leader was assassinated, and Erdi began his path of revenge. In the next 2 years, a number of important gang members were assassinated one after another. Other than that, Erdi's hit list included the planetary government, some important government officials, and nobles from other planets. Later on, some people called Erdi the Flower of Misfortune. I heard that he was turned into a sieve one time, but his body was never found. Not long after, he appeared again and successfully assassinated a few important government officials who were attending a Star Region conference. Since then, Erdi has been on the most wanted list of the 17th Star Region. However, this person disappeared after that, and Erdi never showed up again after his revenge. I didn't think I'd see him here. The Flower of Misfortune, Erdi. A grown man like him probably wouldn't like being called a flower. However, the name did make the faces of some people in the 17th Star region turn pale. Be it the gangs, the government, or the nobles who were once involved in the Blood Orchid struggle, the name was a nightmare to them. Chapter 279. Not long after Sillin and the others returned to Neo's safe zone, the sky started to change color. In less than a minute, the clear sky turned dark, and the humidity around them skyrocketed. Crack, crack, crack. Hailstones started crashing into the ground. The descent of the hailstones and the change in the weather caught everyone off guard. If Asho hadn't warned them beforehand, even Sillin would have thought in that direction only when the sky changed color. The dangerous elements in this area were not only the biochemical soldiers, the ferocious beasts of various sizes, and the poisonous plants that grew quietly in certain places. Apart from these, there were also all kinds of threatening bacteria and viruses floating in the air. If an ordinary person who had not received any vaccine stayed here, even if there were no biochemical soldiers or ferocious beasts attacking him, he He would not be able to survive because the pathological reactions caused by the bacteria and viruses were enough to kill him. Even people as strong as Silin and Gu Xian were hard to defend against in this place. Silin was fine, but Gu Xian and Erdi felt it deeply. If they didn't have a hiding spot like this, Silin's little cave would have been very difficult to survive. It would have been hard to make friends with people. Everyone was drinking hot milk tea. Other than Neo, who was sleeping in his room, everyone was sitting in the living room and watching the hailstorm outside on the screen. Right now, Erdi was a lot less vigilant, and most of his injuries had healed. Silin and Gu Xian were like him. They were brothers in the same boat. However, Erdi still couldn't figure out why Gu Xian was able to recognize him. Erdi hadn't seen any normal humans since he arrived on this planet. He did run into a lot of biochemical soldiers and wild beasts, but he knew he wasn't the only one. He had seen some biochemical soldiers and wild beasts before. They were hunted and killed by humans, but he hadn't run into them before. Why were they here? Erdi didn't know either. He had hidden himself for almost 2 years, and as a celebrity on the most wanted list of the 17-star region, Erdi had hidden himself well after his revenge. At least he thought he did. He didn't expect to be tricked that day. He only remembered seeing a few people before he fainted, and when he woke up, he was already here. Unlike Gu Xian, who had a knife and a gun, Erdi didn't have anything with him. He had to kill biochemical soldiers and wild beasts himself. It didn't matter as long as he could survive. How long will the hail last? Erdi asked. Silin and Gu Xian didn't answer. Instead, they looked at Asho. Asho shuddered and burped. 5 days. 5 days? That's good. I can hold on. Echo let out a sigh of relief. But there will be snow after the hail. Erdi, compared to when Silin and the others went out to look for food, the temperature outside had dropped by nearly 20 degrees, and it was still dropping. Who knew what kind of days they would have to go through in the future? How long will the snow last? Silin asked Asho. 6 or 7 days. I'm not sure yet. Asho replied timidly. I won't go out if I can. Looks like I'll have to be frugal and sleep more, Gu Xian said. Silin and the others were holed up in the safe zone. The temperature inside the safe zone was very warm, a stark contrast to the harsh weather outside. The fist-sized ball of ice smashed into the ground, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. By now, both the bio-soldiers and the dire beast had found a place to hide. In the face of the power of nature, even the strongest dire beasts had to avoid it. The trees inside the forest were very sturdy. Their thick trunks were strong enough to withstand the impact of the hail. Those that couldn't would grow under the lush branches. It was the only way they could survive the natural disaster. As for the other plants, they were smashed to pieces by the hail. But when the hail passed, they would flourish again. This was the power of life. Everyone spent most of the 5 days resting. Neo was a man who slept a lot. Of course, it was a good thing that he could sleep. Everyone wanted to slap him in the face every time he opened his mouth. Neo was very unhappy that so many burdens had come to his place. That was why he ordered Gu Xian, Erdi, and Asho to take care of some of the chores around the house. In order to save energy, most of the chores were done by humans. Neo didn't ask Silin to do those chores because Silin's "I saved you and helped you find the tricolor beans" was enough to make Neo take back his words. Sometimes, Silin wondered if Neo wasn't afraid that they would gang up on him and take this place for themselves. Or did he never think in that direction at all? The latter was more likely. One day, when the hail had just stopped and snow was starting to take the place of the hail, Neo suddenly let out a loud yell and woke everyone up from their sleep. Erdi, who had just finished washing the dishes, was so angry that his hair was about to explode. "What the fuck are you yelling for?" Erdi said irritably while scratching his messy hair. "Oh," Neo let out another strange sigh. "Oh my god, you motherfucker." Asho glanced at a bracelet-like object on her wrist. One of the metal blocks was flashing. She pressed a button on the flashing metal block, and a small screen popped up. There was an encrypted message made up of characters on it. After reading the message, Asho's crying that had stopped for 5 days started again. Asho and Neo's reactions gave Silin and the others a bad feeling. "Oh my god, How could they put that secondary metabolite here? Neo walked out of his room with a dejected expression while grabbing his hair that was sticking up from sleep. What's going on? Sillin asked Neo. B-13 was sent to this planet, Neo said dejectedly. B-13. A glint flashed across Wuxia's eyes. If I remember correctly, there used to be an illegal biochemical beast called B-13. B-13 is a secondary derivative of B-13, Neo replied. Weren't they all destroyed? Wuxia remembered that an entire planet had been destroyed, but that was Black Viper's doing. Since they were the ones who did it, it wasn't surprising that they were able to get their hands on B-13. But why would someone from Black Viper be interested in a failed product like that? B-13 was a project that a noble had secretly invested in. When it was discovered and publicized, the Empire took certain measures against it. However, there were too many twists and turns, and too many people were involved. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. But not long after, rumors spread that Black Viper had destroyed the entire planet. B-13 is a complete failure, but B-13 isn't much better. The premature aging phenomenon has been resolved, but there are still a lot of problems. How could they throw such an incomplete product into a place like this? It's blah blah blah. Sillin wasn't interested in Neo's subjective comments. He asked, why do you say that our B-13 is an incomplete product? Because they can't control themselves completely. They will lose control of themselves if they become agitated and act like lunatics. Do you have a video introduction? Yes, but not all of them. Neo brought up a couple of still images. Hui Mao's eyes widened. Rats? Apart from the first image that clearly showed a rat, the other images didn't show that it was the same creature as the first one. Unlike the big black rats Sillin encountered back at Seven Lights, the biochemical beasts in front of him were mostly white in color. They looked no different from a normal white mouse. It was no wonder that white mice had become a model for biochemical beast experiments nowadays. However, there were only a handful of successful experiments. Why does it look like a hedgehog? Erdy pointed at one of the images and asked. That's one of their forms after they've been agitated. So those things at the back that don't look like rats at all are its other forms. I didn't know you were this smart. Neo looked at Erdy like he was a child waiting to be taught. Erdy clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He really wanted to beat the bastard to death. How many of these biochemical beasts are there? Sillin asked. I don't know, but I'm sure there are a lot of them. Neo looked very dejected at the mention of this. He didn't expect to run into these things before he came here. At the time, all he wanted to do was to come here and study them as soon as possible. After he signed the consent form and boarded the space plane, it was too late for regrets. Even this place can't hold them. Wuxia looked around. Black Viper was the one who built this place. It'll be difficult. There's a 27% chance that the rodents will dig through. Then we'll have no choice but to defend it. Wuxia looked at the white world displayed on the other screen. He couldn't find another suitable place to hide. Then I'll leave it to you, Neo said. What weapons do you have? Sillin looked at Neo. The most important thing right now was to get his hands on a suitable weapon. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the biochemical beasts. Not many. Go take a look yourselves. Neo opened a room. There were some guns and cannons displayed inside. It may not be very effective, but it's better than nothing. Let's make do and set up as soon as possible, Sillin said after scanning the place once. At the same time, an opening suddenly appeared on a stone wall on the other side of the forest. It turned out that this place had a safe zone, just like Neo's. However, the safe zone here wasn't very big. In fact, it was much smaller than Neo's. Moreover, the place was completely covered in ice due to the hail and snow. Even the walls were covered in a layer of ice. Opening a window required one to break through the ice to breathe in the outside air. A face appeared at the window. It was none other than Huali, the dissecting freak that Neo mentioned. Huali looked at the flying snow and the distant forest before closing the window with a whoosh. She returned to the house and opened a couple of big boxes. She took out some of the things inside and put them into a rectangular box that she had prepared earlier. There were some gun barrels and other weapons inside. After she was done, Huali set up the password and closed the safe zone completely. After exiting the safe zone, Huali walked to the edge of a cliff and put a finger to her mouth. A whistle sounded. They didn't have to worry about attracting the biochemical soldiers and wild beasts at this place. A while later, a silver figure flew up from the bottom of the cliff. When she saw the silver figure, Huali jumped down and landed right on top of it. It was a giant silver eagle. It would be about 3 meters tall if it stood on the ground. After Huali had settled herself on the eagle's back, she gave an order, and the eagle flew away from the mountain. Huali passed through the forest while sitting on the eagle's back. There were very few flying beasts in the sky right now. The whole place was covered in white. The snowflakes were dense, and the cold wind cut their faces like knives. Thankfully, Huali was wearing a breathing mask. Suddenly, a bestial roar resounded in front of them. Then, a couple of flying beasts took to the air and flew towards Huali and the eagle while clamoring. "Let's not waste time with them right now. Let's change our route first," Huali said. The eagle looked a little unwillingly at the arrogant flying beasts charging towards them. Then, it flapped its wings and changed direction. This way, they would have to detour around a valley. Although it was a little far, they wouldn't have to face the wild beasts chasing after them. It would take them less time to get there. Right now, Huali was in a hurry. She didn't have the time to care about anything else. The eagle flew very fast, and it looked like it was used to this kind of environment. It didn't take long for them to shake off their pursuers. Just as the eagle was about to show off, an alarm suddenly went off in its head, and it cried out in a certain direction. Huali quickly took out a couple of parts from her holster, assembled them together, and fired a shot in that direction. The bullet scattered as it flew. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet was blocked by something. A figure flashed through the air, and Huali fired several shots in quick succession. Although she couldn't match the enemy's speed, she was used to this kind of situation. She fired calmly and didn't let the enemy get close. Suddenly, the enemy sped up and fired at Huali. But Huali was prepared for this. She changed the gun's gear and pulled the trigger. A huge electric net appeared in the air, blocking the incoming bullets and the figure that was flying over. In order to avoid the lightning net, the enemy had no choice but to change direction and rest on the mountain wall. Now, Huali finally saw the enemy's face. It was a person. To be precise, it was a foreign race. He had wings on his back and could fly. He wasn't wearing shoes, but his toes were nailed to the mountain wall like an eagle's talons to keep him stable. His eyes were a dark gold, and his exposed skin was covered in dark brown lines. The person just stood on the mountain wall and didn't attack again. Huali stayed on the eagle's back and raised her gun, ready to fire the second the person made a strange move. The flying snowflakes almost filled the space between the duo. A normal person would have lost sight of the other a long time ago, but both of them had been on high alert. The eagle didn't stop, and the person on the mountain wall continued to face Huali. He only relaxed when Huali was out of sight. "Hey, Orville, what's going on?" Someone at the foot of the mountain asked. "There's a woman riding a giant eagle. Do you know which side she's from?" "I don't know. She's heading that way." "That way? Never mind. Let's go back first. The hail is finally over, so let's get something to eat." The captain said he has urgent orders. "All right." Orville flapped his wings and retracted his talon-like toes. Then, he flew down the mountain. Sillin and the others didn't know about this. Right now, they were watching Neo argue with the person standing outside the safe zone. "No, I'm already full. If you come any further, we'll be overpopulated, and it'll put pressure on our environment. It'll also complicate the relationships between members of society," and Neo didn't finish his sentence because the screen showed Huali pointing a cannon barrel at the door behind the tree. "Barbarian!" Neo finally pressed the button unwillingly after analyzing all the possible scenarios. After Huali came in, the eagle behind her flew to the cliff and found a place to rest. Neo's expression improved a little when he saw the eagle's self-awareness. He was going to flip out if the big guy squeezed in as well. Bird poop was too disgusting. If the eagle knew what was going through Neo's head right now, it would have torn him apart with its claws. "Why are you here?" Neo asked Hua Li in annoyance. "I can't take care of those things alone." "Do you really think I can? You have equipment here." Hua Li looked at Neo's lab. Neo ran to the lab's entrance and spread his arms. "I'm telling you, I'll fight you to the death if you try to touch my lab. You'll have to step over my dead body if you want to go in." Hua Li shot Neo an expressionless glance before turning to Asho. "Did you fall?" Asho nodded with pursed lips and red eyes. "Hey man, fuck." Hua Li put down the box on her back and sat down on the sofa. She didn't pay any attention to Sillin and the others at all. Sillin and the others didn't speak to Hua Li either. Maybe it was because Hua Li had dissected too many things, or maybe it was because of her cold personality, but they always felt that Hua Li's eyes were cold. She looked at everything like it was a corpse, and she looked like she was going to start dissecting with a scalpel in the next moment. Hua Li was sitting relatively close to Hui Mao, so the sleeping Hui Mao's nose twitched a little. He opened his eyes and shot Hua Li a glance. Puzzled, he got up, walked around Hua Li, and sniffed at her. Hua Li didn't react to the cat's actions. She shot at a glance, but it was obvious that Hui Mao was immune to Hua Li's cold gaze. Or rather, he was a little thick-skinned and didn't take it to heart at all. "I smell bird feathers," Hui Mao said. "She came here on a giant eagle," Sillin answered. "Not that. It's another smell. It's more like the smell of a foreign human." Sillin and the others looked at Hua Li at the same time when they heard Hui Mao's words. Hua Li slowly put down her cup and said, "I'm not a foreign human, but I ran into a foreign human who can fly on my way here." When Hua Li had reconstructed Orville's face on the light screen, Erdi cursed in a low voice, "Fuck, why is it him?" Gu Xian rubbed his chin. He had some impression of this person, but he hadn't come into direct contact with him. It looked like Black Viper's men weren't simple at all. Orville's background was even darker than Erdi's. Chapter 280. Since Hua Li had left her safe zone to seek help, then the RB-13S that had been released into the safe zone would definitely be able to destroy the sturdy materials outside. Not long after Hua Li arrived, many large boxes fell from the sky above the planet. They were all made of special materials, and there was a password lock on the outside. The parachutes on top of the boxes opened when they fell from the sky. In the forest, a few beasts that were hunting for food saw the box that fell from the sky and were very curious. After the box fell, these beasts slowly approached it. They walked around the box and sniffed, but didn't smell anything. The box was sealed so tightly that not even the slightest scent leaked out. Moreover, the outside of the box had been cleaned, so the beasts didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Bang! The sudden noise from the box startled the nearby beasts and caused them to retreat a little. A while later, the beasts curiously approached the box again. Bang! There was another noise, but this time it was even louder. It sounded like something was bumping against something inside the box. The box moved a little. Bang! 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 The noise grew more and more rapid. The beasts had gotten used to it by now, so they didn't retreat as far as they would the first time. Instead, they continued to wander around 3 meters away from the box. Beep! The password lock on the outside of the box rang, and the box was unlocked. The box opened with a click. Its fur, the same color as the snow, was exposed. It looked very harmless. This was the RB-13 that Neo had mentioned. It looked like a white mouse, except that it was a little bigger. With a height of 1 meter, it was much smaller than the beast around it. The white mouse looked around with its ruby eyes. It didn't seem to feel cold despite the low temperature. After sniffing a little, its gaze stopped on the moving beasts. The beasts were no longer afraid when they saw that the white mouse was the only thing that came out of the box. Instead, they treated it like food, opened their mouths, and bared their sharp teeth at the white mouse like a tiger watching its prey. When one of the beasts pounced on the white mouse, the others hurriedly followed suit, afraid that they wouldn't get their turn if they fell behind. Mournful cries rang out in the forest. Then there were the faint sounds of chewing and flesh being torn apart. A while later, all that was left was an empty box and some flesh that was slowly being covered by the snow. The password lock on the box lit up, and the parachute straps on the box broke. The box gradually shrank, and its opening closed. It lay there quietly, buried by the snow. Inside Neo's safe zone, everyone was watching a video in the living room. It was a hidden camera that Neo had placed in a corner of the forest earlier. Since some bioweapons and beasts would sense it when the video was transmitted, he hadn't turned it on until now. But Neo didn't care about that now. Moreover, there weren't many bioweapons or beasts in this weather, so the chances of being discovered were very low. The video showed a primary bio soldier fighting with a dire beast, which attracted a white mouse. Although both the dire beast and the bio soldier were injured, they were still full of fighting spirit. When they saw the newcomer, both sides looked at each other but didn't pay too much attention to it. However, dire beast didn't like a stranger sneaking up on them while they were fighting. So, the dire beast closest to the white mouse let out a threatening roar. Before it could finish its roar, a white shadow flashed, and the dire beast's neck was bitten off. After tossing the dead bioweapons to the side, the white mouse looked at the bioweapons. The bioweapons didn't know what fear was, and neither did they know how to run. Instead, they charged at the white mouse. Brown blood splattered across the snowy ground. The bioweapons were instantly dismembered. A white mouse against a white background, but the combination of colors was enough to make one's hair stand on end. So fast, Wuxia exclaimed. And its claws are very sharp. Looked at the white figure walking further and further away in the video. He then looked at the patch of brown flesh on the snow that looked like it had been cut by a knife. In just a split second, the white mouse had been able to tear a bio soldier into such a state. Not only was it fast, its claws were sharp enough to cut through bone without hesitation. Wally didn't say anything. She simply touched her long box. They still have room to grow. Neo added, if every white mouse we send over is like this one, then they're only at the beginning of their growth. Their appetite is huge, their metabolism is fast, and they can grow a lot every day. What? Those things still have room to grow? Does that mean they'll grow even stronger? asked. That's for sure. Since they're biochemical beasts and were originally experimental subjects, their stability is very low and their mutation rate is very high. They might be mutating and dissimilating at every moment. So the growth of each experimental subject doesn't have a fixed direction. Maybe one of them is an armor type that focuses on defense, and the other one is an aggressive type. Who knows? That's why I said that RB-13 is a failure. Neo still looked down on the RB-13, even though it was a great threat. From an experimenter's point of view, RB-13 was a failure in Neo's eyes. Is that so? I wonder if you'll turn into its feces in a few days, said mockingly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would I provoke those failures? You're the ones who should be leaving. Neo wasn't worried about his life at all. Wally wiped the spear in her hand. Idiot. Neo was about to retaliate when Sillin pulled him back. With the tricolored beans, toxin work? Neo's attention was attracted by Sillin's words. I don't know about that. We can give it a try, but we'll have to change the gun first. If we're still using the same gun, we won't even be able to break RB-13's skin. Sillin nodded and walked to where Neo kept his weapons. It didn't take long before Sillin walked out. Neo, can I borrow a few spare parts from your lab? No. Neo rushed into the lab and raised an arm. If you want to touch my stuff, you'll have to cross my dead body first. Wuxia, and Huali all looked at Neo. Wuxia spun the gun in his hand. Played with a small knife, and Huali raised the sniper rifle she had just assembled. Neo. After a minute of stalemate, Neo twisted his neck and said, I'd rather die than submit. This is my place, and I'm already being merciful by letting you in. If you're alone, you'll die sooner or later if you run into those things. You know that the safe zone can't stop them at all. Even if you have an isolation pod, do you really think you can survive 10 days inside one with your weak constitution? Wally attacked him mercilessly. Neo fell silent. It would be terrible if he had to rely on nutrient fluids to survive. His constitution was very resistant to nutrient fluids, and he had always believed that hibernation would affect his intelligence. That was why he had always rejected both methods. Hua Li's words were like a sword to Neo's chest. Hua Li didn't like to be passive, so she immediately chose to find a partner the moment she learned that RB-13 was going to be released into the planet. It would be very difficult for her if she was alone. She couldn't stay on the eagle's back all day, and most of the time, the most dangerous creatures weren't the beasts, but the humans. Hua Li knew that a lot of strangers had come to this area before she came here. They were probably the reserve newbies the organization had mentioned last time. Asho wasn't the only safe zone that had been taken over. Hua Li knew that there were 3 of them, but she didn't know if they were taken over through threats or cooperation. Hua Li didn't know that there were outsiders in Neo's place. She simply thought that Neo's place was a good location, and there were a lot of experimental equipment with great potential. Many people in the organization knew that Neo had high requirements for his experiments, and a lot of the high-end equipment could be used as weapons. That was why Hua Li had come here. But Hua Li was even more relieved after she saw Sillin and the others. 3 helpers would be a bit more of a guarantee. Neo's face scrunched up like a steam bun. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Then, you can only use a few of them. You must tell me every equipment you need. Otherwise, they won't be activated without my orders." Of course. After Sillin walked into Neo's lab, he stopped in front of a test bench in a familiar manner. There were a couple of instruments on the bench, and after Neo had inputted his orders, Sillin deftly dismantled some of the parts on the instruments. Neo was screaming at the side because he was afraid that Sillin would destroy them. Both Wuxia and Erdi were surprised to see that Sillin had dismantled a couple of Neo's precision equipment with a palm compound knife. They didn't know that this guy was capable of this. Wuxia and Erdi didn't know anything about Sillin. In fact, they hadn't even heard of Sillin before. If Wuxia was still in the army, he would have been able to learn a lot from Sillin, but he wasn't in the army right now. As for Erdi, he had heard of anyone with a bit of fame in the underworld, such as Orville. However, he had never heard of Sillin before. Sillin used some of the parts he had dismantled from Neo's instruments to assemble a couple of simple devices. These devices would allow Sillin to modify the guns in the warehouse. Complicated modifications were out of the question, but simple modifications were definitely doable. An hour later, Sillin tossed a gun to Wuxia and Erdi. He looked at Hua Li and tossed her a gun as well. Hua Li caught it. The bullets were modified as well. Neo had synthesized a lot of poison earlier, so it was enough. Let's try it out first. If the poison doesn't work, we'll look for other ways immediately, Sillin said after distributing the bullets. It wasn't a good idea to sit around and wait for death. Sillin preferred a prepared fight, and he needed to know his enemy better than anyone else. It was still snowing outside, and the temperature was very low. Sillin and the others put on a thin protective suit and a breathing mask before exiting Neo's safe zone. The protective suit was white and could insulate them from body heat. This way, the wild beasts wouldn't be able to detect them due to the heat. However, their movements were slightly restricted after putting on the protective suit. They wouldn't be as agile as usual. Although Neo said that he wasn't interested in a failed experiment like the RB-13, he was still very concerned about the poison's effect on the RB-13. After Sillin and the others left, Neo entered the data processing room in the lab. There were a lot of RB-13s, and they were scattered all over the place when they landed. There were 3 RB-13s in Sillin's area alone, and the one they were tailing was the one Neo surveillance camera had captured. It was also the closest RB-13 to the safe zone. When the white dot appeared in their vision, Sillin and the others held their breaths in unison. The white rat had just finished off a wild beast and was chewing on its meat. According to the original plan, Hua Li and Erdi were responsible for providing cover, while Sillin and Wuxia were responsible for shooting the white rat with the poison. Therefore, Hua Li and Erdi weren't armed with poison guns, but bullets with higher penetrative power. Since there were trees in the way, Sillin and Wuxia were able to sneak closer to the white rat. Behind Sillin, Erdi's eyes flashed when he saw the young man sneaking in without a sound. In terms of stealth ability alone, Sillin wasn't as good as Wuxia. In fact, he was even better than the latter, but they didn't know him at all. That being said, it was strange that Sillin trusted him so much. One shouldn't leave one's back to another so easily. What Erdi didn't know was that if he pointed his gun at Sillin, the yawning Hui Mao next to him would probably bite him to death. Sillin didn't completely trust Erdi and Huali. That was why he told Hui Mao to stay next to them so that he could attack them immediately if they made a move. Sillin made a hand signal to Gu Xian after he reached the predetermined position. It was a common gesture used in the military, so Gu Xian naturally understood Sillin's meaning and responded with a "I'm ready" gesture. The duo aimed their guns at the white mouse. Sillin was aiming at the white mouse's ears, and Gu Xian was aiming at the white mouse's eyes. But the moment they fired, the white mouse sensed them and swiftly moved its body, causing the last 2 bullets to hit its torso. However, since both the bullets and the gun had been strengthened, they were able to break the skin a little, and the drug should be able to seep in. Sillin immediately left the place he was hiding after firing the gun. He didn't even look at where he had hit the white rat. In the next moment, the white rat with 2 wounds on its body scuttled towards Sillin. Sillin didn't stop running. Sensing the movement behind him, Sillin dodged the white mouse's swinging claws and flipped over to kick the white mouse's neck. A white mouse's neck was very fragile, but that was only true for a normal white mouse. RB-13 was undoubtedly a lot stronger than RB-13. Sillin's kick was strong enough to break a tree as thick as a person, but the big white mouse only stumbled a few meters to the side after taking the kick. Guixin, Huali, and Erdi all fired at the white rat while it was slowed down by Sillin's kick. A couple of red spots had appeared on the white rat's body. They were the marks left behind by the bullets. However, the white rat was still as ferocious as ever. It ignored the people shooting from behind and chased after Sillin. Did the poison not work? Chapter 281. Sillin dodged a few of the white mouse's attacks with his agility, and the trees around Sillin were cut down like tofu. The red dot on the white mouse's body was slowly shrinking, and it wouldn't be long before it completely healed. This was something no one had expected. After all, the bullet contained a toxin that could swiftly kill a biochemical soldier. "What do we do?" Erdi asked Gu Xian while searching for an opening to fire. Gu Xian didn't know how to deal with this kind of biochemical beast either. Their muscles were very strong. When they were highly constricted, they could block external physical attacks. When a bullet hit them, it would be stuck before it could penetrate deep into their muscles. This kind of big white rat had amazing recovery ability. When the bullet exploded, the explosive force blasted a hole on its body, but it didn't take long for it to gradually recover. Gu Xian felt that they still hadn't found the right target. The noise attracted the attention of some wild beasts that were out hunting for food. Not only did Sillin and the others have to deal with the white mouse, but they also had to deal with the incoming wild beasts. Bang! Erdi's bullet blew up the head of a beast that was rushing towards him. However, Erdi didn't show much excitement. On the contrary, he was very worried. The same bomb could easily blow up a beast, but it wouldn't work on a white mouse. Setting aside the white mouse's dodging ability, the effect wouldn't be as obvious as it was on a wild beast. Sillin circled around the area and found an opportunity to kick the white mouse from time to time, slowing it down and giving the other 3 an opening to shoot at it. It was only during this opening that the trio's shots would be much more accurate. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to hit the intended spot. The white mouse's ear was blown up, but it wasn't slowed down at all. However, it was obvious that the white mouse was a lot more irritable than before. Sillin and the others' attacks had aroused its killing intent. Its fur stood up like steel needles, and it looked like it was growing longer and longer. Gu Xian and Huali had hit its claws, but it only wavered a little when they were hit. Then, it continued to chase after Sillin as if nothing had happened. Sillin really couldn't understand why the white mouse was so fixated on him. It hadn't given up even after chasing him for half a day. However, Sillin noticed that the big white mouse's ears were pressed down tightly when it ran. Ever since Sillin and the others opened fire, it had not pricked up its ears. Bang! It was unknown who shot the big white mouse's paw, but the big white mouse's pursuit slowed down slightly. Sillin took this opportunity to fire 3 shots in a row. The bullet bypassed a branch and hit the white mouse's ear. With 3 consecutive explosions, the white mouse's left ear was blown off, and a strange reddish-brown blood stain almost covered the entire left side of the white mouse's face. Squeak! A sharp scream assaulted everyone's eardrums like an ultrasonic wave. The murderous aura of this large white mouse grew even thicker, and the steel needle-like fur on its body doubled in size. Thick scales began to appear on its limbs, all the way to its toes. If this continued, hitting its toes would be useless. Just as the white mouse screamed and began to change, Sillin fired 3 more times in succession. The 3 bullets drilled into the areas that had yet to be covered by the needle-like fur. Bang! 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 Reddish-brown blood splattered everywhere, and the white mouse's entire head was only left with a blurry skull and some flesh. They didn't care if the white mouse was dead or not. After Sillin opened fire, the other 3 also opened fire at the same spot. All 4 of them fired at the white mouse's ears, and they didn't use poison bullets. Instead, they used explosives. As the banging sounds faded away, the white rat's head was gone. Its body, which had expanded to twice its original size, was still standing there, but it was no longer moving. Dead? Wuxia and the others cautiously approached the white mice. Just as the 3 of them approached, Sillin suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Since most of their attention was placed on the white mouse, and because the white mouse let out that cry, the surrounding dire beasts hurriedly avoided it. The 3 of them paid less attention to their surroundings. After Sillin spoke, Wuxia and the other 2 became wary of their surroundings. Huali didn't have Sillin's reaction speed, but she still reflexively pulled her spear lower. She had just turned her head when a long white whip swept towards her. Unsurprisingly, Huali was sent flying. If she hadn't blocked the divine spear with her spear, she would have been paralyzed by now. The spear that blocked the attack had a dent in it. Huali could easily smash rocks with this spear, but she didn't think that it would be dented by the attack. The white whip was the white mouse's tail. It wasn't the one they had shot in the head, but another one that had come from another part of the area. Right now, Huali's hand was numb from holding the spear, and she couldn't lift it at all. Her back had been scratched by the white mouse's tail, but Huali should be thankful that she wasn't dead or dismembered like the biological soldier. Ertie's situation was slightly worse than Huali's. Although his reflexes were stronger than Huali's, he stumbled just as he was about to dodge. Unable to dodge in time, he could only watch as the claw came crashing down. Squeak! The white mouse screamed again. Ertie crashed to the ground with a bloody gash extending from his chest to his abdomen. If the wound was just a little deeper, his stomach would have been split open. The white mouse, on the other hand, had lost a large piece of flesh from its back, and a reddish-brown strip had suddenly appeared on its originally white body. This was the white mouse that had let out an angry scream just now. Not far away from the white mouse, Huemao's mouth was still sticky with reddish-brown blood. He licked his lips and looked at the white mouse in front of him. Unfortunately, its flesh was harder than he had imagined, and he had only managed to tear off a small piece of flesh. While the white mouse paused because of Huimao, Sillin and Wuxia fired at the white mouse in rapid succession. One of them aimed at the white mouse's eyes, and the other at its slightly open ears. A couple of pops later, the white mouse's head exploded just like the first one. This time, however, they had wounded 2 people. The mouse's claws are poisoned. They need first aid, Wuxia said after inspecting Ertie and Huali's wounds. He looked around and saw that Wuxia was carrying Ertie and Sillin was carrying Huali. Then, they hurriedly ran towards Neo. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky, and Sillin kept looking at the front as he ran. Gradually, Sillin's attention was drawn to the snowflakes. Most of them were accumulated snowflakes, but there were also individual snowflakes among them. In Sillin's vision, the snowflakes seemed to fall at a speed that was hundreds or thousands of times slower. The perfect hexagonal shape was so familiar. Neo had learned of the situation through the surveillance system while he was hiding inside the safe zone. That was why he had prepared medicine in advance. Silin and Gu Xin brought the two people who had been scratched by the white mouse back to the safe zone and placed them in a medical room. Erdi was still relatively clear-headed. He could feel the burning pain of his wounds, but Huali's consciousness was already fading. Although Erdi's wound was a lot bigger than Huali's, it was obvious that Erdi's resistance was better than Huali's due to his constitution. Erdi's wound was brownish-red, and there was inflammation around it. In comparison, the wound on Huali's back was a lot scarier. The wound wasn't big at the beginning, but it festered very quickly. The reddish-brown color had spread to almost half of her back. Since Silin and the others were all men, they called Asho over. At first, Silin and the others thought that Asho would cry a little and burp a couple more times. But to their surprise, Asho's hands were steady and practiced, even though his eyes were red. Silin asked Neo in private for the reason, and Neo answered in a matter-of-fact manner. Since I've decided to come to this place, it's only natural that I know basic defensive techniques and how to treat wounds. If I don't even know this, then I might as well kill myself. His words sounded reasonable, but they were surprising when they were applied to Asho. However, he was only surprised for a short while. Silin still had important matters to attend to. The reason why Hui Mao didn't make a move in the beginning was because Silin had asked it to collect information on the white mice. The information obtained would allow Silin to better understand this biochemical beast. Although these white mice were very tough, Silin was relieved that they were not like the bio-soldiers that did not have a fixed weakness. In other words, once the white mouse's head was blown off, it would be dead, and its body would not continue to move. After calculating the white mouse's defense, Silin realized that all the bullets he had were not enough to penetrate the white mouse. Excluding the accuracy of the shots, it would take 3 bombs to completely blow up a white mouse's head. The poison bullets did not have much of an effect. It would be better if the explosives were faster and more powerful. Unfortunately, the materials he had were limited. He didn't have an endless supply of bullets, but he didn't know how many white mice there were. Silin wasn't stupid enough to fight the white mice with his bare hands. He could deal with them with a long sword, but that was only limited to one-on-one battles. Silin wasn't stupid enough to fight them with his bare hands when faced with a large number of white mice. He still had to think of a way to get the bullets out or modify his gun once more. Silin called Neo over to discuss his ideas. Neo's face scrunched up like a steamed bun again. Based on the materials we have now, the power of the explosion can be increased, but the bullets will be bigger and slower. Based on the data you provided, the white mice have a 73% chance of evading. If that's the case, we might as well use the original explosives. Silin thinks for a moment before asking, "Don't you have other materials to make more powerful explosives?" "I don't have any other materials that you can use to make more explosives." After all, his research doesn't require them. However, there is a place where he might have other materials. Neo walked into his lab and keyed in a password. A cupboard device opened up, and Neo keyed in a string of characters. Then, he pressed a metal block on his bracelet that looked similar to Asho's. As the metal block flashed, the characters on the device quickly changed. 5 minutes later, Neo frowned and said, "This is ridiculous. What is it? That guy actually compromised with the invaders." Neo was very disdainful. It would appear that the place Neo mentioned was occupied by the same people as Silin's group. The only difference was that the occupation was a little more intense. "We can't get the materials?" "We can't. That guy is being watched." "How far away is the place you mentioned?" Silin pulled out a map and had Neo point it out. Neo took a look and pointed at a certain place. "This is it." Silin estimated that it would take him at least half a day to get there. While Silin and Neo were discussing the materials for the explosives, Gu Xin came over and called for him. "Silin, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." Erdi and Hua Li should be thankful that Neo had a lot of antidotes. Erdi was starting to recover after the treatment, and Huali wasn't as resilient as Erdi, but she had woken up as well. They look like they're recovering pretty well, Sillin said after inspecting their injuries. Erdi was leaning against the back of his chair with a dark look on his face. I'm very understanding. I know that people who were scratched by rats have emotions. Neo was expressing his concern and forgiving Erdi and Hua Li's sullen faces, but he didn't realize that his words sounded like mockery to everyone else. Erdi narrowed his eyes and suppressed the anger he felt because of Neo's words. He said slowly, I was tricked. Neo motioned for him to speak more clearly, but he was looking at Erdi with obvious suspicion. Erdi didn't have the time to argue with Neo right now. The calmer his voice was, the more angry he was. I could have avoided that claw attack, but someone shot at my leg. Erdi rolled up his pant leg. There weren't any visible marks on his leg, but upon closer inspection, there was a tiny needle mark. Neo used a testing device to confirm that Erdi's leg had indeed been shot with a plant anesthetic. Neo had researched this plant anesthetic before, but he didn't think it was useful in the end, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. The plant was from that forest, and it was relatively common compared to the tricolored beans. Sillin did notice that someone was nearby at the time, but he didn't look for Erdi and Hua Li because of their injuries. The person had followed them for a while, but Sillin had asked Hui Mao to lure some wild beasts to stop the person. Xianxia didn't know about this. I got it, Neo suddenly shouted. The chain in his hand flashed, and when he pressed it, a still image of 3 people appeared on the screen. Yeah, that's the person who was following us. Hui Mao pointed a claw at a person with 4 eyes. Heido sent this to me when they weren't paying attention. If you're going to find the materials, you'll have to come into contact with these people, Neo said. Heido's place was taken too. Asho asked sympathetically. It looked like she wasn't the only unlucky one. Heido has the materials you need to improve your ammunition. You'll need to hurry if you want to get them. Heido said that they're planning to do the same, but judging from their intelligence, I think there's a 93% chance that they've wasted the materials. If you go now, you'll be able to get between 75% to 56%. 33% of the materials, Neo said. Erdi rolled his eyes at him. Why do you have to be accurate to 2 decimal places every time? There's no need to explain to someone with your level of intelligence. Neo turned around and continued to talk to Sillin. Other than the chemicals Sillin was looking for, there were also a few things that Heido had kept away from him for a long time. That's why you should take them back while you're at it. Neo passed a temporary list to Sillin. Sillin glanced at it briefly before replying, I'll bring them to you when I have the time. I'm sure you have the time. Where are you going? I'll go with you. I'm not injured right now anyway, Xianxia said. Sillin probably wouldn't be able to get the materials by himself. It's fine. Wheeze and I'll be fine. You stay here in case someone tries to take this place. Sillin turned him down. Xianxia was about to say something when he heard that Hui Mao and Sillin were going together. Erdi and Huali couldn't see it because of the angle, but he saw it with his own eyes. If it wasn't for Hui Mao dragging the white mouse back with his teeth, Erdi would have been torn to pieces by the white mouse's claws a long time ago. Wait, Huali said, why don't you let Mercury take you there? Mercury? Sillin was puzzled. Aya, it's that stupid eagle. Neo explained. You can save a lot of time if you let that stupid eagle take you there. That's perfect. Sillin was pretty curious about the silver eagle. That being said, Mercury was a really strange name. Wally explained Mercury's situation and some techniques to Sillin. Then, she walked to the tree with Asho's help and put a finger to her mouth. A whistle sounded, and a silver-white figure appeared in front of them not long after. Wally gave Mercury a few instructions so that it could familiarize itself with Sillin and Sillin's whistle. Mercury couldn't speak, but it understood what they meant. After crying out twice to indicate that it understood, it lowered its body and allowed Sillin to jump onto its back. Before Sillin could move his feet, Hui Mao jumped onto Mercury's back and walked a circle on its back. At first, Mercury wasn't used to it. It shook its head and flapped its wings and gradually calmed down. After Sillin jumped onto the eagle's back, Huali rubbed Mercury's lowered head and told it to be careful. Mercury let out a cry before flapping its wings and flying off. Huali and Aisho watched Mercury fly away before returning to the tree. It was his first time riding a giant eagle, so Hui Mao was very excited. The fierce wind and flying snowflakes didn't dampen Hui Mao's enthusiasm at all. Out of habit, Hui Mao started rubbing against Mercury's feathers. Mercury's feathers stood on end, and it lost its balance and swayed in a circle. It almost threw Silin off. In the end, Silin had to knock Hui Mao a little to calm it down. Mercury finally calmed down again. Hui Mao's tail was still wagging restlessly even though Silin was holding him down. One look and Silin knew what Hui Mao was thinking. Flicking Hui Mao's ear, Silin said, "What are you thinking now?" Hui Mao scolded back and grinned. "Silin, do you think I'll grow a pair of wings in the future?" "No, maybe I'll grow multiple pairs of wings." "Maybe, but you don't have wings right now, and you need Mercury's help. Don't bully it." Silin pinched Hui Mao's ear and said, "Got it." Hui Mao flicked his ear. Although that was what he said, he couldn't get rid of the pair of wings in his heart. If he had wings, he could fly, and if he could fly, he could catch birds. It had to be said that a glutton's thoughts always went in the direction of eating. Mercury clearly knew Heido's location very well without Silin's guidance. It led Silin straight to their destination. The snow had grown heavier, and everything was white from top to bottom. At the beginning, there were still predators hunting for food, but there were very few of them now. Silin even saw 2 white mice. The white mice's snowy background made them very difficult to spot, but Silin could easily distinguish them from the snowy white background. The 2 white mice were still some distance away from Neo's safety zone, so he didn't have to worry about them for now. 10 days had passed. 20 days left. 20 days. At first, Silin thought that Black Viper's people were trying to select a group of seedlings from this survival test and recruit them into Black Viper to replace some of the older members. But now, Silin thought that he had learned even more than that. Not only were there people who were brought here to be tested like him, there were also people who were born and raised in Black Viper. These people were ordinary, but they were also extraordinary. They might not be as strong as Silin, Gu Xian, and Erdi, but they all had their own strengths and specialties. It was hard to understand their way of thinking sometimes, but he had to admit that they were all talented people. Why on earth did they put these people together with the people who were brought here to be tested? Both Guanfeng and Gu Chang'an had told him not to treat Black Viper with the same attitude. What did the real Black Viper look like? It was like the snow in the sky, and it was hard to tell. After flying for a period of time, Silin gradually approached the destination. Mercury looked to the side and signaled to Silin that their destination was there. Then, it made a turn and landed at a more secluded place. "I know the route. Find a place to hide, and I'll call you when the time comes." Silin jumped off Eagle's back and said to Mercury. Mercury nodded and shot a glance at Hui Mao, who was staring at its wings with great interest. Then, it ran away like it was running away from something. Silin poked Hui Mao and said, "Come on, let's get to work." Heido was located around the mouth of a volcano. Qinlai didn't know if the volcano was dormant or active, but it hadn't erupted in the past 100 years. There were a lot of plants growing around it. Evergreen plants made up a large portion of the planet. Even though it was covered in snow, one could still see bits of green from the side. Hui Mao began scanning the terrain and the structure of the safe zone below. He quickly came to a conclusion and found the entrance. Of course, Silin and Hui Mao weren't going to enter through the main entrance. Instead, they were going to enter through a small vent. The 3 people who occupied this place definitely didn't know much about this place. After all, their time here was limited. Silin and Hui Mao came to a secluded vent. It was blocked by a few layers of mesh windows. Hui Mao cut off the wires connecting the windows to the inside of the safe zone. Silin took out his tools and quickly removed the window. A man and a cat entered through the narrow vent. After passing through the narrow space at first, Silin finally arrived at a room in the safe zone. Before Silin came in, he already knew what this place was based on the structure that Hui Mao had scanned. It was a spare room where the instruments were stored. Heido was locked in the laboratory next to it. Silin and Hui Mao split up. At that moment, Heido, who had dark skin and a chubby face, was squatting in the laboratory. Not far away from her was a fierce-looking man who was playing with a small knife. Not far away, two people were discussing something. The man suddenly put away the knife and sat down next to Heido. He looked at the cowering Heido and said with a smile, "Your reinforcements should be here soon, right?" Heido trembled. Heido wasn't the only one who was surprised. Silin was also surprised. This man knew that Heido had contacted Neo. When the fierce-looking man smiled, Heido didn't relax at all. Instead, she felt even more scared. There was a type of person who looked more chilling when they were smiling than when they weren't smiling. Sensing Heido's fear, the man raised a hand and rubbed Heido's head. "Don't be afraid, little girl. I'll keep it a secret for you." Silin, Heido is a girl? No, that's not the point. The point is that there's something wrong with this man. These three aren't from the same group. Silin decided to observe for a while longer. They hadn't started using the materials Silin was looking for yet. Moreover, Celine also wanted to see what this burly man was planning. "Let's make a deal." The man lowered his voice and said to Heido. The other two couldn't hear him at all. Heido raised her head and looked at the man with puzzlement in her eyes. At first, the other two were prepared to kill her, but this person persuaded the other two to let her live for the time being. The man smiled helplessly. Although his smile looked disgusting, Heido relaxed quite a bit. "If your classmate comes to save you, I can help you kill those two. But I hope you could do me a favor." Heido thought for a moment and looked at the man. If he could explain, she would agree. The man let out a sigh of relief. He continued, "It's like this. I need a place to rest. After we take care of those two, you and your classmate can just give me a place to rest. I'll freeze to death if I go out." It sounded simple enough. Heido nodded without any pressure. The man grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. Heido couldn't help but shiver. The other two didn't know what the burly man said, but Celine, who was hiding in the dark, heard it clearly. Silin told Hui Mao that if the man really did what he said, then he would let it go. But if he didn't take care of the other two, then Silin didn't mind Hui Mao killing him. Inside the other room, the four-eyed man who had trailed Silin's group and ambushed Erty was talking to his companion. The topic of conversation was none other than Silin's group. Celine looked at the two people who were talking to each other, and his hand moved. Bang! Bang! One of them fell to the ground. Although the man had sensed it and retreated the moment Silin opened fire, and his reaction time was pretty good, the man didn't expect that the bullet would still penetrate his temple. Although the interval between Silin's two shots was short, it still gave the other man enough time to dodge. Just as the four-eyed man jumped, a knife stabbed him and nailed him to the wall. Chapter 282. The four-eyed man didn't close his eyes even before he died. His eyes were filled with astonishment and resentment, because he didn't think that the person who mercilessly stabbed him in the back was his accomplice. Even though he had wanted to kill his accomplice since a long time ago, he didn't think that his accomplice would harbor the same intentions. The attack was too fast. There were no unnecessary movements, no hesitation, no killing intent, and no killing intent at all. Then it sliced through the four-eyed man's windpipe, severed his neck, and nailed him to the wall. If this place was built with the same materials as Neos, then it would be very difficult to leave a mark on the walls. However, this brawny man's blade had pierced through the four-eyed monster's neck and left a hole in the wall. It was obvious how special his blade was. The blade wasn't big, and its earthy gray blade didn't reflect any light. However, it looked ordinary from afar. Silin had seen the brawny man play with this blade before. The brawny man skillfully turned the blade over and over in his hands. It looked like he had been playing with it for many years. Some people would withdraw their killing intent after killing too many people. They were like old hunters hiding in the dark, silently delivering a fatal blow to their prey. Judging from this, Silin knew that this fiendish-looking brawny man had taken more than 1,000 lives, unless this was his nature. It took him less than 5 seconds to finish off these two people. In a fight between experts, life was short. After the four-eyed man was dead, the brawny man walked over and pulled out the blade. Blood dripped down the tip of the blade until there was no trace of blood left on it. Sillin stared at the brawny man cautiously. Although he wasn't aiming his gun at the brawny man, he was ready to fire the second the brawny man made a move. When the brawny man saw Sillin's reaction, he folded the blade and raised his hands to show that he meant no harm. "You're the helper the kid called over?" the brawny man asked. Sillin didn't answer. Instead, he yelled at the room behind the brawny man. "Heido, come out and contact Neo." Heido shrank into a corner when she heard the commotion outside, but her eyes lit up when she heard Sillin's words. She stood up and walked out. The big man, standing at the door, moved aside to let Heido pass. Heido carefully looked at the big man, then at Sillin, and walked step by step toward Sillin. Sillin tossed a list to Heido, who was walking over. It was Neo's list. Here are the things Neo is looking for. Heido relaxed when she saw the familiar words on the list. She moved the metal bracelet around her wrist and sent a message to Neo. Then, she went into the laboratory to prepare the medicine. Only Sillin, the burly man, and the two corpses were left outside. Huimao jumped onto the two corpses and began to search for tools. After searching for a long time, he did not find anything useful. There were only 2 modified guns and a knife that he had picked up somewhere. "These 2 guns belong to that little girl, not them," the big man said. "What about yours?" Sillin looked at the big man and did not see any guns on him. "No." The big man made a helpless gesture. "Those 2 didn't trust me, so they didn't let me touch the guns. We're not together. We met them in the forest and helped them take care of some wild beasts. They said they found a safe place and asked me to come with them. That's why we came here." "Oh, and if I hadn't stopped them, that little girl would have died a long time ago." The big man sat down on the ground after saying this, completely ignoring Sillin's vigilance. He kept the knife in his hand. Sillin looked at the big man quietly and asked, "Who are you?" The big man smiled mockingly when he heard Sillin's question. "Just a prisoner. Why did you come to this place?" "I don't know. I woke up in this strange place. If I didn't have a knife in my hand, I would have been eaten by the wild beasts in the forest and turned into a pile of shit a long time ago." The big man sat cross-legged on the ground with one hand on his leg and the other supporting his chin. He looked a little dispirited. Inside the lab, Heido's mood improved a lot when she learned that the young man who saved her was called Sillin. "Sillin, I'll go with you in a bit. I prepared everything you asked for, and there are some spare supplies in the lab. Take them with you when you leave," Heido said happily. "You're going too?" Sillin looked a little troubled. Was the eagle really strong enough to carry the load? 2 people, a cat, and all those resources? It was going to be a difficult task. "Yeah, I'm bringing the lab with me," Heido said while packing. "Lab?" "Yes, my lab is a little special. It can actually be considered an independent body and can fly." Sillin was surprised. Huimao's scan didn't reveal anything special about the lab. He didn't expect it to be so special. "Can I go with you?" The big man looked at Sillin and then at Heido. "You promise me that this place won't be safe after your lab leaves." Heido's lab was the core of this safety zone. Once the lab left, the safety zone's defenses would plummet. Heido nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Sillin. "Can we take him with us?" Sillin didn't agree immediately. They needed help right now, and this man didn't look like a heinous criminal. However, there were too many things to consider under these special circumstances. If something went wrong inside, the safety zone would collapse. Sillin pulled Heido over and said a few words to her. Heido nodded and ran back into the lab. A moment later, she came back out and said something to Sillin. Sillin looked curiously at the big man and signaled for Heido to go back to her work. They would leave immediately after she was done packing. Sillin walked up to the big man. The big man waited for his reply. "Tuba," Sillin said. The big man narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked indifferent. "I didn't think someone would recognize me. A friend knows you. He asked us to take you there. Nice working with you." The big man paused for a moment before chuckling. "Nice working with you." Heido's safety zone was half the size of Neo's. When Sillin asked Heido why it was like this, Heido said that Neo had too many demands. When the safety zone was assigned, the guy immediately took it for himself and gave a bunch of excuses and data analysis. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Given Neo's personality, he had always been a self-centered person. Words like humility and euphemism didn't even exist in his dictionary. Heido had guns, but they weren't like the ones the four-eyed man and the others had obtained earlier. Most of Heido's guns were locked in a secret storage cabinet in the lab, and the ones she had shown them were just some initial test products. Heido also gave Tuba a gun. Sillin didn't have any objections. Since Xianxia trusted this person, it meant that this person was related to the military. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Tuba was still a trustworthy person for the time being and a great help. Sillin had always thought that the most dangerous thing in this place wasn't the biochemical beasts or the wild beasts, but the humans. The invasion would begin when the humans formed small groups. No one knew what would happen in the next 20 days, so Sillin's goal was to gather all the forces in the surroundings before these small groups matured. After packing up, Heido set the security department's internal system to hibernate. All the access control windows were closed, and the place was completely sealed off. Sillin whistled when he came out. Before Mercury appeared, two bioweapons hiding in a nearby cave heard the whistle and ran over. Sillin raised his gun and fired twice. The gun Sillin used was the poisonous kind. The tricolored bean's poison was useless against the white rats, but it was deadly against the bioweapons. Tuba looked at Sillin thoughtfully when he saw the two bioweapons fall to the ground. Mercury quickly came over. The poor guy was covered in snow and ice shards. He probably hadn't found a suitable place to hide, and the cold wind had almost turned him into an ice sculpture. The second it heard Sillin's whistle, Mercury immediately flew over eagerly. Sillin didn't ride on the eagle this time. Instead, he stayed in the flying lab with Tuba, Heido, and the others. After the lab left the safe zone, it turned into an independent flying structure. It didn't have to endure the cold wind and snow. However, Mouse still chose to sit on the eagle's back. It looked more artistic when you had wings. While flying back to Neo's safe zone, Sillin looked at the scans in Heido's flying lab. The white dots represented the white rats, the blue dots represented the wild beasts, and the brown dots represented the bioweapons. Right now, the blue and brown dots were mostly concentrated in a few places. Those places were probably sheltered from the wind and snow, but the white dots were more scattered. By the time they returned to Neo's safe zone, there were 17 white rats on the scans. Compared to when Sillin went to Heido's lab, he saw more. It looked like the modification of the guns was imminent. Heido's lab merged into Neo's safe zone from the edge of the cliff and made some adjustments to the external facilities. Neo was very unhappy that his zone was partially modified. Blah, 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 blah. From internal stability to harmonious development, from local factors to macroscopic adjustments, he made one logical argument after another. However, no one paid him any attention. Other than Tuba, who was surprised to see such a weirdo for the first time, everyone else was numb to it and ignored Neo's protests. After Heido arrived, she busied herself with the merging of the lab and the safe zone. Now that she had obtained the materials Scylla needed, she was starting to synthesize a new bomb. Erdi was very unwilling to accept the fact that the four-eyed man had been killed. If he wanted revenge, it would only be meaningful if he did it himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Xianxia was the happiest about Tuba's arrival. Tuba was from the army and was once a high-ranking officer. However, some things happened, and Tuba was imprisoned in the Empire's prison for life. 3 years. It's only 3 years, but it's enough to completely destroy a person. It's enough to erase all of that person's achievements. From being respected to being despised by others, it's only been 3 years. Tuba sighed after talking with Xianxia. That's not your fault. The Empire is too big. It's inevitable that there will be rotten parts, Xianxia comforted. When I was in there, I used to wonder if my beliefs were wrong. I wondered if the oath we all obeyed back then was wrong, but I gradually stopped thinking about it. Why? Because there's no time for you to think about those things in prison. A moment of carelessness and you'll lose your life. Tu-Ba pointed at his chest. When he was in prison, there were a few times where he had almost been pierced through. How did the Imperial prison end up like that? Xian exclaimed. The Imperial prison? Heh, Tu-Ba rubbed his forehead. There are many types of Imperial prisons. Xian didn't ask further when he saw that Tu-Ba didn't want to explain. He patted Tu-Ba's shoulder. It was rare to find someone who came from the same military background as him. All right, Xian, I want to ask you something, Tu-Ba said. What? Let me be clear. I don't know anything about this place. Just like you, I woke up here. Not that. What I want to ask is, what's the background of that Celine guy? Xian shrugged. I don't know either. There's no file on someone with that kind of ability in the military. I've never seen any files on him. Mao rolled on the table. When it rolled over and saw Xian's pigtail, its claws itched again. It raised its claws to play with it. Tu-Ba found it interesting. He raised his finger and poked Mao. Mao scratched a few marks. Yo, you have a fast reaction. Not only was Tu-Ba not angry, he was even more interested. Xian nudged Tu-Ba with his elbow. Don't provoke it. This little guy is very powerful. Tu-Ba didn't give up. He only stopped after poking his face a few times and scratching a few marks. The materials provided by Heido were very good. They completely satisfied Silin's expectations. Although he could only make a limited number of bombs, it was enough to deal with the white mice. Silin had created 3 types of bombs, and the explosive power and penetrative power of the 3 types of bullets were different. They were suitable for killing white mice and biochemical beasts from different angles. Heido and Neo worked together to set up new defenses and made a batch of microsurveillance devices. They were scattered around the forest near the safe zone. Some scanners were set up at a distance as well. These surveillance devices and scanners were more discreet. The wild beasts wouldn't be able to detect them unless they were in close proximity. There's a white mouse 1,500 meters away. Are you guys going to take it out? Heido shouted at the people in the living room. Coincidentally, Silin had already made a batch of bombs and distributed them to everyone. Let's take out that mouse first. It's going to cause trouble for the safe zone if it gets close. Huali picked up the gun and bullets Silin had left on the table at the center. I'll take care of it this time. Erdi walked out of the room with his gun in hand. He wanted to vent some of his pent-up frustration now that his body had recovered. Erdi, Xian, and Tu-Ba are enough. Huali, you shouldn't go until you're fully recovered. The 3 of them are more than enough, Silin said. Huali frowned and was about to say something when Neo interrupted coldly. It's just a waste of bullets if I'm not fully recovered. Erdi ignored Huali and Neo's sarcasm and left the room first. Xian gave him a reassuring gesture and followed Erdi up the elevator with Tu-Ba. Silin dragged Neo, who was arguing with Huali, by the back of the collar and into the lab. Let's see how powerful the new bullets are and compile the latest data. When it came to data, Neo ignored Huali and turned on the device. Heido also came over to watch. Asho and Huali stayed in the living room and watched the situation outside through the screen. On the screen, Erdi and the other 2 had quickly found a rendezvous point. The 3 of them were spread out in 3 different directions. It was a good place to work together. Once they trapped the white mouse in one place, the other 2 would be able to follow up and kill it no matter where it went. Bang! A bullet brushed past the white mouse's eye socket, penetrated its skin, and exploded there. The explosion destroyed the white mouse's entire eye. Before the white mouse could get angry, 2 bullets came from 2 different directions and hit the spot where the first bullet exploded. 2 explosions later, the white mouse's head was blown off. In reality, the second bullet was more than enough to blow off its head. The third bullet was just a safety precaution. Judging from the data, the first bullet was pretty destructive. The white mouse's brain nerves were damaged, and its movements paused for a moment. This made it easier for the second bullet to hit its target, Heido said excitedly. But if my guess is correct, Erdi's first shot was aimed at the white mouse's eye and missed, Neo criticized mercilessly. That's because the white mouse reacted too quickly and moved in that instant. There's no way the previous bullets would have blown off its entire eye. Silin recorded down the data the machine processed so that it could be used as a reference for the subsequent modification of the bullets. Asho was drinking fruit juice in the living room when she blinked and said, "The sky is going to clear up soon." Ertie happened to hear Asho's words and asked, "How long until it clears up?" 2 days. When the sky clears up, those things will come out again. Ertie twirled the gun in his hand. This time, he wasn't afraid of those things anymore. He had a weapon and a helper. So what was there to be afraid of? Sillin told everyone to rest well for the next 2 days after hearing the news, because they might not have much time to rest. What would happen after the sky clears up? According to Asho, the temperature would rise rapidly. After the snow melted, parts of the land would turn into puddles and swamps. Would there be even more strange things at that time? Sillin couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. No matter what, they had to be fully prepared. Be it the white mouse, the bioweapon, the alien Huali met, or anyone else who hadn't shown themselves yet, there was bound to be a conflict that needed to be resolved in a violent way. Heido and Neo's new defense system was more than half complete. Sometimes, Sillin would go out and disguise the surveillance cameras outside the branch. Ertie and the others weren't people who could sit around and do nothing. Even when they had enough sleep, they wore protective gear and went into the forest to hunt some wild beasts for practice. When the last snowflake had fallen, the sky slowly cleared up. The hailstorm and snowstorm had come and gone as quickly as it came. The melting snow had flooded some of the low-lying areas. And in those places, roundheads popped out of the water one after another, running towards higher ground. Chapter 283. Now that the sky had cleared up, some of the animals that had been hiding for the past few days started to show themselves. The forest was much livelier than when Sillin first arrived. And because of this activity, they could often hear some roars and whines through the surveillance devices in the forest. The angle of predator and prey was always changing. In the past, the ferocious beasts could be considered as one of the overlords here, but after the arrival of the white rat biochemical beast, they could only become the prey. Sillin and his group had cleared out most of the white mice that had been hiding in the forest during the snowstorm, but a few more white mice and bioweapons came to the forest after the sky cleared up. After all, the forest was a good source of food for them. Gu Xin, Tuba, and Ertie had just gone to the forest to kill 3 white mice, a couple of bioweapons, and 2 wild beasts as food for the day. Every time someone came back from the forest, they had to go through a disinfection process. Neo's obsession with cleanliness wasn't without reason. There were too many germs out there, and no one knew how many new germs would appear after the snowstorm. After all, many germs mutated too frequently, and everyone had to be on guard. Sillin and Neo worked together to create a couple of compound antibody serums in the lab. Everyone was given a shot to prevent infection, especially people like Asho and Heido. If they were seriously infected, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Their constitution made them vulnerable in this area. Hui Mao counted the days with his claws every day to see how many more days he had to stay here. "How was it today?" Sillin asked the trio who had just returned from the outside. Gu Xian, Tuba, and Tuba walked into the newly set-up disinfection room. The disinfection room recorded the germs they carried before they were disinfected, and if there were any new germs, they would take some samples for Sillin and Neo to update their virus database and create a special antibody serum to prevent further infection. "It's all right. We're used to dealing with white mice now, so it's easy to kill them. But the number of black bugs has been increasing lately," Gu Xian said while wiping his face. A lot of black bugs had appeared after the sky cleared up. Their heads were flat and had no eyes, only sensory cells that looked like eyes. They didn't have a single clawed foot. Their walking style was similar to that of a snake, and they were very fast. Although these black insects were only as long as a palm, they had fine, sharp teeth. At first glance, they looked like the spines of a feline's tongue. With these special sharp teeth, they could scrape meat from other animals for food. Most importantly, there were a lot of them. If he encountered these guys, Sillin would choose to use the cryogenic cold beam gun because they were resistant to heat and cold. Of course, if he saw a bunch of black worms, throwing a Molotov cocktail at them was also a good idea. Even if they could withstand heat, they wouldn't be able to withstand fire. These guys usually like to hide underground. I bet the melted snow has flooded some of the low-lying areas, forcing the bugs out, Ertie said. He had killed many of these black bugs today. In short, just don't get bitten by them. Although these guys are small, one bite from them will leave a bloody hole on your body. Tuba had tested the bite force of these black bugs today. They bit through like a saw. One bite, and the wood would turn into powder. It would be terrible if they bit a human. Silen's focus wasn't on the bugs. He had a feeling that their appearance meant something. He looked at Asho. The little girl was holding a cup of freshly squeezed fruit juice and didn't react at all. Did that mean there was no natural disaster? Hui Mao, who was rolling around on the table in boredom, twitched his ears. He didn't seem too sure. He jumped down and walked around. He looked at Silen and said, "It's going to be an earthquake." Asho, who was drinking fruit juice, choked and coughed. She looked confused. "I don't feel anything. Why would there be an earthquake?" "It's not natural. It's man-made," Hui Mao said with certainty. He had already sensed the movements of the machines underground. Silen called Hui Mao over and showed him the map of the surrounding area. "Roughly where will it be?" Silen moved the map screen in front of Hui Mao. The others also gathered around curiously. Neo was still skeptical. Once Hui Mao pointed out Hui Mao's location, he would analyze it to see if he was telling the truth. Hui Mao raised his paw and pointed at a few points on the screen. Fortunately, Neo's safe zone wasn't close to the epicenter of these earthquakes. It was at the edge of the zone. Although he could feel the tremors, they wouldn't be as strong. Neo let out a sigh of relief when he finished his calculations. If this cat is telling the truth, this place won't be damaged. The materials used to build the safe zone should be able to withstand the tremors. But isn't that Mon's place? Heido pointed at a place close to the epicenter. Mond? That psycho? I don't know him. Neo hurriedly distanced himself from Mond. It was as if knowing Mond would lower his intelligence. Neo and Mond had always referred to each other as that psycho. Silen and the others shot Neo an odd glance at the same time. Up until now, Neo had been publicly recognized as the most psychotic person in the world. However, they were curious about the person who could make even Neo call him a psycho. Mond is a person who understands animal language. He can understand animal cries, facial expressions, and body language, Huali explained. No, that's not it. Neo corrected Huali. That psycho doesn't understand animal language at all. It's just a dirty trick. You know, he used to flunk his language classes a lot. It's an undeniable fact that he's always failed his language classes. Huali ignored Neo's explanation and briefly explained Mon to Silen and the others. She was just done when the metal chain on Heido's wrist flashed. Heido pressed it without hesitation, and a young boy with a broom appeared on the screen. "Heido, my dear, who's behind you? Why is that psycho Neo with you?" Mon said with a look of disdain. Neo pushed Heido's face away and smiled proudly. He shook his finger and said, "Two mistakes. 1. I'm not with Heido. Heido is with me. 2. The word psycho has always been with you. It's inseparable." On the screen, the corner of Mon's eyes twitched. He looked at Heido, who was pushed to the side, and said, "Heido, my dear, tell this psycho to leave. Big Brother wants to talk to you alone. It's urgent." Heido looked at the others and apologized. Then, she covered the screen and ran back to her lab. Did Mon discover that his place is near the epicenter? Huali asked with a frown. Impossible, how could he know? Neo would never believe that Mon had that kind of intelligence. But Heido came out soon and told them that Mon knew that there would be an earthquake at his place. He originally wanted to hide at Heido's place, but Heido had moved to Neo's place already. However, Mond only knew Heido, so he wouldn't beg Neo for help even if he was beaten to death. How did that broomhead know that there would be an earthquake at his place? Guxian asked. Silen pointed at a black insect specimen on a shelf in Neo's lab and said, "Probably through that." After all, a creature that hides underground all year round is more sensitive to changes underground. Can that broom head really understand the black insect's language? Ertie rubbed his chin. He couldn't figure it out. That's just a conjecture based on a statistical analysis and a clandestine method. That's all. Neo insisted on his point of view. No one paid attention to Neo's words. Sillin had other thoughts in mind. If there's an earthquake, this place won't be damaged because it's at the epicenter. But other creatures, at least the ones that live around here, will definitely run here. That's true. Tuba agreed with Sillin's words. We'll probably be very busy then. While Sillin and the others were discussing the problems they would face, Heido's bracelet lit up again. I'm leaving for a moment. Heido ran back to her lab in embarrassment. It didn't take long for Heido to come out. The bracelet's communicator wasn't turned off, and Mond was standing there with a constipated look on his face. Knowing that Mond was too embarrassed to say it, Heido said timidly, Mond and the others want to come over here. I won't allow it. Neo refused without hesitation. The veins on Mond's forehead bulged, but he didn't explode. Instead, he looked at Heido. Heido looked at Sillin because she didn't have the heart to do it. She trusted Sillin the most out of all of them, and she felt that Sillin could solve this problem. He was also the only person who could reason with Neo's uncanny knowledge, so Neo would definitely listen to him. Mond clearly noticed Heido's gaze, but he couldn't see anyone else because of the angle of the screen. However, it was obvious that Heido wasn't looking at the crazy Neo. Us. Sillin caught on to the word and asked. Amen. Mond has 3 people with him. They're about the same as you guys, Heido explained. Don't worry, they're good people. They even saved my life before. Mond hurriedly said because he was afraid that Sillin would refuse. No one was willing to accept a stranger in this kind of environment. Although he couldn't see Sillin's face, anyone who could speak at a time like this definitely had some decision-making power. Oh no, there's a burden other than that psycho. Neo yelled. The faces of the 3 people standing not far away from Mond twitched in unison when they heard Neo's words. Burden? You're the burden, all of you are. Also, that's not how you use the word, is it? That crazy Neo's place is big enough to accommodate all of us. We can help you solve some of your problems. Mond ignored Neo's objection and continued. That won't do. Who knows if you'll become invaders? Are you questioning my character? Character? Do you even have that? Sillin patted Neo's shoulder and pointed at the lab when he saw that Neo and Mond were arguing again. Your molecular diagram is complete. Neo was no longer in the mood to argue with Mond when the molecular diagram was mentioned. He hurriedly ran to the lab. It was a lot quieter without Neo around. Let's continue our conversation. There are 4 people on your side, including you. I want to see the other 3, Sillin said. Heido had already adjusted the angle of the screen so that it was facing Sillin. Wuxia and the others weren't in his field of vision. Sillin raised an eyebrow when the other 3 people appeared. One of them was the Orville that Wuxia and Erdi had mentioned before. Wait a moment. Sillin left to discuss with Hua Li and the others. He wanted to confirm if Orville was trustworthy or not. Orville. Tuba twirled the blade in his hand. That kid may not be a good person, but I believe he knows when to advance and retreat. He knows what he should and shouldn't do. Sillin looked at Wuxia and Erdi. Both of them nodded in agreement with Tuba. It was true that Orville wasn't a good person. In fact, he was notorious in some circles, but he wasn't someone without principles either. Sillin then asked Hua Li for her opinion. After all, Orville was like a ticking time bomb if they didn't get along well with each other. To his surprise, Hua Li didn't object. Both sides weren't injured at the time, and the past was in the past. When Sillin saw Mond's expectant face on the light screen again, Sillin allowed both sides to meet each other. Other than Sillin, everyone else seemed to have different levels of understanding towards each other. After receiving a guarantee from the other side, Sillin went to find Neo and finally managed to convince him to let the 4 of them join him. In fact, Neo just wanted to see Mond's submissive face. It would be a great way to vent his anger. Neo didn't have the heart to think about anything else at all. Those people were far less attractive to him than the experiment he was currently working on. As for how Mond and the others were going to come over, Sillin and the others didn't need to worry about it. All they needed to do was send someone to meet them after they arrived. Right now, Sillin and Heido were busy inspecting the safety zone and reinforcing some of the defenses. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one noticed Hui Mao lying on the table. Hui Mao's eyes were closed like it was asleep, and its tail wasn't moving at all. If the cat had any nefarious thoughts, it would have wagged its tail a couple of times. Hui Mao's ears were twitching at a frequency that was hard to discern. Sillin glanced at it when he passed by the living room, but didn't disturb it. The cat had probably discovered it. Soon, the forest started to grow restless. The animals in the forest seemed to be quarreling, and some of the animals from other areas had come over to cause a ruckus. "They're here," Heido said while looking at the dots on the screen. Needless to say, Gu Xan, Erdi, and Tu Ba grabbed their guns and walked out. The three of them were bored out of their minds, and they couldn't help even when they saw how busy Sillin and Heido were. Neo, on the other hand, wasn't involved at all. They weren't of much use other than hunting wild beasts and rats. The three of them felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if they had suddenly become superfluous. Was this the feeling of being a burden that Neo was talking about? Huali stayed inside the safety zone with great self-awareness. She had realized the gap between her and the others, and her constitution was as fragile as an eggshell compared to Gu Xian and the others. However, Huali wasn't dispirited by the difference in constitution. Everyone had their own strengths. What surprised Huali the most was Sillin. Up until now, Sillin and Neo had been updating the virus database, creating antibodies and antidotes for a couple of plant and animal toxins, modifying his own guns and ammunition, working with Heido to reinforce the safety zone's defenses, and creating hidden surveillance devices with limited materials. In terms of individual combat strength, Sillin wasn't any weaker than Gu Xian and the others, and his constitution was even better. Up until now, Huali hadn't seen Sillin affected by germs or poisoned. What kind of person was Sillin? Even in Black Viper, a person like him was rare, not to mention that he wasn't a member of the organization. I really want to dissect a person like him. It was rare that Huali's desire to dissect rose again. Sillin, who was setting up defenses outside the safety zone, felt a chill run down his back and made him shiver. Gu Xian and the others had gone out to welcome Mon's group into the safety zone. One of them had been scratched by a flying beast, and his wound was starting to get infected. It looked like it wasn't just a scratch, but a secondary infection as well. Mon was fine except for his pale complexion. The other two had some minor injuries, but they weren't that serious. The fact that they were able to get here safely proved that they were capable. It probably wouldn't have been this easy if we'd left a little later. Mon gulped down a cup of water and said while panting. It was true that the beasts and other animals weren't this noisy when they left, but now it was like a boiling pot of boiling water. Most of their injuries had come during the second half of their journey, and the one who was scratched had only gotten hurt 20 minutes ago when they approached the area. Everyone had been disinfected after they came in, and to their surprise, the disinfection room had provided them with 6 new types of pathogenic bacteria. They were all from Mond and Orville. When they learned this, they couldn't help but sigh. No wonder their wounds had worsened so quickly. When Mond finally recovered, he saw Hui Mao lying on the table, and his interest was piqued again. It was his habit to interact with animals and read their thoughts. The gray cat grew impatient after being poked by Mond's fingers. It swiped at the back of Mond's hand, and 3 bloody claw marks appeared on the back of Mond's hand despite the hard work it took to get this far without drawing any blood. Looking at Hui Mao's impatient eyes, Mon swallowed and accepted the restoration spray Ah Shou passed him. He sprayed the claw marks and obediently stopped provoking Hui Mao. It only took a single glance for Mon to understand the emotions and meaning behind Hui Mao's eyes. If Mon poked him again, he wouldn't just be scratching his hand with his fingers. Boom! The tremor began. Through the image displayed on the screen, everyone could see the situation outside. The ground near the epicenter had also cracked. Although it was not a naturally occurring earthquake, if they had not known beforehand that it was man-made, no one would have thought that way. Many animals were already running toward them, especially the black bugs. They didn't see any white rats or beasts, so they probably had to wait a little longer. Sillin took out a box and distributed the guns and ammunition he'd made earlier to the group. Among them were the ultra-low temperature beam guns and a few thousand-degree incendiary bombs. Chapter 284. The panic brought about by the earthquake caused the animals in the forest to scurry away from the epicenter. Some obediently climbed over the cliff and didn't linger on it for too long, but the curious and bloodthirsty wild beasts noticed the abnormality on the other side of the cliff when they climbed over the cliff and moved closer to Neo's safe zone. This kind of wild beast would undoubtedly be hunted down by Wuxia and the others who were guarding the perimeter. The chaotic environment also covered up Wuxia and the others' tracks. Some of the beasts didn't attract too much attention even after they were killed. Perhaps the earthquake was the biggest threat to them right now, not the assassins hiding in the shadows. The modified gun could use improved explosives to kill the white mice, a different kind of bullet to kill the beasts, and poison bullets to kill the biosoldiers. There were also other modes that could be switched between. It was a simple multi-purpose gun. Although it couldn't compare to the guns they had used before, it was still impressive that they could modify a gun to this extent with the limited resources they had. This was why Wuxia and the others admired Sillin. In the eyes of Wuxia and the others, Sillin was an enigma. He seemed to be able to talk to anyone, and he was even able to delve deeper into the topic of anatomy with Huali. Could he be someone from the RES? That was what everyone suspected. After all, other than Black Viper, everyone would think of the Royal Academy of Sciences as soon as they could find someone who was more accomplished in various academic fields. Erdi had asked Sillin about this before, but Sillin didn't give him a direct answer. He didn't say yes or no. Since they had made sufficient preparations before the earthquake, they were able to face the white mice and other dire beasts calmly. When they were tired, they would go back to the safe zone to rest and take a breather, and then someone else would take over. The frightened beasts were more violent than usual, and the place was a mess. Wuxia and the others were much stronger than the people outside because they were able to save ammo and hit their vitals in one shot. There were also some climbing and flying beasts roaming around the cliff walls from below, especially the climbing beasts and insects. They had escaped from the forest and attacked fiercely, but there weren't many of them. Mercury was guarding the cliff wall and cleaning up the insects that had climbed up. Asho and Huali would clear out some of the more troublesome beasts through the windows on the cliff. Mercury's large claws were nailed to the cliff wall, and its wings were flapping furiously as it swatted away a large number of small bugs. Sometimes the hidden bugs were more of a threat to the safety zone than the big vicious beasts. When it flapped its wings, Mercury would also use its sharp beak to peck at those that were not swatted down. Bang! Mercury was startled by the movement beside him. He turned his head to look, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Ga! On the cliff not far from Mercury, Orville changed his form. The sharp claws on the soles of his feet were nailed to the cliff like Mercury. The wings on its back trembled, and feathers shot out like bullets towards the larger insect beasts. It was a given that Mercury didn't have a good impression of Orville. After all, their first meeting hadn't been a good one, but they were working together right now, and Huali had told Mercury about it before. That was why Mercury had to endure it no matter how uncomfortable it felt. There was no way it would admit that it was jealous that Orville's feathers could be used as bullets. Hado and Neo were constantly paying attention to the feedback from the defense network around the safety zone. They would contact the others to take out the invaders if anything went wrong. Where was Sillin? Sillin didn't go with them. He didn't shoot the wild beasts, nor did he pay attention to the defense network with Hado and the others. Instead, he went underground with Hui Mao. He had to admit that Hui Mao's tunneling skills had improved a lot. Practice made perfect, and the more holes he dug, the better he became. Somewhere on the planet, close to the place Guanfeng had brought them to when they first arrived, there was a building that wasn't very tall. Most of the people inside the building were robots. And to be more precise, they were equipped with advanced robots that looked no different from humans outside of the planet. The few humans in the building were all people who had a say in Black Viper, including Guanfeng and Gu Chang'an, who had come with Chiu. They were all gathered in a spacious, round meeting room on the third floor. There was a light screen at the center of the room, and it was displaying the image of a spinning planet. It was the planet they were currently on. There were a lot of red and blue dots on the planet, and each dot represented a person. The red dots represented people like Sillin, who were not Black Viper people, and the blue dots represented natives of the Black Viper race. On the first day, the red and blue light dots spread out and spread out. Then, they gradually gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, mixed with red and blue, and then huddled together. There were also some light dots that changed in between. For example, the red light dots that represented the 2 people killed by Sillin and 2 Ba would turn black after their deaths. The leader of the group sighed when he saw the dots slowly gathering on the screen. It's only been half the time, and this is already happening. There were 3 spots on the spinning planet where most of the dots were gathered. One of them was where Sillin was. The other 2 spots were spread out in different parts of the planet. They were quite far from each other, and they all had different geographical environments and climates. Sillin's spot was mostly made up of rocks and forests, while the other 2 spots were mostly made up of desert and plains. Every spot had a different way of fighting, and the reason people gathered here was different as well. In comparison, Sillin's spot was the mildest way of gathering people, and it was also Guanfeng's favorite. Guanfeng was very satisfied with Sillin's performance, and he was thinking that he could just exempt Sillin from AF1's exam and let him pass the exam internally. Someone who could make Neo give up his spot for you definitely has the ability to take over your position. The man looked at Guanfeng meaningfully. Of course. Who taught him that? That said, the people you recommended aren't bad either, Alang. Guanfeng crossed his legs and swung back and forth on his chair. It looked like the 2 people he recommended had succeeded. The man Guanfeng called Alang was one of the 3 leaders of Black Viper, Christian Lang. Gu Chang'an let out a low chuckle. There may be a lot of people who can compete for the other 2, but not everyone can replace Sillin. That guy's brain is like a robot's, and his computing power is unparalleled. Shikai, maybe Sillin can help you complete your origin plan, Christian Lang said. The man who was leaning on the table at the outer row heard Christian Lang's words and slowly raised his head to look at the spinning ball and the dots of light at the center of the meeting room. He asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" "Maybe." Guanfeng suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Shikai. "Kid, do you think all the robots you put underground will be wiped out?" Shikai frowned. "Is that possible? They're all advanced robots, the latest upgrades. They may not have an origin AI, but their attack power can't be underestimated. Let's watch." Christian Lang touched the screen with his finger and displayed another image filled with dots of light. Shikai stared at the image on the screen. "Actually, I'm more curious about why he went underground. Is it just because he knows that there's something underground that can cause earthquakes? Is it because he wants to stop the earthquakes?" No one knew the answer to this question, and they were all curious. It was exactly because there were so many things they didn't understand that they paid a lot more attention to Sillin than the other 2 places. On the other side, Sillin followed Hui Mao underground. The deeper they went, the more Sillin could sense the mechanical activity. The thing that caused the earthquakes was deeper, but Sillin had arrived at an underground tunnel several hundred meters below the surface. Not even Neo or Heido's scanning devices could detect this place. Although it felt like they were in the wild when they were on the surface, the deeper they went, the more he could sense the presence of machinery. There were traces of machinery in many places, both in the tunnel and elsewhere. Sillin and Hui Mao entered the tunnel. Hui Mao scanned the tunnel and obtained an underground structure that looked like a spider web. After memorizing Hui Mao's scan results, Sillin and Kat walked toward the center of the spider web. The spider web always stayed there quietly, like a silent hunter waiting for the arrival of its prey. Sillin didn't think of himself as prey, but there were many things waiting for him inside the spiderweb. For example, the robots near the center. These robots had completely surrounded the core area. Therefore, if Sillin wished to approach the core area, he would have to break through this layer of robot wall. Go! Sillin unsheathed his long sword and charged toward the robot. A green light flashed in Hui Mao's eyes before he also charged excitedly. These robots had automatically activated their attack mode the moment Sillin and Hui Mao appeared. They were very fast, and their movements weren't stiff at all. The robots' arms and legs were equipped with sawtooth blades, but they didn't use any explosive weapons. Perhaps out of consideration for this underground network, explosive weapons were more destructive to this place, so the creator didn't equip them with such weapons. Even if they didn't have any weapons or high-energy laser guns, their combat power was still very high. Sillin's figure flashed through the air. Every slash of his blade cut a robot in half. The headless robots could still move. Even after their heads were destroyed, their bodies could still react with a delay. These robots weren't the ones Sillin was looking for. Moreover, Sillin knew that these robots weren't autonomous at all. Compared to the robots he had encountered earlier, these robots were pretty good weapons, but they were no different from swords and guns. They were all dead weapons. He kicked a robot's head into the wall of the tunnel, directly turning the robot's entire head into a round pancake. The knife in his hand was not idle either. After the tip of the knife stabbed the robot, a vibration frequency that was difficult for the human eye to capture actually created a dent in the place where the tip of the knife touched. Hui Mao also killed a robot with a single swipe of his claw. He had no qualms dealing with these kinds of robots at all. Moreover, the blades on the robot's arms wouldn't hurt him at all. At most, they would leave a mark that would disappear very quickly. 300 or so robots attacked one after another. Sillin and Hui Mao were grinding these meat into pieces like a meat grinder. The people in the meeting room outside watched the rapidly decreasing signal on the screen. Guanfeng glanced at the tense Shikai and smiled without saying a word. Anyone who knew Guanfeng knew that the more pleased the old fox was, the more he liked to smile without saying a word. It was infuriating just to look at him. 300 robots. In less than half an hour, all the signal dots had disappeared. If they were human, then this meant that they were all dead. Guanfeng shook his feet and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. The rhythm of his fingers looked like the beat of a song. He would have started humming a little tune a long time ago if he wasn't restricted by the situation. In this place, Guanfeng didn't have the scholarly and gentlemanly air of a senior scholar at all. Underground. After Sillin and Hui Mao had taken care of the robots guarding the place, they continued to walk toward the core of the spider web. They didn't run into any other robots along the way, but there was a robot at the very center of the place. This robot looked the same as the robot Sillin had taken care of earlier, but its facial expression was completely different. It even had eyes. A person's inner thoughts could be reflected through their glasses. This was a kind of emotional expression, and this robot had the ability to think independently, just like the robot Sillin had encountered before. If one took a closer look, they would notice that this robot was a bit more conscious than the robot Sillin had encountered before. Every look it gave off the illusion that it was alive. This feeling was very familiar to both Sillin and Hui Mao. It was so familiar that it made them excited. This robot was the main reason why Sillin and Hui Mao had gone to such great lengths to find it. As for the cause of the earthquake, that was just a side effect. Neither Sillin nor Hui Mao attacked the robot, and the robot didn't attack Sillin either. Instead, it stared calmly at Sillin and Hui Mao without anger or surprise. It looked like an old man who had gone through all the vicissitudes of life, and the only emotion left in him was indifference. Sillin slowly walked toward it. There was a round table next to the robot, and this round table was the cause of the earthquake. There were some buttons on it that could adjust the epicenter and amplitude of the earthquake. The robot didn't react to Sillin's approach. It seemed to know what Sillin was going to do, so it moved out of the way and allowed Sillin to touch the round table. After looking at the settings on the round table, Sillin pressed a few buttons. After Sillin pressed the buttons, the tremors gradually subsided. The animals who were panicking and running away from the tremors on the ground also gradually came to a stop. Has it stopped? Erdi asked Gu Xian. I think so. Let's wait and see. All right. The cessation of the earthquake greatly reduced the pressure on Xin and the others. Even if they were good at fighting, they wouldn't have an easy time against so many animals and insects. If it weren't for Silen's modified guns and ammunition, the white mice alone would have been enough to force them to retreat. Underground. After the earthquake had stopped, Silen looked at the robot that was standing quietly not far away from him. Still, that wasn't right. This robot didn't have the intelligence of Sigma. Even if it had more consciousness than the robots he had seen before, it was still inferior to Sigma. Even if this robot had a human-like appearance, even if it had facial expressions and eyes, it still couldn't compare to the intelligence of Sigma, who had the appearance of a primordial being. Why did it only change this much after 1,000 years? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.